Douluo, the old Yao lives in my body. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Hunting Tang San. Boom. The moment the strange fire jumped in Yang Fan's palm, the emotions of the posse people were also ignited at this moment. For them who have been refining medicine as a side job for many years, the strange fire that suddenly rose in Yang Fan's palm is exactly what they dreamed of. However, when Yang Fan took out the red flame furnace from the storage soul guide, he shocked the people again. The Minzi clan and the Yuzi clan may not understand the brilliance in their eyes. Only those who have been refining medicine for a long time know how much a good furnace can play a role in refining medicine. Preheating, adding medicine, refining. Yang Fan used his skillful techniques to show his years of refining medicine. Well, not simple. Yang Fan, this kid is really capable. As the saying goes, experts see the doorway, laymen see the excitement. Although Niu Gao does not know how to refine medicine, just looking at Yang Fan's posture, you can tell that he has a solid foundation. The silky operation is very enjoyable. Old goat. Does that old Yao Lao also make medicine in this way? Although Niu Gao and Beihee were both in the Poe clan, they didn't have much communication with Yao Lao. It wasn't just them. It could be said that in the Poe clan, apart from Yang Fan, only Yang Wudi could have a few words with this big guy. Old Yao Lao? Yang Wudi denied it with a look of disdain, and then raised his thumb. Old Yao Lao is not someone a little guy like Yang Fan can compare with. Yang Wudi had the honor of seeing Yao Lao make blood coagulation powder before. That was not to make medicine one by one, but to gather all the medicinal materials together to form tens of thousands of pills in an instant, and the quality of each pill was peerless. With this ability, Yang Wudi knew that he would never be able to catch up, even if he worked hard for another 500 years. I really don't know how this old Yao Lao came to our Douluo Continent. Niu Gao and Beihee both knew what kind of person Yang Wudi was. The old leader of the Haitian sect didn't even get a word of praise from this old guy. Time passed by minute, from morning to afternoon, and then to late night. Yang Fan always stood in front of the red flame furnace and kept controlling the fire, but for the soul masters around him, it was not boring at all. Whether it was refining pills, controlling flames, or the circulation of energy in the body, it was enough for these practitioners to learn a lot. Especially the release and control of soul power was an eye-opener for them. Everyone had a sudden realization in their hearts. Damn, it turns out that soul power can be used like this. At this time, Yang Fan, who was standing in front of the red flame furnace, did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and even did not dare to have any fluctuations in the strength of his breathing. He even used his fighting spirit to seal his ears, to prevent the outside sounds from disrupting his rhythm. The 6 grade pills he had refined before were all low level, and this time, the intermediate 7 core pill was really not as simple as he imagined. Yang Fan now remembered the teachings he had just given when he refined the 6th grade pill. Concentrate your mind. The pill is actually the lover of the pharmacist. Insufficient strength will make the lover lose control, while too much strength will make the lover completely collapse. He adhered to this teaching in his heart and used his fighting spirit to continuously pull the essence extracted from the medicinal materials to condense, while on the other hand, he separated his soul power to feel the emotions of the elixir. This process lasted for about 2 hours. A cloud of white mist burst out from the alchemy furnace, and the rich elixir instantly filled the air and poured into the soul master's body through the nasal cavity. The soul masters present were excited. When the elixir was inhaled into the nasal cavity, their spirits were involuntarily lifted, and they couldn't help but start to sniff the air. What a strong breath. Is this the 6th grade elixir that the clan leader mentioned before? How can this be false? Just the elixir that permeates from the alchemy furnace is many times stronger than the supplements we have eaten before. I wish I had such a skill. This is almost the dream of all the soul masters present. Just imagine, if they can refine this grade of pill, does it mean that they can become a famous strong man in Douluo Continent in just a few years like Yang Fan? The pill is done. When the red flame furnace was opened, the powerful gas suddenly distorted the surrounding air. The invisible force spread outward, pushing the soul masters present to move backwards involuntarily. When they stood firm, a pill with special blow lines appeared in Yang Fan's hand. Yao Lao smiled and nodded continuously. There was not only admiration for Yang Fan in his eyes, but also the relief after success. His lifelong reputation was finally saved. Everyone came forward and kept looking at the 6th grade pill in Yang Fan's hand. For them, this might be the best treasure they have ever seen in their lives. This is not a joke. The preciousness of a 6th grade pill is no less than any immortal herb. At this time, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the crowd. I don't know whose it is. Pa. Before he could touch the 7-core pill, the 3rd uncle of the family who discovered it in time slapped him with a slap. The sound was even clearly audible from dozens of meters away. Just take a look. Everyone, control your claws. If everyone touches it at once, hundreds of people will have to pattern at the pill. The taste will be unbearable when you eat it. How is it? You should have learned a lot now. Don't say you. I, an old man, also learned a few tricks from my grandson today. After you go back, think carefully about how to practice in the future. Yang Wudi dispersed all the clansmen who were still reluctant to leave at dawn. At this time, they realized that they didn't know when the family had guests. Master Ning, when did you come? The person who came was Ning Fengxi, and the sword Douluo Chengxin was escorting him. In addition, the unruly princess Ning Rangrang also followed behind the two. What surprised Yang Fan the most was that the old guy Du Gubo also mixed with them. Yesterday afternoon, when we first arrived, we saw you were holding such a grand alchemy ceremony. We wanted to let our clansmen inform you, but we really couldn't bear to miss this once in a century event. Du Gubo interrupted at this time. We hadn't prepared to learn a few tricks, but in the end we just watched the excitement. After the joke, Ning Fengxi's face showed a serious look. No one comes to the temple for no reason. I'll make it short this time. The Xiandao royal family gave me a piece of news yesterday that there is danger near Xiandao city now. Ning Fengxi's words made everyone present nervous. There is danger? Is it the spirit hall that is active around? Ning Fengxi shook his head. He already knew about Yuguan and Gimu's sneak attack on Yang Wudi. With the style of the spirit hall, it is absolutely impossible for them to take any other actions after suffering a loss. Some time ago, several young nobles of Xiandao city went out to hunt soul rings under the leadership of 2 soul Daoloists, but none of them came back afterwards. The Xiandao royal family sent people to find their bodies. There were sword wounds and traces of being eaten by soul beasts. According to our inference, these 2 fatal injuries were inflicted at the same time, so it is difficult to determine whether they were killed by humans or soul beasts. Just a few days ago, another group of people were killed. Emperor Zuyi had no choice but to send people to the 7 treasures glazed sect to inform me. I led people to search outside Xiandao city for 3 days without any results, so I thought of asking for help from the Puyi clan. Ning Fengxi's eyes were on the white crane next to him. His expression was self-evident. The most uncomfortable search work on the Douluo Continent is the minimum Yi clan, which has the sharp-tailed swift soul master. The sharp-tailed swift not only has an invincible speed among its peers, but also because it is a rare flying soul master, the advantage of being in the high altitude allows them to quickly control the entire area. One of the dead nobles is the nephew of Prince Zuxing. Du Gubo added. This is exactly why he is standing here with Ning Fengxi today. Although most of the royal nobles of Xiandao Empire are Dundee, there are also a small number of outliers. Let's join forces. A potential threat suddenly appeared outside Xiandao city. This may be aimed at Xiandao Empire or Kibaoliuli sect, but it is also very likely to be aimed at Poi clan. So this matter is not about who is helping whom. Okay, let's go now. Yang Wudi wanted to lead the team himself, but was stopped by the witty Yang Fan on the spot. Poi clan cannot be leaderless. Although Grandpa Yang Wudi's current strength is also an unrivaled super Douluo, he Yang Fan is not a family leader who can control the overall situation. In the end, Yang Wudi stayed to coordinate the overall situation, while Yang Fan and the Manai clan followed Ning Fengxi to go outside the city to cause trouble. On the way, Ning Fengxi told them what happened outside Xiandao city yesterday. Another person died. The most important thing is that the crime was committed when the Kibaoliuli sect was searching hard, which made Ning Fengxi and Shenzhen feel a little embarrassed. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, Ning Fengxi decided to ask the Posse clan for help. To be more precise, Bei. When they arrived outside Xiandao City, it was already quiet here, and even the animals that could be seen everywhere in the forest were pitifully few. Bei gathered all the members of the Munsi clan he brought with him. Everyone, pay attention. There is a dangerous thing in this forest that I don't know whether it is a soul master or a soul beast. Our mission is to find it out and send a signal. Remember, don't get too close to this thing. Bei has decades of rich experience in reconnaissance, so before each operation, he would tell the clan members to take advantage of the advantages of the spine-tailed swifts and avoid their weaknesses. Xiangxiang, you girl, just follow me and don't leave at all. Bei didn't intend to take his granddaughter to participate in such a dangerous operation, but since the girl had a soul bone, she wanted to play her value all the time. Even this old man couldn't stop him. Grandpa, I will. These were the 3 rules before coming, and Bei Chengxiang readily agreed. On the other side, Yang Fan was not idle after he came. He first looked at the battlefield yesterday. Master, did you find the difference? Yao Lao uttered 4 big words at this time. Slaughter City. Yes, Yang Fan also found it. In the forest outside Xiandao City, he felt the same breath as the Slaughter City. Master, do you think it was because I swallowed the hellfire that the Slaughter City collapsed and caused the fallen to escape? Since the hellfire was swallowed by him, the Slaughter City has lost its original training effect, but the Hell Road can still be walked. There are 2 possibilities. One is that someone came out to kill people after clearing the Hell Road, and the other is that the fallen inside escaped because the hellfire was swallowed. Absolutely impossible. The strange fire controls the killing aura in the killing city, thus forming a violent and bloody place of killing. The invisible barrier that controls the killing city, which cannot use martial souls and can only walk out through the Hell Road, is an invisible barrier. Besides, when you devoured the hellfire, you left behind a fire seed. As long as the fire seed exists, it will not destroy the natural prison of the killing city. Thousands of years later, Yao Lao's words stopped abruptly, and his expression suddenly became serious. The swallowing of the hellfire will inevitably weaken the effect of killing on the fallen. In this case, one person may be able to regain his sanity and walk out of it. Yao Lao said that he had lived in the killing city for a year, and he was familiar with the rules, mechanisms, and barriers inside. The king of killing. Yao Lao had already said so much. If he still couldn't guess it, it would be too stupid. Yes, it's the king of killing. Only he has the strength to kill people under the noses of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and disappear without a trace. The king of killing can also be called Tang Chen. He is already a peak Douluo at level 99, and his strength, after transforming into the king of slaughter, is probably even higher. If their opponent is really this old guy, it will be more troublesome than expected. Tang Chen? Are you sure? Ning Fengxi was very surprised when he got the news. Tang Chen was also a well-known figure in Douluo Continent, one of the 3 peak Douluos. Everyone in the Soul Master world knows him. Although he has been missing for decades, rumors about Tang Chen have been circulating to this day. Some say that he followed a beautiful woman to the sect, some say that he has been in the Haotian sect and has not come out, and more say that Tang Chen is dead. Before this, there was no rumor that Tang Chen was hiding in the Slaughter City. Confirmed. This person must be Tang Chen, but he is no longer the Tang Chen of the past. Ning Fengxi understood. The Slaughter City is a place that people don't want to be mentioned in Douluo Continent. It is synonymous with killing and depravity. The Slaughter City suddenly appeared thousands of years ago. Most of the people who entered it were to avoid being hunted by their enemies or to avoid being killed by everyone. A long time ago, the Spirit Hall, Xiandao and Xingluo Empire planned to completely wipe it out, but when they saw the special barrier that only allowed people to enter but not leave, they tacitly accepted the existence of this place. It can be said that the current Slaughter City is a natural prison in Douluo Continent. Because of this, Ning Fengxi was extremely surprised why the arrogant Tang Chen was willing to be a warden in the Slaughter City. Chapter 177 The 7-star Daohuang's strength causes shock. Everyone, pay attention. Our opponent this time is extraordinary, and it is very likely to be a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Ultimate Douluo. The gold content of these 4 words is very clear to the soul masters present. It can be said that except for Chen Xin and Yang Fan, other people here will not have a second chance to breathe after encountering him, let alone resist. Patriarch. Who is this level 99 ultimate Douluo? There are only a handful of title Douluos on the Douluo Continent, and there are even fewer ultimate Douluos. When this news was announced, there were no more than 3 guesses in everyone's mind. Tang Chen. The minimum clan is different from the 7 treasures glazed sect. They have an irreconcilable family hatred with the Haotian sect. Hate the whole family. So when they heard Tang Chen's name, the members of the minimum clan had obvious emotional fluctuations in their hearts. Don't let your imagination run wild here. Our mission this time is to find Tang Chen and apply for Tang Chen's position. Do you understand? He said Tang Chen's name to let the tribe members be mentally prepared and to let the tribe members know how powerful the opponent is this time. He didn't want the tribe members to be blinded by hatred. Understood? At this moment, the Minzi tribe and the Kibaoliuli sect had to change their strategic plans because of Tang Chen. After all, the extreme Douluo has stood at the top of the entire Douluo continent, and no one wants to let the tribe members die in vain. Xiao Fan. I'll let Xiang, the little girl, follow you first. He was scared. As a former affiliated sect of the Haotian sect, he had seen the power of Tang Chen when he was young. That was a super genius that Haotian sect and even the entire Douluo continent rarely saw in 100 years. It was because of Tang Chen's appearance that Haotian sect was called the first sect in Douluo continent at that time. He knew very well that if he met Tang Chen, not to mention Bei Chengxiang, even he himself would be killed on the spot. Don't worry, Grandpa Bei. Xiang will be fine if she follows me. Bei Chengxiang felt safe enough following him and Yao Lao, but Ning Rangrang seemed embarrassed. Chen Xin, who was at level 96, was no match for Tang Chen, and now he had to divide his energy to protect Ning Fengxi and his daughter. At first, Yang Fan didn't understand why Ning Fengxi wanted to take Ning Rangrang with him. Later, he understood. Because Ning Fengxi was now considering the future of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Given the current situation of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Ning Rangrang was planning to take over the position of the next sect leader and recruit a live-in son-in-law. But Ning Rangrang also understood her daughter's temper. If she handed over the sect like this, he estimated that he would see the decline of the 7 treasures glazed sect in his lifetime before 100 years had passed. So after many ideological struggles, Ning Fengxi definitely took Ning Rangrang with him to train, so that his daughter could suffer more and understand the human relationships and dangers of the Douluo continent. Brother Yang Fan, has this level 99 ultimate Douluo you are talking about already left? Yang Fan could only confirm that the man with the aura of killing was Tang Chen, but it was hard to say whether he had already left. Logically speaking, if Tang Chen had remembered who he was, he would have only 2 places to go, either to the Sea God Island or to the Haotian sect. But if he couldn't remember who he was, he should still be the underground emperor in the city of slaughter. But no matter what, Yang Fan still hoped to meet Tang Chen this time. The level 99 ultimate Douluo was always a threat. Sooner or later, the Poe clan would go to the Haotian sect to settle accounts, and he didn't want Tang Chen to become a variable at that time. Master, have you found anything now? Yao Lao's powerful soul scanning was not comparable to the reconnaissance of the Minimum Yi clan. But the Minimum Yi clan also had their own advantages, a complete message transmission system. It allowed them to use speed to form message sharing in the shortest time. No, the King of Slaughter is not a simple little character. If he shields his aura, I can hardly detect his presence over a distance of 5,000 meters. At this time, Du Gubo, who was standing next to him, spoke up. How about luring him out? Just like when we attracted the Titan Giant Ape before. The scene of the fairy grass attracting the 100,000-year-old soul beast was still vivid in Du Gubo's mind. No, the King of Slaughter is bloodthirsty, and ordinary fairy herbs have no effect on him. Yang Fan originally wanted to use the hellfire to attract Tang Chen, but Yao Lao told him that the strange fire had lost its original wildness after being swallowed. Moreover, this colorless and odorless flame is difficult to spread its aura to a distance of 10,000 meters in a short period of time. The King of Slaughter is different from a soul beast. After all, it is a human being, not an animal. The best way for them is to use a carpet search to find him. From early morning to noon, just when everyone thought that Tang Chen had left, this 99 level extreme Douluo appeared. A cloud-piercing arrow appeared in the sky above Xiandao City. It's the minimum clan. They said they have found Tang Chen, but the family members have suffered casualties. Let's go over and support them. At this time, the knowledgeable Yao Lao had to start marveling at the minimum clan's powerful system of transmitting information. The cloud-piercing arrow that originally summoned thousands of troops was actually used in the hands of the minimum clan. It took only a few breaths from the firing of the arrow to Yang Fan's arrival. When he arrived, the 4-member team of the minimum clan had all been killed. There were 2 obvious tooth marks on the neck, and the face was completely withered. Not only the 4-member team of the minimum clan, but also a team of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect that had just been killed 50 meters away. Second brother, Bei Chengxiang saw her clan members die in front of her, and tears burst out at this moment. Subconsciously, she was ready to rush over. Don't move. Yang Fan looked at a large tree 100 meters away that required 2 people to hug. The sight slowly moved upwards. Standing on the treetops was a tall and thin figure with black hair and black pupils, wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak with a stand-up collar. Fresh blood was mixed on the pale face, which looked extremely ferocious. This was Tang Chen. Yang Fan had the honor of seeing him once, when he opened the Hell Road in the Killing City. However, compared with the last time, there were many more strange blood-colored lines on his pale face, and there was also a sword-shaped magic pattern on his forehead. The magic sword was vertically downward, and the tip of the sword was just at the center of his eyebrows. Blood. I want to drink blood. Tang Chen, who had killed many people in a row, did not seem to satisfy his need for blood. At this time, he looked at the people below with a ferocious look, and the murderous aura burst out from his body instantly. Beast. I must kill you today. Bei saw that 4 members of the tribe had died in an accident, and the whole person was instantly filled with anger. The minimum clan did not distinguish between direct and collateral lines. Every member of the tribe had a direct blood relationship with him. Bei, don't be impulsive. If you go up now, you will only lose your life in vain, and even take the minimum clan with you to die. Du Gubo's words calmed Bei down instantly. At the same time, Ning Fengxi and his men also rushed over at this time, and when he saw the corpses of the clansmen, his face also showed a murderous aura. Since you are here, all of you will become the dead souls following this king. A pair of blood-red wings suddenly spread out behind Tang Chen, and a blood-red longsword suddenly appeared in his right hand. The longsword was more than 2 meters long, and the slender and thick sword was densely covered with dark gold magic patterns, which was filled with a fierce killing aura. Sword. Chenzin, Du Gubo, and Ning Fengxi all had doubts in their hearts at this moment. Tang Chen has been famous in Douluo Continent for a long time, and anyone who has heard of his name knows that this old guy uses a clear sky hammer. Be careful of this sword. The moment the blood-red longsword appeared, Yao Lao began to be alert. Yao Lao could tell at a glance that this sword was definitely not an ordinary one. It was the first time he had seen a weapon of this quality on Douluo Continent. What Yao Lao said makes sense. Chenzin was also an expert in swordplay. There were few sword spirits on Douluo Continent that could compare to his 7-killing sword, but this one was completely incomparable to his 7-killing sword. At this time, a powerful blood-red light suddenly burst out from Tang Chen's brow. The light descended. It was like a huge rock falling into a calm water surface, causing ripples, and in an instant it affected the surrounding area of thousands of square meters. Domain. Everyone was shocked. Some people present had seen a similar domain on Yang Fan, but the one released by Tang Chen at this time was completely different from Yang Fan's. They couldn't use soul skills in the domain. Among the soul masters present, only Yang Fan had experienced the bitterness of having soul skills, but not being able to use them. This was not an ordinary domain of the god of killing, but had the same effect as the domain of slaughter. In this kind of barrier, Yang Fan, who possessed the killing god domain, would naturally not be troubled by the inability to release his martial soul, but the others seemed very embarrassed. What should we do? A soul master without soul skills is no different from a waste, which made all the soul masters present embarrassed, especially the auxiliary soul masters of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. At this time, the blood red wings behind Tang Chen suddenly spread out, holding the Shura sword, and launched an attack on everyone in the domain. The one who took the lead was not Yang Fan, but Chen Xin holding the seven killing sword. The sword white light flashed around Chen Xin's body, squeezing each other with the surrounding blood red light. The domineering blood light released by Tang Chen was essentially not the barrier of the killing city, but a kind of comprehension ability. So it is not that only the killing god domain can break it, but it must have the ability of comprehension to compete. Ding dang, the seven killing and Shura sword set off a series of sparks in the air. Chen Xin rushed fast and retreated even faster. In a flash, he was defeated from mid-air. This sword is too strong. Chen Xin was not making excuses for his failure, but explaining a fact to everyone. His strength was not as good as Tang Chen's, not to mention that the other party had a divine weapon. The collision just now instantly made him feel powerless. Blood. I want blood. When the Shura sword fell again, a strong fiery red light suddenly burst out from Yang Fan's body. In an instant, his whole body was like a fireball, and the strong flames shot up into the sky at the same time. Yang Fan did not choose to release the killing god domain. Although the killing god domain can guarantee that he can release soul skills, it is obvious that he will be suppressed by Tang Chen. That is not a suppression of strength, but a domain. The domain released by Tang Chen has the same origin as the killing god domain, but it is obviously superior to the killing god domain. When the Shura sword fell, Yang Fan had a large black ruler in his hand. The flames released from the ruler collided with the Shura sword key, and the two red lights collided instantly, competing for control of the sky. Although Yang Fan was the last one to strike back, it was obvious that his fighting skills were not affected by the domain. It was you? Tang Chen, who was thirsty for blood, seemed to wake up from the clash of sword and ruler just now, and he also recognized Yang Fan. What did you take away from the Slaughter City? Why is the killing aura in the Slaughter City becoming less and less? The King of Slaughter remembered. He ran out of the Slaughter City because of the weakening of the killing aura, but he didn't know why he ran out. Want to know? I don't think you have a chance. Tang Chen was instantly enraged, and in a flash he slashed at Yang Fan with a sword. The power of the sword. It directly forced Yang Fan hundreds of meters away. This was when he was well prepared. Otherwise this sword would have forced Yao Lao to personally confront him. Don't be careless, silly boy. This scarlet old ghost is not so easy to deal with. I think his mind has been completely eroded by killing, and he doesn't seem to know what to do next. Tang Chen's current behavior has a very standard general term, mad dog. Compared to the previous King of Slaughter, Tang Chen is now in a critical condition. Disciple understands. Let's not talk about Tang Chen's strength. Just the Shura sword is enough to gain his respect. At this time, Yang Fan took out two pills from the storage soul guide. One is the 7 core pill and the other is the Ro pill. Both pills are of the 6th grade. The function of the 7 core pill is to make the fire attribute fighting spirit have a very keen intuition and get a large bonus to the soul perception. Ro pill allows him to increase his strength to the Daohuang level in a short period of time. The specific strength depends on the adaptability of the practitioner's physique in the pill, and the price is a 7-day week period. There is no way. Facing a level 99 opponent with a divine weapon, he must be 100% alert and exert 120% of his strength. The strange fire is released, and the fighting spirit surges. The breath of the pill exploded in his body instantly. Perhaps because Luodan was made by him personally, he achieved nearly 90% fusion with him the moment he swallowed it, allowing his strength to soar to the level of a 7-star Daohuang in an instant. Yang Fan's small movements were completely silent, so when this scene happened, the soul masters present almost dropped their jaws again. Chapter 178 Yang Fan's punch shocks the god realm. What is this? This is not a cultivation system belonging to Douluo Continent. It was taught to Yang Fan by Yao Lao. Now Yang Fan's Dao Ki cultivation is no longer a secret to Douluo Continent. Almost everyone knows that Yangfan has a unique cultivation system that does not belong to Douluo Continent. Now we can only look to this kid. Du Gubo is now very glad that the person who came is Yangfan instead of Yang Wudi. If it was Yang Wudi, all of them would be silenced in Tang Chen's field. What's so great about it? Could he have 3 heads and 6 arms more than others? It's hard to change one's nature. Ning Rangrang's witch temper has not been restrained as she grows older. Rangrang. Ning Fengxi scolded softly in anger. He looked at Yangfan, then at his daughter. Suddenly, there was a feeling that the 7 treasures glazed sect was going to be finished. The real purpose of letting Ning Rangrang go to Shrek Academy before was to gain experience, but he didn't expect that Shrek Academy would face bankruptcy directly because of some things. Feng Zhi. I'll go help him. Chen Xin, as a level 96 Super Douluo and the only person besides Yangfan who can release soul skills, was obviously a little embarrassed when he looked at them stupidly. After all, this matter itself was the business of their 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Well, Ning Fengxi signaled Chen Xin to rest assured. With the current situation they knew that Tang Chen was a lone wolf, so the safety of him and Rangrang was not a problem at this time. What's more, Du Gubo, a titled Douluo, was standing next to him. Even if he couldn't release his soul skills, Du Gubo's green phosphorus snake venom was not something that ordinary people could easily touch. Chen Xin flew on the sword and appeared on the way to join the battle. At this time, Yangfan in the sky had already fought Tang Chen to a white-hot stage. Tang Chen roared and swung the Shura divine sword in his hand suddenly, and the scarlet blood-colored sword energy instantly exploded in the sky. Killing, annihilation. Although the entire sky had lost all living creatures because of their fight, the entire space still gave people a strong sense of dead silence. Kai, Yangfan slashed out with one foot. The terrifying fire-colored flames raged in the sky like a flooding beast, gradually engulfing the Shura sword energy. The fusion of the 2 energies of fiery red and scarlet formed a storm tornado with a diameter of more than 10 meters, roaring in the air. In the face of the powerful suction, the trees 500 meters above the sky were uprooted and crushed in an instant when they were mixed into the tornado. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. At this moment, the 96 level strong soul power turned into thousands of soul swords that shot like rainstorm pear blossoms. The appearance of Chen Xin undoubtedly broke the stalemate between the two. A scarlet light flashed in the sky. When Tang Chen appeared again, he was less than 5 meters away from Chen Xin. A sword stabbed out, forced Chen Xin back hundreds of meters away. At the moment, when Chen Xin attracted Tang Chen's attention, a flaming lotus appeared in Yangfan's hands. The lotus was in 4 colors: fiery red, orange, ice blue and ice white. After fusion, it was extremely gorgeous. The current Buddha's Wrath Lotus is no longer what it used to be. The addition of the Arctic Ice Flame has greatly increased the power of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. He dared to say that no title Douluo dared to take on this 4-color Fire Lotus head on. What is this? Tang Chen was also shocked when the 4-color Fire Lotus appeared. It was obvious that he was afraid of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus for a moment. Retreat. Du Gubo, who was watching the battle on the ground, saw that the situation was not good. Others may not have seen Yangfan's Buddha's Wrath Lotus, but he had witnessed the power of this small flame with his own eyes. The Titan giant ape, who could beat it when it was 3 colors, screamed. Not to mention that there is now an additional color. High in the sky, Yangfan flapped his wings and the lotus flew out of his hand and his body flew backwards. The influence of the killing aura did not choose to make Tang Chen retreat a little. The Shura sword in his hand rushed out a 100-meter red light and then slashed at the 4-color Fire Lotus. From a distance, it looked like Tang Chen was fighting with a 100-meter long sword. Boom. The moment the sword energy of killing and the 4-color Fire Lotus came into contact, a huge explosion occurred and a colorful mushroom cloud appeared. The sky looked like a rainbow that was smashed and then merged into it. Brilliant and dazzling. But under this rare beautiful view in a century, the forest outside Xiandao City had been ravaged to pieces. Sand and stones were flying, and trees were broken. There was no good land as far as the eye could see. Blood. I want blood. I will suck all the blood of you people dry. The bursting fire seemed to have produced some subtle chemical reaction with Shura's killing, making Tang Chen even more irritable. His eyes were blood red. The blood-colored magic pattern on his face became more obvious at this moment. Be careful. This old guy doesn't look right. Yao Lao's reminder just sounded, and Tang Chen, who was suspended in the air, suddenly burst into a ball of scarlet light. At the same time, the magic pattern on Shura's long sword also emitted a dazzling red light, and in the light Yang Fan felt a powerful energy that did not belong to this world. Be careful. His current strength is not as simple as that of a peak level 99 Douluo. Divine power. This was the first thought that came to mind. The Shura sword itself is the weapon of the Shura god, and it is also the key factor in the inheritance of the Shura god's position. The Shura divine power itself is contained in the sword body. The old guy Tang Chen must have been able to temporarily mobilize this part of the Shura divine power to cause the current situation. Teach it to master. For Yao Lao, Yang Fan has done well enough now. He can now say that no titled Douluo on the Douluo Continent can defeat Yang Fan, even if this kid has not yet obtained the 9th soul ring. But now the killing power bursting out from the repairing sword is still obviously beyond Yang Fan's scope. No, master, I want to try it. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly became burning and firm. This is the first time he has encountered divine power on the Douluo Continent. If he does not try some of the Shura divine power at this time, he does not know when he will encounter it again. Be careful. Yao Lao understands Yang Fan. If he hadn't been sure of the 7th level, this kid would have turned around and run instead of fighting head on. Ashura power. Come on. At this time, Yang Fan suddenly took back the Xuantian ruler in his hand and then opened his arms and was completely relaxed. What is this kid doing? Du Gubo, Ning Fengxi and others who were watching the battle below were already confused by this operation. In their opinion, Yang Fan's behavior of opening the middle door wide was undoubtedly a suicide to give up resistance. Chen Xin, who had rich combat experience, also wanted to go up to stop him, but it was obviously too late given his distance and the current situation. However, only Yao Lao knew what Yang Fan was doing. This kid is burning his soul. Yao Lao knew that this kid would learn everything from him, whether it was the essence or the dregs. After swallowing the 7 core pills and the Luo pills, Yang Fan not only improved his strength, but also his powerful soul power that was originally beyond ordinary people. His current soul power has entered the spiritual realm. The burning of the soul made his strength soar instantly, from the 7-star Dao Huang to the level of the 9-star Dao Huang. Destroy. Tang Chen, who had mobilized the power of Shura, seemed to have awakened, and he actually used a magical skill at this time. Tang Chen pointed the Shura sword in his hand forward. The seemingly simple thrust contained the powerful power of Shura. At this time, Yang Fan, whose soul was burning, suddenly opened his eyes, and 3 flames of different colors seemed to be burning in his black pupils. To talk about Yang Fan's strongest killer, it is not the soul-breaking spear, not the soul bone skill, not the mysterious heavy ruler, and not the fighting skill. Yang Fan once again combined the 3 groups of strange fires that he could control, but the difference this time was that this group of Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, which was a fusion of 3 different kinds of strange fires, also had the fusion of Dao Qi and soul power. You know, the first time he learned this kind of fusion of different things was to use soul power and Dao Qi. Is this okay? This pot of mixed stew directly stunned Yao Lao. Whether it is placed in Douluo Continent or Daoqi Continent, it can be regarded as a scorpion shitting. The Shura power collided with the big stew version of the Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. The sword energy and the flames fought against each other in the sky, competing for control of the sky. Under the collision of the 2 energies, the sky seemed to be divided into 2 different camps. Thunder rolled, dark clouds pressed. The originally clear sky became like night in the blink of an eye. Although Tang Chen mobilized the Shura power, he himself was not a real 100 level strongman. The power did not complete the qualitative change under his wielding. At this time, Yang Fan made a move that everyone did not expect. He passed through the Shura power with his mortal body and punched Tang Chen in the chest before the Shura sword fell. 8 layers of energy, 8 layers of superposition. Each superposition caused a lethal impact on Tang Chen's internal organs. Puff. Tang Chen spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and his body flew backwards at a 45-degree angle in a notch shape, crashing into the ground like a meteorite. Boom. A 10-meter deep pit appeared again on the ground that was originally a ruin. Tang Chen inside was motionless, and his chest was also hit by Yang Fan's punch and collapsed obviously. Tang Chen did not choose to climb out of the deep pit immediately, but laughed wantonly, but his laughter was no longer sharp and evil. Who am I? Who am I? I'm Tang Chen. Tang Chen looked up to the sky and roared, and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down his cheeks. When these 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down, they seemed to be telling about his second half of life. He had a hard time. Originally recognized by the Shura god, he thought he could become a god. After all, he was already at the top of the Douluo Continent at that time. But he didn't expect that when he inherited the throne of God, his mind was eroded by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, and his body became a parasite of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Cough cough, while Tang Chen spit out another mouthful of old blood. The broken ribs had pierced his heart. Even without the stirring of the eightfold energy, his life had come to an end. Isn't this crazy? This old guy is a lunatic himself. Tang Chen, lying in the deep pit, ignored the eyes of the crowd. He just shouted loudly with his last breath at the end of his life, "I'm Tang Chen." With a roar, Tang Chen no longer had any signs of breathing. The last drop of blood and tears that fell down his chin also meant that Tang Chen's life was over. The distant god realm, the endless fairy spirit was as rich as a substance, and the strands of it changed into various forms in the air, shining with a white halo. A palace was suspended above. In the palace, a tall and thin man stood in front of a huge crystal about 20 meters long and 10 meters high. What appeared on the crystal was everything that happened on the Douluo Continent, and the battle between Tang Chen and Yang Fan just now was just in front of the tall and thin man. Lost. The tall and thin man's eyes were dull. How could we lose? The Shura sword I left behind on Douluo Continent has some Shura power. Even if Tang Chen didn't pass my test, he shouldn't have lost to a kid like that. The tall and thin man standing in front of the huge blue crystal was Shura God, the law enforcer of the god realm, and one of the 5 great god kings. We have ascended from Douluo Continent for 1,000 years. It is not impossible that there are many talented people on that continent now. Another man standing next to him said with a smile. This man's eyes were as clear as the sea, and his smile was vast and boundless. Don't come on. We both know what Douluo Continent is like. If there is really a cultivator who can fight against the power of God, he would have stood in front of us long ago. The fact that the power of God was at a disadvantage made Shura God's face start to look a little embarrassed. But this is the fact. We both saw it with our own eyes. Although the part of the power of God you left behind on Douluo Continent was defeated by a mortal, this is not a bad thing for you. Haven't you always wanted to leave the god realm and see the world outside Douluo Star? It was self-evident at this point. Tang Chen's failure is destined to make him the heir of the Shura god's throne, so what's the point of occupying the toilet without doing anything? It's easy to say, I can't contact this kid at all now, how can I let him inherit my Shura god's throne? Doesn't he want to? No, he can't do it. What's going on? After a moment of solemnity, Shura God said, my inheritance of the throne in the killing city was originally disturbed by the Rakshasa god, and because of the changes in the killing city, the Shura god's power left in Douluo Continent has weakened. Another reason is that there is a powerful soul old man living in this kid's body. Various reasons blended together, resulting in the current embarrassing situation. Why don't you go down in person? The man like the sea said beside him. What a joke. The god realm has clear regulations that it is absolutely not allowed to interfere with the lower world. After thinking about it, Shura God finally decided to observe secretly first. Chapter 179 What? The Shura sword can also make pills. A powerful man of his generation Ning Fengzi looked at the dead Tang Chen and shook his head helplessly. When he was very young, he heard the story of Tang Chen from his family elders. It can be said that this is a legend in the Douluo Continent in the past 100 years. He never thought that he would leave like this, and he never thought that this legendary figure would die in front of him. Compared with Ning Feng's demeanor, Beihe on the other side seemed more real. Although he did not participate in the battle against Tang Chen, it is not too late to vent his anger on Tang Chen's body while it is hot. Old bastard. You are destined to be exposed in the wilderness for killing my people. Beihe kicked Tang Chen's body with force. Suddenly, his expression changed suddenly. It stands to reason that the end of life also means the loss of soul power. After all, Tang Chen's body was broken by his kick. But it didn't. Soul bone. Beihai exclaimed. Under the current circumstances, there is only this possibility to explain the changes in Tang Chen's body. Such speculation is not surprising to everyone. As one of the 3 ultimate Douluo in Douluo Continent, Tang Chen had reached the limit of Douluo Continent decades ago. How could a strong man like him not have soul bones? Cut it open and see. Yang Fan answered everyone's questions with his actions. Just as they had guessed, Tang Chen had soul bones. 1, 2, 3, 6 soul bones neatly arranged on the body of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Each soul bone was more than 50,000 years old, and the best quality was 90,000 years old. Gilu Beihai's throat kept moving, and this overwhelming wealth made him dumbfounded. Not to mention 6 pieces. Even if 1 piece was taken out, it could cause a bloodbath on Douluo Continent. Not to mention Beihai's lack of knowledge. Everyone, including Ling Fengzi, Du Gubo, and Chen Xin, was also unable to remain calm. Fortunately, everyone was a person who had experienced the world, and even if 6 soul bones were neatly placed in front of them, there was no situation of fighting. Xiao Fan, these are all yours. In his heart, Ning Fengzi really wanted to take 2 of the 6 soul bones. After all, after the Wuhan 7 Treasures Glazed Tower was promoted to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, he had the conditions to become a titled Douluo. Although he was the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, he only had 4 soul bones on his body. Now he urgently needed high quality soul bones to improve his strength. However, according to the rules of killing soul beasts in Douluo Continent, it was Yang Fan who killed Tang Chen, so the soul bones should naturally fall into Yang Fan's hands. This is not my own business. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Tang Chen. Everyone who sees it has a share. Why don't we share it among us? Yang Fan did not take this great wealth alone. The people present were all allies of the Puyi clan on Douluo Continent. The future development of the family cannot do without the help of everyone present. I agree. I find that you are getting more and more able to get along now. It is difficult for others present to disagree with such a proposal. According to Yang Fan's proposal, Beihai, Du Gubo, Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, Yang Fan. 1 for each person. Although Yao Lao didn't need the soul bone, everyone had no objection to getting a soul bone. During the dividing the spoils this time, Yang Fan quietly took the Shura sword for himself. For him, this Shura sword, which represents killing, is the treasure he really wants to get. Soul bones that are less than 100,000 years old are no longer very attractive to him. Puyi clan. Although this is in Xiandao City, the terrifying battle outside the city seems to be happening above their heads. Yang Wudi stood at the door with his clansmen. Seeing Yang Fan and Beihai coming back, he was already 3 steps at a time. What's going on? As the head of the clan, if he hadn't been guarding the entire clan, he would have already taken up his gun and went into battle. It's Tang Chen. Tang Chen? Isn't he dead? There have always been 2 versions of Tang Chen on Douluo Continent. One is that he died outside, and the other is that he retired to Haotian sect. But as the former affiliated sects of Haotian sect, the Minimum Yi clan and the Puyi clan actually believe more in the former. No, the old man has been alive all along, but he's just crazy. Don't worry, he's dead now, and there's nothing left. At that moment, Yang Fan told his grandfather and the 2 elders in the family what happened outside Xiandao City. Good boy, you did the right thing. Well done. Yang Wudi praised Yang Fan not only for killing the extreme Douluo Tang Chen, but more importantly, for the distribution of soul bones. If Yang Fan had taken all the soul bones at that time, no one would have said anything. But if that happened, it would inevitably make the future alliance relationship less solid than it is now. For the now thriving Puyi clan, the development of the family is more important than a few soul bones. At night, Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the bed as usual and began to meditate. This battle with Tang Chen was very rewarding for him. Under strong pressure, his potential was fully stimulated and his strength was also significantly improved. 7-star Dao Wang. This is the real strength he currently has. This battle allowed him to upgrade to stars. This is also due to the fact that he had already touched the edge of the 6-star Dao Wang before, which was able to bring a 2-star upgrade in a short period of time. Not only that, The soul perception improved by the 7 core pill also brought him permanent benefits. His soul power has now officially entered the spiritual realm. This not only means that his success rate in refining the 6th grade elixir has greatly increased, but also means that he can try to refine the 6th grade high level elixir in the future. However, the biggest benefit for him is the Shura sword. This is a divine weapon. Yang Fan slowly withdrew from the practice and changed the Shura sword from his left hand to his right hand, and then from his right hand to his left hand. After testing back and forth, he did not find any special difference between this Shura sword and other weapons. That is, it is longer and heavier than ordinary long swords, and the material looks more high-end. He guessed that it was because he did not accept the Shura divine test, so he could not experience the mystery of the Shura sword, let alone mobilize the divine power in the Shura sword. Let the master take a look. Yao Lao held the Shura sword in his hand and looked at it carefully, and the subtle changes in his expression kept changing. Douluo Continent is really interesting. This is the first time I have seen such a long sword. Even if it is placed on the Douluo Continent, it can be regarded as a weapon of quite good quality. If this sword is used to make pills, it should be quite good. Yang Fan originally wanted to ask Yao Lao for a volume of sword fighting skills. After all, it is a divine weapon. Even if it cannot mobilize the power of Shura, the effect of chopping people with it will not be much different. However, Yao Lao's words just now instantly shattered Yang Fan's idea. What? This sword can also be refined into pills. Yang Fan thought that he had mastered the alchemy technique thoroughly enough, but today he realized that the lack of knowledge has long been an important factor limiting his imagination. Shura sword to make pills. He was dumbfounded. Why not? Herbs can be refined into grass pills. Soul bones can be refined into bone pills, and this sword can naturally be refined into sword pills. Yang Fan's saliva was almost dripping when he heard it. The Shura sword has power that surpasses the entire Douluo Continent. If it is refined into pills and swallowed, will it become the key factor for him to become a 100 level god? Wait a minute. Master, is the medicine made from the Shura sword for eating or using? This is a question that is extremely worth thinking about and discussing. The sword is made of metal. It is fundamentally different from herbs and soul bones in terms of material. It can be eaten or used. It all depends on the ability of the alchemist and the purpose he wants to achieve. At this time, Yang Fan's face revealed an urgency that was difficult to conceal. Master, teach me. He originally thought that, after getting the Shura sword, he would quietly wait for the Shura divine test to come. Since Yao Lao said that divine weapons can make medicine, what else do he need? No need for the divine test. He believed in Yao Lao's judgment and wanted to melt the Shura sword into the strength of ascension. Want to learn? With your current strength, it's too early. Master has just said that this sword is not an ordinary item. If you want to refine it into an elixir, the first thing you need to do is to raise your soul power to the advanced level of the spiritual realm. Secondly, your strange fire is not domineering enough. You need to find at least 2 more to have a chance to refine this sword. Yao Lao just told Yang Fan just an idea, and the strength that really supports him to complete this operation is not yet available. Okay. He knew that things would not be as simple as he imagined. What you need to do now is to practice well. When the time comes, I will tell you in detail what to do. The reason why Yao Lao said these things was to motivate Yang Fan, not to make this kid think wildly and uneasy. Seeing Yang Fan enter the state of practice in the blink of an eye, Yao Lao showed a satisfied and kind smile. God Realm. The scene of Yang Fan concentrating on practice was also reflected on the huge blue crystal screen of the God Realm. The Shura god standing in front of the blue crystal heard that someone wanted to refine his Shura sword. Instead of being angry, he laughed. After 1,000 years, the soul masters of Douluo Continent have not made any progress. The Shura sword he left in Douluo Continent is a divine weapon. Even if the Shura power inside is not as strong as when he ascended to the God realm before, it is not something that ordinary people can shake at will. Yang Fan, I want to see what tricks you can play with the Shura sword. The first time Yang Fan appeared in the vision of Shura god was not in this battle with Tang Chen. This can be traced back to when Yang Fan was able to use his soul skills in the Slaughter City. It was at that time that the Azure God thought that Yang Fan might be able to become the next heir to the Azure God throne. The Azure God's mind moved slightly. The scene of Yang Fan concentrating on practicing disappeared on the huge blue crystal screen. Time flies. Since killing Tang Chen, Yang Fan has transformed into a steel otaku. His daily tasks are to refine pills and practice. Half a year has passed. He has been promoted from a 7-star Daowang to a 9-star, and the success rate of refining 6th grade high-level pills has exceeded 50% a few days ago. This day, Bei Chengxiang ran to his exclusive alchemy room early in the morning and told him a bad news. Ning Rangrang is here, and she specifically asked for him. Are you sure? Are you sure she is here to find me, not my grandfather? Although he and Ning Rangrang both live in the Douluo Continent, they are like two parallel lines that have never intersected. She specifically asked you to get out and said that there is something important. She didn't fall in love with you, did she? Yang Fan smiled. Ning Rangrang is more likely to marry his grandfather than him. After all, his grandfather would smile and say hello to Ning Rangrang when they met. Bei Chengxiang asked from the side, so are you going to meet her or not? Meet her? Of course I will. I also want to see how this little girl from the Ning family expresses her love to my disciple. Before Yang Fan could say anything, Bei Chengxiang, who was standing aside, got upset first. Grandpa Yao, why do you always like to make such jokes? No wonder they like to say that you are not serious behind your back. Yao Lao raised his eyebrows slightly. Who said that? Someone actually dared to say bad things about him behind his back. Next time he found out, he would give them a small pill. After the joke, Yang Fan also decided to meet her. He had never had a good impression of Ning Rangrang, but he was afraid that it was the news from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. In the meeting hall, you made me wait here for more than half an hour. Is this your way of entertaining guests? Ning Rangrang took the initiative to attack after seeing Yang Fan. What kind of guest are you? Speak. What do you want to see me about? Ning Rangrang wanted to show her temper, but she finally held back. Adjust her breathing. The spirit hall has taken action. According to reliable information, Bibi Dong has entered the Stardao Great Forest with a team of people. Ning Rangrang has grown up. Although her temper remains unchanged, she obviously knows what is important. If it were in the past, she would never have told him the news so readily. Thanks Act Master Ning for me. Half a year ago, he asked Ning Fengxi to help keep an eye on the situation in Spirit City. He thought Bibi Dong had given up the temptation brought by the Beast Spirit Ring. Unexpectedly, he still waited for half a year later. Yang Fan absolutely believed the news brought by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. If anyone can plant spies in Spirit City, only Ning Fengxi can do it on the Douluo Road. This requires not only the support of a strong intelligence network, but also a long period of accumulation. However, since this matter was said by Ning Rangrang, he still had to confirm it in secret. Master Ning really has good intentions. Yao Lao couldn't help but sigh at the kindness of an old father as he watched Ning Rangrang leave. Anyone with a discerning eye could see why the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect had Ning Rangrang deliver this message. Chapter 180. Di Xian is a difficult guy to deal with. Xingdao Great Forest. At this time, Bibi Dong was leading a group of soul masters from the Spirit Hall to explore the Soul Beast Forest. In the past 6 months, the interior of the Spirit Hall has changed a lot. It is no longer Ghost and Chrysanthemum who follow Bibi Dong, but Demon Bear and Ghost Leopard Douluo. However, Yuguan and Gimli are also there, but they are no longer the 2 generals of the Spirit Hall. This also means that the era of Ghost and Chrysanthemum has ended in the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, are there really soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old in the Xingdao Great Forest? There are quite a few people from the Spirit Hall this time. In addition to the 3 Super Douluos, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, and Yuguan, there are also 2 titled Douluos who have reached level 93 and 50 soul Douluos who follow them. Such a battle would be quite explosive at any place in Douluo Continent. After encountering it, some soul master teams in the Soul Beast Forest also ran away with their tails between their legs. Looking, Bibi Dong did not choose to answer directly. In her understanding, there have always been fierce beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. This was not just because of the information provided by Yang Wuxiang. In fact, Since she was a saint, she had always believed that the Star Dao Great Forest had secrets that soul masters had not yet discovered. It was as unfathomable as the sea. Yes. Although the demon bear and the ghost leopard were both level 95 super Douluo, they could only obey orders in front of Bibidang. After Bibidang gave the order, the 50 soul Douluos following behind her instantly understood and ran to the front to open the way. The soul Douluos brought by Bibidang were not randomly selected to fill the numbers. Each of them was a flying soul master, and they were all experts in reconnaissance and search. Yang Fan, who was 1,000 meters away, was watching the movements of Bibidang and his group. Since he confirmed the authenticity of Ning Rangrang's information, he flew directly to the Star Dao Great Forest. Seriously, this was the third day since he came to the Star Dao Great Forest. In 3 days, he easily grasped the whereabouts of the Spirit Hall. This is his specialty. His rich forest experience gave him a keen sense of smell. He could judge the direction and number of soul masters through the changes in the soul beast forest, and even judge the approximate strength of soul masters through the behavior of small soul beasts. Awesome. Yang Fan watched 50 flying soul masters explore in the direction of the core area in a fan shape. He couldn't help but marvel at the powerful foundation of the Spirit Hall. Soul Douluo level soul masters would be treated as honored guests in any sect. The few in his family would sit cross-legged in the room drinking tea all day. Only the Spirit Hall dared to treat soul Douluo level soul masters as cattle and horses. Yang Fan was not in a hurry when he saw the grand display of the Spirit Hall. The soul Douluo level search team was just a bluff. If they really encountered a fierce beast, they would be killed one by one. At the current speed of the Spirit Hall, it was estimated that it would take more than 1 or 2 days to find the fierce beast. At this time, Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recuperate. He took out a brown cherry-sized pill from the storage soul guide. The pill was plain and looked dull. It was the most inconspicuous one among all his pills. However, such a pill that could not be judged by appearance had an irreplaceable effect. Improve the level. This was the Dowling pill that could only be taken once in a lifetime, which could allow Dao Wang to upgrade 1 level without any risk. Yang Fan still remembered the expression on his face when he succeeded in refining it. He had never expected that it would be such an ordinary pill. It was like a mud pill rubbed off his body. Master, can this pill help me upgrade to Dao Huang? His current strength was already 9-star Dao Wang. If he upgraded 1 more level, wouldn't he be Dao Huang? This logic was flawless. You're dreaming. If this pill could really improve your strength to Dao Huang, then it would not be called Dowling pill, and it would not be just a 6th grade pill. But this Dowling pill can still allow you to reach the peak of the 9th grade Dao Wang. If you are lucky, you can be just a hair's breadth away from Dao Huang. This is the value of the pill. It is also for this reason that Dowling pill can be ranked as a 6th grade advanced pill. The peak of Dao Wang Yang Fan's mouth was already beginning to be a little bit uncontrollable. This is exactly the effect he wanted. The function of Dowling pill is to allow Dao Wang to upgrade 1 level without risk. So when is the best time to take it? Undoubtedly now. You must know that the difficulty of each level of the cultivator will increase accordingly. Master, please take the trouble to guard me for an hour or so. After all, this is the Xingdao Great Forest. Dangers are everywhere. No one can guarantee that there will be no beasts jumping out of the Xingdao Great Forest. But there is no need to be afraid with Yao Lao. With Yao Lao's current strength, he is definitely a human emperor, and ordinary small soul beasts will never dare to touch porcelain easily. Yao Lao gave Yang Fan a reassuring look, as if to say, Master is always here. The absorption process of elixirs is different from that of immortal grass, soul rings, and soul bones. The elixir is the essence extracted after being quenched by fire. The effect is immediate when it explodes in the mouth. Even if you don't deliberately absorb it, you can improve your strength at a speed visible to the naked eye. After about an hour, the power of Dowling pill had been completely absorbed by Yang Fan. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 balls of light were released. Is it the peak of Dao Wang? Yao Lao stared at Yang Fan with a smile. His eyes seemed to say, Master didn't lie to you. Haha, Yang Fan was now completely unable to control his excitement, and he didn't want to manage his expression anymore. Half-step Dao Huang. If Daohuang is a watershed in the cultivation system, then Daohuang has the shadow of a strong man. Dao Qi turns into wings. It can mobilize a large amount of external energy of the same attribute, and at the same time, it can stay in the void for a short time without any external force. Master, is there any pill that can make me immediately promoted to Daohuang? Yang Fan still remembers the Qi gathering powder, which condensed the Dao Qi cyclone 100%. It was also because of that 4th grade pill that officially opened his way to Daoshi. What are you thinking, brat? Yao Lao slapped Yang Fan on the back of his head with a bad temper. Not to mention that the world of Douluo Continent is not enough to refine such elixirs. Even if it can, he will not let Yang Fan eat elixirs as food. You can only rely on yourself to improve the Daohuang. Only in this way can you mobilize more external forces. Yang Fan was just joking just now. He has seen many soul masters who have been blown up by drugs in Xiandao City. The most representative of them are those powerful nobles, but these people are useless except for their level, and are completely embroidered pillows. Don't be beautiful. If you immerse yourself in it, the people of the spirit hall will be out of our monitoring range. Yao Lao's reminder is very critical and timely. He came to the Stardao Great Forest this time, to see the strength of the fierce beasts in the Stardao Great Forest with his own eyes. If the spirit hall camp is vulnerable, then he will just watch the excitement. Of course. From his personal point of view, he still hopes that the two sides can fight hard. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but speed up his pace. Soon, he once again locked the traces of Bibi Dong and his group in the Soul Beast Forest. He was not in a hurry. Always keep a safe distance of about 5,000 meters from the spirit hall. Be careful. We have entered the core area of the Stardao Great Forest. Any soul beast here may kill us immediately. Although Gui Mei still has the title of elder in the spirit hall, he has long lost the strength of an elder. At present, all he can do is lead the search team to clear the way. The core area is already a dangerous place for title Douluo, let alone a search team composed entirely of Soul Douluo. We haven't seen the murderer yet. Could it be that the information we received this time is wrong again? Since the two empires cut off the benefits provided to their soul masters, the relationship between the three parties has become particularly tense. It is also for this reason that the spirit hall has lost control of some cities in the Xiandao and Xingluo empires. It is also for this reason that the spirit hall has received many wrong messages recently. I advise you to pray that we don't encounter soul beasts, otherwise we will be the first to die. Gui Mei laughed coldly. Let alone these 8-ring soul Douluo, what about him at the beginning? Once it loses its value, it will eventually become nothing more than a discarded pawn. Everyone, be careful. The ghost used to be high and mighty, and never looked at the soul masters in front of him. Now that he has broken a leg, he feels that the soul masters around him are more real. This is the only value he has left to the spirit hall, and he doesn't want to see all of his few dozen subordinates stay here. Yes. Although the ghost's strength is not as good as his now, the status of the elder is still superior to them. What's more, there is a Yuguan who is in good condition behind the ghost. The ghost's exploration is very slow, which is attributed to the fact that he has entered the core area of the Stardao Great Forest more than once, and he knows the dangers of this soul beast forest. 2 days of nothing. If he hadn't seen the 9th soul ring on Yang Wudi with his own eyes, he might have begun to doubt that there are no fierce beasts in the Stardao Great Forest. Even so, he still had a lot of doubts in his heart. Did they look in the wrong place, or was the only fierce beast in the Stardao Great Forest hunted by Yang Wudi? If he was still the ghost Douluo, he would have gone to Bibidang to report the current situation. But unfortunately, he no longer has the high spirits of the past, and is no longer the ghost who is respected in the spirit hall. Elder, look. At this time, a tall and thin man in black clothes suddenly appeared less than 100 meters away from them. This change instantly aroused the vigilance of the search team. This is the biggest discovery they made when entering the core area of the Stardao Great Forest. Send a signal quickly. Although the strength of the ghost has regressed to the Soul Saint, his experience and knowledge are still online. This is also an important reason why he can serve as the leader of the search team. Although the true identity of the man in black is still uncertain, he must be no ordinary person to be able to stand in front of them so calmly. If his guess is correct, his group of people may not be a dish in front of the black man. The man in black did not take any action, but let the ghost send someone to tip off. This also indirectly confirmed the ghost's guess. If it was someone else, they would either run away or take action before they reported the news. This is the confidence that only the strong have. Soon, Bibi Dang, who received the news, rushed over with her people. After seeing the man in black, she could not hide the solemnity on her face. Bibi Dang was surprised to find that, although she was less than 100 meters away, she could not see the man's face clearly. Who are you? The spirit hall has a record of all the strong people in Douluo Continent. However, there is no information about this man in black. The man in black is not an illusory soul, and it is impossible for him to reside in someone else's body. In this case, it is absolutely impossible to escape the eyes of the spirit hall and cultivate to become a strong man who can enter the core area of the Stardao Great Forest. Under this inference, there is only one possible explanation for the current situation. Emperor Shan. This name may not be well known in the Soul Master world, but in the Stardao Great Forest, all soul beasts can worship him. He is the number one brother of the fierce beast list. The ruler of the Stardao Great Forest, the king of the soul beasts on the continent, the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, and one of the 9 dragon kings. What are you looking for? As early as 2 days ago, Emperor Shan had already noticed the existence of the Spirit Hall group. It can be said that every soul master who enters the core area of the Stardao Great Forest cannot escape his eyes, but he has never taken them seriously. But this time is different. He can feel that these soul masters are not coming for the ordinary soul beasts in the Stardao Great Forest. Are you a fierce beast? Bibi Dang said her guess at this time. At present, there is only one answer to reasonably explain Dishan's existence. Human. You are really brave. Dishan originally thought that it would be enough to let the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python guard the gate to attract the attention of the soul masters. Unexpectedly, the ambitions of this group of human soul masters grew so quickly, and now they have begun to set their sights on fierce beasts. Is this a fierce beast? It seems to be no different from us humans. What do you know? I have seen in the records of the Spirit Hall that soul beasts will experience thunder tribulations after reaching 100,000 years, and only soul masters who can survive the thunder tribulations can continue to practice. Don't soul beasts have to transform after 100,000 years or die naturally after living for another 1,000 years? There are many different opinions. But there is one thing that all the soul masters agree on. The Dishan standing in front of them must be a very difficult guy to deal with. Chapter 181. Spirit Hall flees in panic. Yang Fan frantically picks up bargains. How dare you weak humans to plot against me? Dishan smiled coldly. The reason why he showed up today was that he didn't intend to let this group of soul masters leave alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the human-shaped palm instantly turned into a black dragon claw, which exuded a deep and terrifying pure black energy aura. The energy flow gave people a feeling of being on the edge of an abyss. Although Dishan's energy aura was pure black, at this time, his palm released a sun-like light. The sun and the moonshine. The dazzling light was not just as simple as illuminating the entire forest. The scorching dragon breath instantly spread to the range of the soul beast forest within 10,000 meters. In other words, in the blink of an eye, the soul masters below the title Douluo within the range of the dragon breath instantly lost their breath. Old ghost. Yu Guan didn't expect that his old friend of several decades could die so suddenly in front of him. But he couldn't do anything now. In front of the powerful dragon breath, all he could do was to release his martial spirit to barely resist. So strong. Yang Fan, who was 5,000 meters away, felt the strong pressure. He is not an opponent. Just from this powerful aura, he has seen the gap between himself and Dishan. The demigods really don't laugh with you. Master, do you think the skill released by Dishan looks familiar? Yang Fan was very sure that this was the first time he had seen Dishan, and there was no book about Dishan before. Sun and moon shining gold turn. You must have been in a state of mind again during class. In the classroom of Blazing Academy, there was a course on martial soul fusion skills. The case used at that time was the golden iron triangle. I remember it. The familiarity Yang Fan mentioned was not the damage caused, but the form of presentation after release. From this point of view, Yu Xiaogang's martial soul was still very powerful before, but his thin body could not support the powerful martial soul and mutated. Well, from this point of view, Yu Xiaogang's previous theory of there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters is not completely wrong. This theory is really reasonable when applied to him. Boom. The sound from 1,000 meters away instantly brought Yang Fan's thoughts back to reality. The martial soul Hall and Dishan officially fought. From his direction, Dishan was already fighting with several titled Douluo including Bibidang. Exciting. Under the strong pressure, Bibidang had already released her martial soul body. Her original beautiful face was no longer there because of the release of her martial soul body. Her face was covered with dark purple lines. The original golden Pope robe was shattered, and 8 dark purple spider legs grew behind her. It looked ferocious and a little scary. At this time, Dishan summoned a black longsword in his hands. The longsword was like a dragon. Every time it was swung, it produced a sound of dragon roars. Although Bibidang was already a peak Douluo of level 99, and had the assistance of several super Douluos, she still had no upper hand in front of Dishan. Your Majesty, let's retreat. Yu Guan was already sweating profusely. He doubted whether Bibidang brought them here to hunt soul beasts or to feed soul beasts. The beast was too strong. He now seriously doubted how Yang Wudi could hunt a soul beast. Want to leave? Too late. At this moment, a huge monster was suspended in the air. The huge body was 15 meters tall and was covered with a thick layer of dark golden hair. A pair of extremely long arms hung on both sides of the body. With its huge body, the arms naturally vertically exceeded the knees. The exaggerated shoulders were bulging with muscles like small hills. The most surprising thing was that this guy could actually float upright in the air like this. You know, the 100,000-year-old azure bull python and titan giant ape could not float in the air so calmly. In other words, another powerful beast appeared in front of them. Dark gold terror claw bear? The titled Douluo present called out the name of this soul beast at a glance. But they were extremely surprised. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, the dark gold terror claw bear is an extremely powerful soul beast. It is said that they have part of the blood of the behemoth beast, and the 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear can fight against an ordinary soul beast of 100,000 years. The most powerful dark gold fear claw bear hunted in the history of the Spirit Hall was only about 50,000 years old. The introduction of that soul beast was that it was no more than 5 meters tall, but now this one is more than 15 meters tall. Bear Lord, you have nothing to do here. Dishan was obviously dissatisfied with the sudden attack of Bear Lord. He could feel that Bear Lord seemed to have rebelled in the past tens of thousands of years. This was indeed the case. As early as 10,000 years ago, Bear Lord was beaten by Dishan for resisting Dishan's orders, and had to recuperate for 1,000 years before he recovered. It was from that time that Bear Lord began to be dissatisfied with Dishan's rule. Dishan. Soul Masters have now invaded the Soul Beast Forest. As the patriarch of the Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear clan, I should stand up at this time. Not to mention Dishan and Bear Lord, even the Soul Masters present found that the relationship between these two super beasts was not as harmonious as it seemed. Good opportunity. Bibidang made a gesture to run away. Although Bibidang's personality is unpredictable and her ambitions are huge, she is not blindly arrogant. One Emperor Shan is not someone they can handle, not to mention that there is now a Bear King. Where are you going? Although Emperor Shan and Bear King are not on good terms, they have lived in the Soul Beast Forest for hundreds of thousands of years and still understand the principle of sharing the same hatred and enemies. They have no reason to be soft-hearted towards the Soul Masters. Retreat. Bibidang originally wanted to leave calmly and decently, but now it is obviously no longer possible. The rear team becomes the strong team, and the slow runners become meat shields. They are all veterans who have been struggling in the human world for decades. They know that the current priority is to find a way to run faster than the people around them. 10,000 dragon flames. The energy on Emperor Shan's body burst out, and suddenly a black dragon appeared in the sky above the Soul Beast Forest. The dragon opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a huge black flame. Is this the beast fire? Yang Fan was just annoyed because the spirit hall could not fight Emperor Xian on equal terms. However, after seeing Emperor Xian use the 10,000 dragon flames, he began to get excited. Ultimate beast fire. Yao Lao was sure that it would be difficult to find a beast fire of higher quality than Wanlangan in the land of Douluo Continent. Wanlangan. Yang Fan's eyes were shining as he looked at the top beast fire being played with by Dishan. If this ball of beast fire could be absorbed by him, but now he has not been overcome by impulse. If a bear king can appear in this area, there must be other soul beasts active nearby. If he and Yao Lao go down to attack Dishan at this time, they will definitely be besieged by other beasts. At that time, the situation will not be on their side. In the final analysis, the group of Wuhan Hall was too weak and did not consume too much of the strength of the beasts for him. Retreat. Yang Fan quietly left the bushes where he was hiding. But he did not really leave, but chose to follow quietly behind. Since Wuhan Hall could not consume too much of Dishan's strength for him, it would be better to pray that the beasts would beat Wuhan Hall to death. The strength of the beasts is indeed strong. He followed behind for a while and saw a corpse of a titled Douluo. After a simple check, he confirmed that there was no soul bone. However, adhering to the principle of never go empty-handed, he still took the storage soul guide from the titled Douluo. Then the second and third. During this period, he also met the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo, who were ranked among the top in the spirit hall. Too tragic. Only those who have cultivated to the level of titled Douluo can understand the hardships involved. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of sweat, they would eventually fall in the soul beast forest? While sighing, Yang Fan took off the head soul bone from the demon bear Douluo. Be careful. As soon as the voice fell, Yao Lao's soul power spread from his body like a mountain and a sea. The next second, Dishan passed through the soul beast forest above his head. The spirit hall was completely wiped out. At this time, Yang Fan's mind emerged with Bibidong's 6 soul bones. From the previous leak, it can be seen that the fierce beasts don't care about the soul bones of the soul master at all. But he is different. Bibidong has a 100,000-year-old soul bone, which is very useful for refining elixirs or strengthening the overall strength of the sect. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up his pace. But soon he realized that his inference was wrong. Not only did he not find Bibidong's body along the way, but even Xiaogang didn't turn back. You know, with his current soul power, if Xiaogang really returns to the core circle, he will definitely not escape his eyes. Be careful in front. Although Yao Lao is usually not serious, he is more cautious than anyone else when encountering something. Even though he now has the strength of a demigod, he dare not be careless when facing a beast like Xiaogang that is less than 500,000 years old. Dishan, this bastard. After the soul master lost him, he actually blamed me for everything. Xiaogang sat alone on a huge rock in the soul beast forest. Although he was dissatisfied with Dishan, he was far from having the strength to confront him head on. Facing Dishan's reprimand, the only thing he could do was to vent his emotions alone. Who is it? Although Xiaogang's strength is less than 500,000 years, his powerful sense of smell is incomparable to that of Dishan. As soon as Yang Fan appeared within 500 meters, Xiaogang immediately noticed him. Who are you? Xiaogan's big head with a diameter of more than 2 meters is obviously not enough now. In the past, the core circle of the Stardao Great Forest would not have come for decades or even hundreds of years. Today, human soul masters come one after another. But soon Xiaogan's brain belt began to rotate slowly. Soul masters all look the same. Take this one in front of you, and take him back, and say that he is the soul master who ran away just now. Then let Dishan see his ability. With his mind made up, Xiaogang attacked Yang Fan like lightning. Because of the blood of the behemoth, soul beasts such as the dark gold terraclaw bear are particularly warlike. It is also because of this that they don't like to be disciplined. If it weren't for the huge difference in strength between Xiaogang and Dishan, I'm afraid only one of these two super beasts would survive now. Xiaogan's attack was as fast as lightning, and it was magnified in front of Yang Fan's eyes in almost the blink of an eye. Yang Fan, who had been prepared, quickly flew back one after another. Although he did not seize the opportunity and his speed was not as fast as Xiaogang, he still welcomed the counterattack while keeping a distance. Ding dong, the sound of metal explosions exploded in the jungle, and also aroused a series of brilliant sparks. Xiangjun suddenly withdrew his hand. Looking at the blood-colored longsword in front of him, his eyes showed incredible surprise. Both Yang Fan's strength and the blood-colored longsword in his hand were far beyond his expectations. Compared with Xiangjun's surprise, Yang Fan standing opposite was also relaxed. He said that the Shura sword was not an ordinary weapon, even if he could not take the divine power in the Shura sword for himself. If a soul master has a self-created soul skill that can perform swordsmanship, then this Shura sword is definitely more powerful than any weapon spirit. However, Yang Fan did not give Xiangjun too much time to be surprised. Turning around, it was a simple sword. Xiangjun was a little afraid of the Shura sword in the previous collision, and he hesitated, and did not choose to fight head on this time. Yang Fan was delighted when he saw this. A weak energy fluctuation suddenly appeared around his mouth, and in an instant the fluctuation swept like wind and fire. The powerful sound wave attack caught Xiangjun off guard, and shook his huge body and shook it obviously as it retreated. Yang Fan took advantage of the moment when Xiangjun was in a trance and launched another attack. Shura's sword slashed on the muscles on Xiangjun's shoulder that were like a small hill. The strong pain made Xiangjun, who was in a trance, wake up instantly. Did you kill the Red King? Compared with the blood-colored longsword that he couldn't name, what surprised Xiangjun more was that he smelled the breath of the Red King in the breath just now. He and the Red King have been friends for tens of thousands of years, and this is definitely not wrong. Yang Fan did not answer, but his decisive attack was the best answer. That's right. He just used one of the soul bone skills obtained by absorbing the three-headed red demon mastiff. Explosive Fire Dragon Roar. A powerful skill that can temporarily cause the opponent to become insane. If the gap between the two is too large, this skill is not just a simple control. Although the explosive Fire Dragon Roar is a sonic skill, it actually relies on the soul power of the one who releases it. Yang Fan's attack once again forced Xiangjun back hundreds of meters away. Arsehole. At this time, Xiangjun had completely entered a rampage state. In his hundreds of thousands of years of experience as a soul beast, Yang Fan was the only human soul master who had injured him. Roar. Xiangjun roared, and a 3-foot-long sharp claw blade popped out from his broad palm. The claw blade was as sharp as a sword, flashing a cold light under the sunlight. Chapter 180 to the confrontation between Yao Lao and Ishan. Kai. Xiangjun slapped down with his palm, and 3 sharp light slashes instantly burst out from the sharp claws. The light blades went from top to bottom, trying to tear apart not only Yang Fan's head, but also the entire sky above the Soul Beast forest. The 3 golden energy light blades collided with the Scholar killing aura, instantly forming a storm tornado that made the surrounding air explode. This Scholar sword energy was not the divine power contained in the Shura sword, but the energy generated by the combination of Yang Fan's own killing god domain and Shura sword. As early as in the battle with Tang Chen, he had discovered that the Shura domain could exert greater power under the influence of the Shura sword. Roar. Xiangjun roared to the sky, and his strong fists hit his chest with a thumping sound. If someone who didn't know him well might think that Xiangjun was venting his emotions, but Yang Fan knew that this way of beating the chest was often the most unique way for bare soul beasts to increase their momentum. Human. Do you think I have only this little strength? After saying that, a powerful energy aura burst out from the huge body of Xiangjun, and the air around him became extremely distorted when he breathed. Xiangjun was not bragging. As a super soul beast with the blood of the behemoth, his combat power was far above the 5th ranked 10,000 Demon King, and even second only to the 3rd ranked Snow Emperor. In an instant, the sharp blade on the bear's paw grew again, and its length was more than 5 feet. The extreme dark gold attribute made this pair of claws sharper and tougher. Xiangjun's body, which was more than 15 meters long, also grew taller with the growth of the claw blade, and his strong muscles bulged. The claw blade reached into the air, and a lightning bolt fell from the sky, making the original extreme gold claws, attached with blue-purple electric shock, tear the sky claw. The bear's paw drove 3 lightning bolts to strike down like a blue-purple whip. While attacking, Xiangjun's huge eyes also revealed a little disdain, because he never thought that a human soul master could take this attack. At this time, a cold light came first, and then the gun came out like a dragon. The weapon in Yang Fan's hand was no longer the Shura sword, but the soul-breaking spear, which was more convenient for him to fight with his powerful soul power. The tip of the spear burst out dazzling blue flames, and it met the claws of Xiaogang like thunder and lightning. The blue and gold colors collided in the air, and a situation of confrontation appeared. "Do you think I have that little strength?" Yang Fan imitated Xiaogang's disdainful attitude just now. He also did not brag. "Interesting. I didn't expect that the guy Xuantian Bull Python would also die in your hands. I guess the Titan Giant Ape was also killed by you." Just now, Xiaogang smelled the breath of Xuantian Bull Python on the blue light bursting out of the soul-breaking spear. When the Xuantian Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape disappeared, these fierce beasts didn't take the two security guards seriously at all. What really attracted their attention was the inexplicable departure of the Red King at that time. Now the fierce beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest are guarding a Xian Mengai's silkworm that is nearly 1,000,000 years old. If it weren't for special circumstances, who would choose to leave so easily? Now he has completely understood the cause of death of the Red King and the 200,000-year soul beasts. "You have a big appetite, and you actually set your sights on me." Xiaogang laughed coldly. His strength is not comparable to that of the Red King, the Azure Bull Python, and the Titan Giant Ape. Not to mention one of them, even the three of them combined, are definitely not his opponents. Yang Fan also laughed, but his smile was obviously playful, because Xiaogang really guessed wrong this time. In fact, he didn't have such a big appetite for this dark gold fear claw bear that was nearly 500,000 years old. At least it's like this now. In comparison, his real target is still Dishan. Roar! Xiaogang roared to the sky again, and the claw blade that popped out of the bear's paw actually shortened by 2 feet at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blue-purple electric shock on the claw blade also disappeared quietly at this time. One rises while the other falls. The shortening of the claw blade and the disappearance of lightning caused the dark gold attribute to surge exponentially. "Stop playing." Yao Lao's voice rang in Yang Fan's heart, and at the same time, he understood Yao Lao's intention. At this time, invisible pressure rose quietly, and a golden light burst out from the feet of Xiaogang, covering Yang Fan in the blink of an eye. The speed of light was something Yang Fan could not avoid. Yang Fan knew that this must be the domain skill of the dark gold terror claw bear, but it was the first time he saw this kind of domain skill that extended straight forward. Under the golden light, Yang Fan felt the sharpness of the ultimate gold, as if countless sharp objects were piercing his skin, making him dare not move at all, and even dare not breathe. A ball of gas quickly poured into Xiaogan's nasal cavity, and his chest bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the 2 bare paws crossed on the broad chest, and then fell quickly, and a total of 6 blade-like light waves appeared in the claw blades. The light waves crossed forward. This is the strongest skill of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, Dark Power Terror Claw. The ultimate Dark Gold attribute gave this skill an incomparable sharpness, and also allowed Xiaogang to use this skill to cut off the martial souls of countless soul masters and kill his opponents. Looking at the net-like light slash that came in front of him like lightning, Yang Fan flapped his wings and flew back while gradually emptying his body completely. The next second, a strong force that did not belong to him quickly filled his body. Xiaogan's attack was indeed very strong. It was so strong that Yang Fan did not dare to use his soul-breaking gun to take this attack, but there was one thing, that no matter how sharp the blade was, it could not cut it. Fire. What Yang Fan mobilized at this time was not only the strange fire in his body, but also the external fire attribute energy that did not originally belong to him. His body was now like a large vortex in the lake, sucking the fire attribute in the soul beast forest into it continuously. This is one of the signs of a strong person, mobilizing external energy of the same attribute. Although he is now using the strength of Yao Lao, it is actually a great ability that he only realized after he was promoted to Dao Huang. Yao Lao's strength, the blessing of 3 kinds of strange fire, and the mobilization of the external fire attribute. With the blessing of multiple buffs, Yang Fan threw his strongest punch. Swish! The sound of the collision between gold and fire made Yang Fan feel that his intuition was about to explode. This has become a confrontation between 2 different attributes. Xiaogang was defeated, but the gold attribute was not defeated. Yang Fan won because of Yao Lao's semi-god strength and the power of Buddha's wrathful lotus. He now remembered what Yao Lao once said, the battle between the strong sometimes pays more attention to the environment. He didn't understand it before, but now he understands. This is like the summary of the combat power of the three extreme Douluos in the Douluo circle. Kind Daoliu is invincible in the sky, Tang Chen is hard to find an opponent on land, and Bo Seixi is unstoppable in the sea. You still have this little strength. Yang Fan stood in front of Xiaogang. Although he is not dead yet, it is a matter of time before the charred black on his chest. Woo. Xiaogang seemed to want to say something, but as soon as his big mouth opened, a ball of magma with blood flowed out from it. The power of Yang Fan's punch caused the strange fire to invade Xiaogang's internal organs. Where did you get that sword just now? The sudden voice in his ear scared Yang Fan so much that his hair stood on end. He almost subconsciously dodged downwards 100 meters away before turning around to check the situation. Only then did he notice that Yao Lao had withdrawn all his strength at some point. Just when he was wondering why Yao Lao didn't remind him, he was surprised to find that the guy who had just spoken was actually still 500 meters away. Dishan? Why did this grandson come back to kill again? But soon Yang Fan got the answer from Dishan's question just now. It must be the Shura sword that attracted this grandson. Leave the sword in your hand. I'll let you leave with Xiaogan's body. Dishan is also particular. In his eyes, there is only the Shura sword in Yang Fan's hand, and he doesn't care about the life and death of his good brother Xiaogang. It's useless for you to have this sword. Soul beasts can never ascend to become gods. Dishan's eyes revealed a look of surprise. You, a tiny human, know a lot. Although he disdained human soul masters, he had to admit the words of the young man in front of him. That's right. The Douluo God realm does restrict soul beasts from becoming gods. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have ascended to the god realm long ago. It is precisely because of this that he is more eager and yearning for the god realm. Because he is unwilling to be just a soul beast. From the battle between the soul master and Xiaogang just now, he was surprised to find that the blood-colored longsword just now was a divine weapon. It also made him believe that it might be his chance. It seems that you don't plan to make this deal. Although Dishan is a soul beast, he has lived for more than 800,000 years and his thinking is more inclined to human soul masters. Although Yang Fan did not answer, he had already got the answer he didn't want in his eyes. What a joke. I still want your soul ring. Will you give it to me? Dishan wants to use the Shura sword to become a god. Doesn't he want it anymore? That depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Dishan smiled coldly. He said that he had not heard of anyone wanting his soul ring for hundreds of thousands of years. Okay. Let the person behind you come out. You are not my opponent. Dishan's strength was not weaker than Yao Lao's. Dishan had discovered Yao Lao the moment he lent his demigod power to Yang Fan. You are the only one who can discover the existence of the original body. Yao Lao appeared while speaking. Soul? Dishan could not hide the surprise on his face. Even though he had lived for more than 800,000 years, it was the first time he saw a person who could continue to survive in the state of soul. Could this be the ghost that human soul masters talked about? No wonder he tried hard to find it just now, but he didn't find the figure of this strong man. Yao Lao and Dishan were suspended in the air at the same time, but neither of them launched an attack, but stared at each other. The stalemate lasted for several minutes, causing Yang Fan next to him to scratch his head. No. Are the duels between the strong so pretentious? When he was confused, Yao Lao moved. The strong soul power surged up quickly, forming a cyclone of energy in Yao Lao's palm. Dishan, who was hanging on the opposite side, also condensed energy in his palm, but in this process, the original human-shaped palm was replaced by a black dragon claw. The two palms collided. Dishan used his famous skill Dragon God Claw, and Yao Lao also used a ground-level palm method in this collision. This collision directly caused Yao Lao to retreat hundreds of meters, and Dishan did not move at all. Yao Lao was defeated. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. At this moment, the master in his eyes did not look like the omnipotent Yao Zun, but more like an old man who needed care. Yang Fan suddenly felt that he was getting stronger so slowly. So slow that he could no longer be Yao Lao's most powerful helper in the battle. But soon he realized Yao Lao's true intention. Yang Fan understood. Years of cooperation with Yao Lao allowed him to spread his wings and forcefully insert from the side. Not good. Did Dishan just think he had the upper hand? He was complacent, but soon he found out that he had been tricked. This human soul actually used the power he had sent out to quickly approach the Bear King. Dishan opened his hands forward. Instantly, a huge black vortex appeared in front of him. He stepped into the void, and when he appeared again, he was already several thousand meters away. The black dragon sword in his hand slashed the void and split the Bear King and Yao Lao's hand in half. The next moment, Yang Fan, who rushed out from the flank, rewarded Dishan with a Buddha's Fury Lotus, used this short time to quickly merge with Yao Lao and put half of the Bear King's body into the storage soul guide. He flapped his wings and rushed into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. They are all demigod level strongmen who can control who. If they want to leave, Dishan will not be able to stop them, even if he cries for his parents. Master, I thought you were going to fight Dishan for 300 rounds. To be honest, Yang Fan did not expect such a process and result. They are waiting for help. What are you waiting for? Ah, no way. Why not? If it were me, I would definitely do it. The Shura sword is not an ordinary item. For Dishan, it might be an opportunity that he has been waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. Such an opportunity in front of him can completely make the Beast King put down his posture and become unethical. Master, who is more powerful between you and Dishan? Yao Lao was silent. After a moment, he said seriously, it's hard to say, but this Dishan is really not simple. He has now comprehended the weak power of space. You know, in the Douluo Continent, that is an ability that can only be cultivated and comprehended after being promoted to Dao Zhang. Yang Fan is right. If it weren't for the restrictions of becoming a god, Dishan would have been lying in the Douluo god realm drinking tea. Don't be discouraged. Although our master and apprentice didn't beat Dishan this time, it's not that we didn't gain anything, right? Yao Lao suddenly laughed. Now there is still half a corpse of the dark gold terror claw bear in their storage soul guide. Bear paws, bear gallbladders, bear skins. These are all top grade medicinal materials that can be used to refine elixirs, especially rare hundreds of thousands of years old soul beasts like this. However, Yang Fan always felt that there was something intriguing in Yao Lao's smile. It made him feel that the old man was hiding something. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, The Unethical Medicine Master. One bear gall, one pair of bear paws, half of a bear skin. Although Dishan had the upper hand in the battle just now, he was defeated miserably in the battle for the Bear King. Yang Fan's smile gradually became ferocious and out of control. At this time, a soul bone was quietly lying in the palm of his hand. This is not an ordinary beast soul bone. It is a metacarpal bone that exists outside the 6 parts of the soul master. That is, the external soul bone that is often talked about by countless soul masters in Douluo Continent. The external soul bone is the most special and rarest among the soul bones. If the probability of ordinary soul bones appearing from soul beasts is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of external soul bones appearing is not even 1 in 10,000. The 10,000 year level external soul bone can be comparable to the top 100,000 year soul bone, and the one in his hand, that is nearly 500,000 years old, is already unmatched. According to the current records of external soul bones in Douluo Continent, the absorption condition of external soul bones must absorb the soul ring of the soul beast that dropped this soul bone, and the soul ring must be absorbed first before the soul bone can be absorbed. The setting is pure nonsense. The Douluo Continent after 10,000 years has already slapped its face. Yang Fan exhaled a breath of fairy air, and then wiped it vigorously with his sleeve. Bright and shiny, the metacarpal bone dropped by Xiaogang flashed with golden light, and it was particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Oh, this trip to the Xingdao Great Forest was really not in vain. Based on his understanding of Xiangjun, this guy should be a super beast that has been 490,000 years old. A set of 490,000-year-old external soul bones on his body. Just ask, who else in Douluo Continent can cure him? The only pity is that it is a waste to watch Xiangjun's soul ring disappear into the air. But there is no way to absorb it. Not only because of his restrictions on soul rings, but also because he stayed in the place where he fought with Dishan just now. Of course. In addition to these items, there is another thing that is equally important to Yang Fan. The essence and blood of the Bear King. The 490,000-year-old dark gold fear claw bear has already joined the ranks of the 7th level magic beasts, and its essence and blood naturally meet the conditions for refining the bone melting blood pill. This is another breakthrough for him and Yao Lao in reshaping their bodies. Although Yao Lao's expression does not seem to fluctuate too much, his apprentice can feel the trembling in Yao Lao's emotions. Are you satisfied now? Unlike you, Yao Lao's smile is playful and profound, giving people a strong sense of intrigue. He said, the old man must be hiding something. Master, you must have a way to deal with Dishan, right? Tell me so that your apprentice can be happy with you. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly. Actually, it's nothing. I just used Alchemy to quietly send a subtle medicine to Dishan in the battle just now. This medicine was refined by me when I was free in Douluo Continent. It is specially used to deal with dark attribute practitioners. Yao Lao said that he was helpless. Dragons are powerful beasts without natural enemies, and Dishan has great strength. So he can only start with the attributes. What effect does this medicine have? Yao Lao usually doesn't play with poison easily unless he encounters extremely difficult things. This also shows that Dishan is really difficult to deal with. This powder can make dark attribute practitioners become extremely irritable within a period of time. This effect seems useless, but the duel between strong people is often between millimeters. At this time, Yao Lao added another sentence. But adding the aphrodisiac I mixed in it may have an unexpected effect. Yang Fan's head is now full of question marks. Old and frivolous. How little does he have to be to develop aphrodisiacs? This trick is too sinister. Yang Fan touched his chin and gave a very pertinent evaluation of this operation. This is called strategy. Yao Lao's teaching palm knocked on Yang Fan's head. Then he said, this is all Dugubo taught me. Being insidious is his business. Will it work? Dishan is a demigod level warrior, which is equivalent to the peak of Dao Huang. How about you try it? Yao Lao is confident in his research and development. He made it when he was a medicine master. It's very strong. If the drug is taken orally, it will definitely be difficult to deceive Dishan, but from the moment Dishan and him face each other, he has already lost. Oh, forget it. After taking the aphrodisiac, Dishan can still find a female beast. Where can he go to vent after taking it? Speaking of which, the Emperor of Xingdao Great Forest was drugged, and the female beasts around him were suffering. Don't be so nervous. We are not in a hurry to kill a surprise attack now. You can absorb this external soul bone first. Yang Fan agreed with both hands. At this time, the rabbit holes in the core circle may not be able to escape the clutches of Dishan. It is very likely that, if he goes there now, he will fail to deal with Dishan and be kicked out. Ha! Yang Fan looked at the glittering external metacarpal bone in his hand, and a knowing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master, I'm ready to start. Although the external soul bone is special and precious, its essence is still a soul bone. So the way of absorption is no different from ordinary soul bones. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and stretched out his right palm naturally, and then slowly placed the metacarpal bone on the back of his hand. The soul power in the body was stimulated and flowed to the palm, which quickly caused the golden metacarpal bone to produce energy fluctuations. Hiss, an electric current went straight from the palm to the brainstem, making him feel that his brain nerves were pierced fiercely. Pain. In theory, the absorption of soul bones will never cause any danger. This is the soul resentment of the dark gold fear claw bear. Just use your soul power to resolve it yourself. Soul beasts will produce this kind of soul resentment when they die unwillingly. The more powerful the soul beast, the stronger it is. There are even many soul beasts whose corpses have been silent for 100 years and can still emit soul resentment. Understood. Fortunately, his soul power is strong enough to easily grasp the soul resentment in the metacarpal bone. But this Bear King is really a thief. He actually tried to trick him again after he died. After the small setbacks, Yang Fan's absorption of the external metacarpal bone went straight to the road. He started to absorb it in the afternoon, and by the next morning, he had successfully put the metacarpal bone on his hand. Metacarpal bone, start. The 490,000-year-old dark gold fear clawbear metacarpal bone was golden. After it was released, it was not the kind of claws like Wolverine, but more like a glove of Thanos, but the one on his hand was thinner. Free and easy, love to the end. To be honest, the boxing gloves are much better than claws. The most obvious thing is that he can hold the soul-breaking spear and the mysterious heavy ruler. Otherwise, the contradiction between the three will inevitably make him feel painful. However, the metacarpal bones absorbed from the scene only provided him with a mediocre boxing glove. Fortunately, he had encountered a situation where the soul bone did not provide skills before, so he did not show too much panic. He took out the Shura sword, but he did not hold the hilt, but the blade. Fuck, it works. He only used a little force to make the Shura sword creak. This is a divine weapon. If it were an ordinary weapon or soul bone made like this, it would have been killed by the sword. This is just the effect of his previous full strength, after using only one layer of strength. In other words, this boxing glove can amplify his strength tenfold. When he was using the boxing glove just now, he also found that it had a passive field skill of extreme gold, which allowed him to hit opponents with lower strength than him 100%. This is almost an instant kill. Try it with strange fire. At Yao Lao's reminder, Yang Fan used strange fire and 10,000 years of ice marrow to test it one after another. The result is fire immunity, cold immunity. Of course, this is just a simple test. If it is constantly burned with strange fire, no matter what kind of soul bone can withstand it. The overall test result is that this metacarpal bone is a perfect attack and defense. Tick tick, a drop of green liquid dripped on the boxing glove, scaring the eyeballs to pop out. Master, what are you doing? If he saw correctly, the green liquid should be the poison released by Dugubo's 9th soul skill. It has a very strong corrosive and strong smell of urine. The most outrageous thing is that Yao Lao also added the extract of snow swankis to it, which amplified the corrosive effect 1,000 times. Not bad. Your glove is a good thing. Not afraid of heat or cold, just take it out of the alchemy furnace when refining a poison pill in the future. Yang Fan could tell that Yao Lao's words were sincere praise, but he couldn't be happy in his heart. Master, give it to me. Yang Fan handed the essence and blood taken from Xiangjun to Yao Lao. From the far north to now, the medicinal materials needed to refine the bone melting blood pill have long been familiar to him. Dragon blood Ganoderma, bone spirit fruit, and the essence and blood of the 7th level monster. There are more than 70 kinds of medicinal materials in total that can be collected on Douluo Continent, and more than 50 kinds can be replaced with medicinal materials with similar effects. The only difficulty is a plant called Xuantian Gong. Xuantian Gong is a very rare medicinal material in Douluo Continent, and Yao Lao had only seen it once, when he was young. It has been a long time since then, so he can no longer describe the appearance of this plant to Yang Fan with pictures and texts, but he can be sure that he will recognize it if he sees it. This is very troublesome, because this makes it impossible for him to take the picture of the bone spirit fruit to ask people like before. It has been confirmed that there is no plant called Xuantian Gong in Douluo Continent. There are only two possible situations. One is that there is no Xuantian Gong in Douluo Continent at all, and the other possibility is that Xuantian Gong has another name in Douluo Continent. Master, don't worry, we will definitely find it. He has asked Grandpa Yang Wudi to buy back a plant of any strange medicinal material he encounters. Grandpa is very happy about this. He has always wanted to repay Yao Lao for his kindness to the Puyi clan, but he has never had the opportunity. Not to mention one plant. Even if he buys 10 plants of each medicinal material, he will not be confused at all. The current business territory of the Puyi clan has already covered any city in the Xiandao Empire. I really don't believe that there is no Xuantian Qingting that Yao Lao wants in these herbs. Even if there is none, I hope to find a perfect substitute. Master, I believe it. Yao Lao held the essence of Xiaogang tightly in his hand. Now every time he collects something, Yao Lao's mood will fluctuate for several days. He now believes that he can complete the reconstruction of his body on Douluo Continent. Okay, let's go and see what Dishan is doing now. Yao Lao's mouth showed a playful smile. Although he is already several dozen years old, his heart is still full of youth like a child. Let's go. Yang Fan was actually a little impatient. After a night, I don't know if the female beasts in the Soul Beast Forest are okay. Hold on. Kind humans are here to rescue you fallen beast girls. Douluo Core Circle. This is a place that only the fierce beasts of the entire Xingdao Great Forest can reach. As strong as the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python can only stand outside the core circle and work diligently as a security guard. Originally, the beasts lived in harmony because they had captured a nearly million-year-old Xian Meng ice silkworm. But today, this peace was inexplicably broken. Emperor Xian, calm down. What's going on? Did those damned soul masters do something to you? Chaos. The entire core circle is now in a mess. Emperor Xian has turned into sunshine. Now he is like a madman and attacks everyone he sees. Where is Xiaogang? Where did that guy go? The other beasts now miss Xiaogang, the brainless and rebellious guy. This guy dared to question Emperor Xian head on. If he was still alive, he would definitely dare to use brute force. At this time, Emperor Xian's heart was agitated. He could not remember how many times he had switched back and forth between the black dragon body and the human body. That's not all. The most agitated thing was that the thick dark attribute in his body was agitated beyond his control. Damn human soul master. He actually gave him such a burning poison. He tried more than once to expel the poison from his body, but this poison was like a maggot in his bones, penetrating deep into his bones. Bitchy, come here. A woman in green clothes hurriedly shook her head and refused. No, she didn't want to die yet. Dishan, calm down. You are the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, the leader of the 10 fierce beasts. How can you be controlled by human poison? If the master could wake up now, she must have a way to solve the poison in Dishan's body. The fierce beasts watched Dishan struggling hard but couldn't help. The only thing they could do was to stay at a safe distance from being poked. Brothers, why don't you let me go first? It would have been better if Xian Meng Ice Silkworm didn't speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately attracted Dishan's attention. Gurgle big, brother, this kind of joke is not allowed. Chapter 184 Baby Dong fell into the water. Yang Fan shot Emperor Xian alone. Somewhere in the Soul Beast Forest, a river about several hundred meters wide flows continuously. The river crosses most of the Stardao Great Forest, and the end is in the Stardao Empire, where it flows into the sea. This is the largest, fastest flowing, and most well-known river in the Stardao Great Forest. The Soul Masters of Douluo Continent like to call this river the Stardao River. At this moment, there was a sudden splash on the flowing river, and a figure suddenly rushed out of the water. It was Bibi Dong. When she landed, the soul power on her body had completely dried her soaked clothes. Even so, it did not cover up her current embarrassment. Arsehole. Bibi Dong was so angry that her teeth itched and her eyes were filled with a dark purple light. It was hard to hide the murderous intent. Since she succeeded the Pope, this was the first time she was so cowardly. Fierce beast. I, Bibi Dong, must kill you. Although she had failed this time, her desire for the fierce beast soul ring had become stronger. Since she couldn't kill the fierce beast now, she would go back and complete part of the Rakshasa god test first. When she can better master the Rakshasa scythe, she will no longer think that the soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest cannot become her soul rings. Puff. Yuguan also climbed out of the Xingdao River at this time. After coming up, he spit out a few mouthfuls of river water without saying a word. It was too damn dangerous. Thinking about those dead guys, he felt a little proud in his heart. After all, he was also a veteran who had followed 2 popes. He had trained himself to be observant and alert in all directions among the dangerous people he had executed in the past. He jumped into the river at the critical moment and escaped. Old ghost. In comparison, his good brother Gimli, who had been with him for decades, was not so lucky. He still remembers that he died in front of him. Elder Jew, now is not the time to be sad. We need to leave here. After the death of the others, Yuguan seemed to have become Bibidong's right-hand man again. However, after experiencing the trough, Yuguan no longer had the previous high spirits. Soul Beast Forest, Core Circle. Yang Fan said that this was the first time he came to such a deep place in the Soul Beast Forest. It was different from other places. The air in the Core Circle was more humid and cold, and the plants growing were more luxuriant. There was no trace of human soul masters here. Master, do you think the Soul Beast Forest is a little too quiet now? Yao Lao touched his chin and nodded after a little thought. It was indeed. Logically speaking, the Soul Beast Forest should be in chaos now. Could it be that the medicine he refined had expired because of the long time? Just as Yao Lao was still thinking, a loud dragon roar rose to the sky. The sound was deep and loud, almost resounding in every corner of the Soul Beast Forest. In an instant, a black dragon hovered above the Soul Beast Forest. The black dragon was more than 300 meters long, and the diameter of the huge dragon head was more than 6 meters. The hard dragon scales under the dragon head exploded, giving people a very ferocious feeling. Emperor Shan? Yang Fan first questioned, and then confirmed. That's right. Di Xian is the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan, and who else could make such a big noise in the Core Circle? Master. He seems to be very uncomfortable. Yang Fan was also a teenager who had experienced 2 complete springs in the Soul Beast Forest. Although Di Xian has now switched to the beast form, he still can't escape his discerning eyes. Exquisite. Yao Lao still admired Di Xian for being able to maintain his integrity at this time. He is worthy of being the king of beasts. The blood of the Black Dragon clan will not easily be given to any female soul beast. Arsehole. Di Xian, who was hovering above the Soul Beast Forest, just discovered the sneaky Yang Fan at this time. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Di Xian opened his bloody mouth, and a black beam as thick as a water tank shot out. The black light came into close contact with the ground, instantly forming a deep pit with a diameter of more than 200 meters. Yang Fan looked at the place where he had just stood, which was completely unrecognizable, and couldn't help but feel palpitations at Di Xian's powerful strength. Looking for death. Di Xian did not expect that this human spirit master would dare to come back after making such a mess of him. In his eyes, Yang Fan was already a dead man. Di Xian's attack was as fast and powerful as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the huge black dragon head swooped down, opened the abyss, and was about to swallow Yang Fan directly. At this time, Yao Lao appeared in front of him, holding his upper chamber with his hands, and stepping on his jaws, stopping the black dragon from closing this time. However, the powerful impact also took Yao Lao and Yang Fan thousands of meters away. A gully of dozens of meters appeared wherever they passed. Such a big movement also attracted several other beasts in the Core Circle. There were men, women, plants, and animals. You come to deal with Di Xian, and Master will go and deal with these guys first. Yang Fan originally wanted to say that he would switch, but he changed his mind and understood Yao Lao's intention. Yao Lao said yesterday that aphrodisiacs were just a small episode, and the real killer was still the poison that could make Di Xian's dark attributes riot. This poison can make the cultivator enter a weak period for a long time after the riot. Master believes in you. Yao Lao turned his old palm outward, and in an instant, a pill appeared in Yang Fan's palm. Luo pill? This game is stable. Yang Fan was just worried whether he could withstand Di Xian's attack, but this Luo pill that can enhance his strength gave him great confidence. I will kill you first. Yang Fan cursed Di Xian for not talking about wood. When fighting with Yao Lao, he could stand there motionless for several minutes. What if he didn't even give him time to take drugs? But fortunately, he is no longer the rookie before. At the same time as he dodged Di Xian's attack, Yang Fan flicked Luo pill into his mouth. The pill entered his throat. The warm energy instantly exploded in his mouth, and then spread to his limbs. At this time, Yang Fan had to search Yao Lao's strength. The Luo pill he had refined before only allowed him to soar to the level of a 7-star Dao Huang, while the one refined by Yao Lao allowed him to be just one step away from the peak of Dao Huang. They were both low pills, but the difference was visible to the naked eye. Of course, there was another important reason. The 490,000-year-old metacarpal bone he absorbed had an impact on the Dao Qi energy group in his body, and this impact not only allowed him to successfully advance to Dao Huang, but also to advance 2 stars. Come and fight. Close to the peak of Dao Huang, such strength is no less than that of Emperor Xian. Do you think I can't kill you like this? Although Emperor Xian's words were arrogant, his heart had already been stirred. He was surprised. He was surprised that a human soul master could achieve a surge in strength in such a short period of time. He was even more surprised at Yang Fan's strength after the surge. Although he didn't want to admit it, the aura fluctuations produced by this human soul master at this moment were not much inferior to his. He had lived in the Xingdao Great Forest for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless powerful soul masters had died in his hands. This was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. At this time, Di Xian's heart was more solemn. The effect of the drug instantly broke the contemplation in his heart. He wanted to beat him now. A black heavy ruler instantly broke the current stalemate. Under Yang Fan's control, the wave-like flames only affected a range of less than 20 meters. At this time, Di Xian also had a black long sword in his hand, and swept forward. The black crescent on the sword body flashed like lightning. The collision of black and red in the sky was against each other. Although the attacks of the two looked very insignificant, when they really blended together, the sky of the Soul Beast Forest had changed color. The flame-devouring wave ruler was practiced to perfection, and the mountains were split, and the earth was scorched. Yang Fan thought that he should have reached the perfect stage introduced in this earth-level fighting skill. You are not a soul master? Di Xian never liked to talk nonsense, but now he had too many doubts in his heart. It is hard to imagine that in addition to the cultivation of soul masters and soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, there is another cultivation system. Can this cultivation system eventually lead to becoming a god? With this question in mind, Di Xian condensed a circular black vortex in his hands. Space power! Exclamation mark. Yang Fan felt extremely upset when he saw this black vortex. Because Di Xian could do it, but he couldn't. This might be the most obvious gap between the two of them. The black dragon sword fell into the space vortex and disappeared, but in the next breath, Yang Fan's back was already cold. Not good. Although he reacted quickly enough, he was still rubbed by the black dragon sword, leaving a sword wound on his left shoulder. Blood flowed down Yang Fan's arm. Di Xian is still strong. Just when Yang Fan thought that the current situation was already very unfavorable to him, he was surprised to find that the wound on his left shoulder solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is this? Wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes will bring new life! Exclamation mark. Yang Fan suddenly thought of the first 6th grade elixir he took, the blue silver soul bone pill. Although the wound healed, the dark attribute contained in the black dragon sword key was something that the blue silver emperor could not solve. Yang Fan was now thankful that he had 3 different types of fire in his body, otherwise he would not be able to contend with the dark attribute of the demigod level. Boy, how many soul beasts of more than 100,000 years have you killed in our Xingdao Great Forest? Di Xian now suddenly understood why Yang Fan had such strong strength. There were not many soul beasts of 100,000 years in the Xingdao Great Forest, and this boy had almost half of them. If you count you, it should be a perfect number. Yang Fan was not going to give Di Xian the opportunity to attack him with the power of space this time. Active attack. Although the physical fitness of human soul masters at the same level is far inferior to that of soul beasts, for Yang Fan, this kind of close combat was the most suitable for dealing with the power of space. HMPH. Di Xian saw through Yang Fan's fighting intention in just a blink of an eye, but he did not give Yang Fan such a chance. Di Xian released dragon breath. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black vortices appeared around Yang Fan's body. Each black vortex had obvious fluctuations in breath, constantly interfering with Yang Fan's judgment. Although Yang Fan's soul power was strong enough, it was difficult to determine which portal Di Xian's attack would come from. At this moment, the black vortex in front of him suddenly produced a subtle change that was different from other space portals. Instantly, the black dragon sword enlarged in his eyes. Yang Fan dodged sideways, but before he could catch his breath, He was entangled by another energy black ball in the black vortex. Although the powerful soul power could allow him to detect the attack in advance, such a response also made him embarrassed enough. He was completely in a passive situation. He swore, when he could master the power of space, he would definitely find an enemy to torture to death. A series of fire and black shadows in the sky. No matter when Yang Fan escaped, he seemed to be unable to get rid of the control of Dishan's space traction. Just when Dishan was proud that Yang Fan was about to become another dead soul under his command, his brainstem nerves twitched suddenly. He wanted to pounce on the beast. This idea spread from his mind to his whole body in an instant, causing him to miss 2 beats in the control of the power of space. Bang! Yang Fan broke through the space gate and punched Dishan in the chest. This was no ordinary punch. The 490,000-year-old external soul bone of the dark gold terror claw bear, plus the 8-fold dark power of the 8 extreme collapse. It's not an exaggeration to say that this punch is the martial soul fusion skill of the extreme Douluo. Dishan's body flew backwards in an instant, and he began to spit out dragon blood on the way back. Don't be distracted. The victory or defeat between the strong is often between millimeters. If he can't seize such an opportunity, he will probably make Yao Lao angry to death afterwards. Roar. Dishan let out a loud dragon roar. The dragon roar was loud but angry. Dishan, who was constantly tortured by the aphrodisiac, had a significant change in his mentality at this time. He broke his defense. Under normal circumstances, Yang Fan would have already become the dead soul of his men, so how could he get himself hurt? At this moment, Dishan's face was suddenly covered with obvious black strange lines, and the dark aura on his body began to surge. However, this surge was not a surge, but a rapid decline at a terrifying speed. Arsehole. Dishan no longer had the strong desire to kill the beast, but for him, it was replaced by a worse situation. Here it comes. Yang Fan said that he had finally waited for this moment. The weakening of the dark attribute on Dishan also meant that the strength of this beast king was no longer at the level of a demigod. This was the best opportunity for him to kill Dishan. Yang Fan did not hesitate at all, because he knew that if he could not kill Dishan here today, then it would not be as easy as today if he wanted to get this spirit ring again in the future. He held the Xuantian ruler tightly with his right hand with the external spirit bone and smashed it on Dishan's head. Chapter 185. Tang San is a dog that can't stop eating shit, secretly learning the secret skills of the Haotian sect. The attacks that followed one after another had made Dishan somewhat overwhelmed. Although he followed Yang Fan's ruler, he was hit hard in the chest again. This punch was incredible. The 10 times power of the external soul bone plus the multiple dark forces of the earth level fighting skill Baji collapse acted on Dishan's body, instantly causing the internal organs of the 800,000-year-old beast king to surge violently. Dishan's expression had completely changed. He was no longer as solemn as at the beginning, but was completely panicked. Once upon a time, he once thought that he was the strongest in Douluo Continent, and it was impossible for anyone or soul beast to surpass him. If you hadn't drugged me, I would have died in my hands long ago. The black lines on Dishan's face have become more obvious now. This is the effect of the multiple dark forces of Baji collapse acting on Dishan. The dark attributes of this beast king have become more agitated in his body. HMPH. Yang Fan did not deny that they drugged the Beast King, but he also did not deny that underhanded tricks are really useful at certain times. Douluo Continent. Who dares to say that he is upright? If he doesn't know some dirty tricks, he would have died somewhere long ago. Roar. A dragon roar resounded in the Soul Beast forest and soared into the sky. Dishan's human body disappeared, replaced by a black flying dragon over 300 meters long. Dishan must have a certain trump card and strength to be able to sit on the position of Beast King. In an instant, black light burst out from the huge dragon body. Although the light is black, it is as dazzling as the sun. Under the cover of this powerful black light, the huge dragon head became extremely hideous, and a larger and larger dragon-shaped phantom appeared between the looming. This is Dishan's trump card Black Dragon destroying the world. This skill allows Dishan to possess part of the power of the dragon god for a short period of time. With the blessing of this skill, Dishan, whose strength had been weakened, returned to the peak. Dragon God Claw. Dishan's sharp claws suddenly flashed with thunder light, and the claw blade contained a light that seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. This is a real divine skill. It is the skill of the dragon god. Only the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan is qualified to be taught by the dragon god. Facing the power of this claw, Yang Fan once again burned his soul. He knew that burning his soul twice in half a year was an extremely dangerous thing, but now he had no choice. Life and death, victory or defeat. The current situation is that only one of him and Dishan can live to see the sun tomorrow. A weak soul is always better than losing one's life. Stinky boy. I think you are crazy. Yao Lao rushed to the most critical moment. Needless to say, in this situation, Yao Lao knew that Yao Lao had already dealt with the other beasts. Let's go together. Yao Lao had already experienced Dishan's dragon god claw when he first fought with Dishan. Although their fight was tentative at that time, it was enough for him to feel the power of this skill. To be honest, Dishan's full strength attack was really not enough for Yang Fan with his current strength. Fuck him. No extra nonsense. Brothers fight tigers together, and fathers and sons fight together. With the advantage in numbers, why are they still arguing with the soul beast? Yao Lao used fire. Yang Fan used a ruler. The master and his apprentice worked together to push Dishan back thousands of meters. Before Dishan could react, he was bombarded by the master and his apprentice again. Yao Lao's joining instantly broke the balance of the battle. In less than 2 minutes, Dishan was completely unable to resist. Despicable. Do you think you can succeed like this? Wishful thinking. While he was talking, Dishan turned into a human body again, and the black dragon breath continued to flow into his body. Yao Lao's old eyes suddenly opened as if he saw something extremely terrifying was about to happen. Not good. He's going to explode. Whether in Douluo Continent or Douluo Continent, there are cases where soul beasts explode at critical moments. Even in Douluo Continent, there are cases where Daoshi exploded and died together with their opponents. The explosion of soul beasts means being shattered to pieces. Not to mention soul bones. Even soul rings will be blown to pieces. It can be said that in this case, soul masters can't find anything useful on the exploded soul beast. This is not the worst. The worst thing is the terrifying power generated after the soul beast explodes. Especially for a super strong person like Dishan who is at the demigod level and has the blood of the dragon god. The power generated by the explosion can turn the soul beast forest within a 10,000 meter range into a deadly place in the blink of an eye. Fuck him. Dishan gave up the idea of becoming a god and chose to self-destruct at this time, knowing that he had no chance. This old guy must have chosen to self-destruct with the confidence that he can die with them. At this time, even if he can survive by escaping, he may not be safe and sound. Yao Lao and Yang Fan are very determined. Instead of living like a waste in the future, it is better to forge ahead and fight for a better future. Yao Lao accelerated with all his strength and looked at Dishan's body that was constantly expanding under the black dragon breath. Finally, he appeared above Dishan's head at the critical moment. A move of Zuaniu and Douluo Fist stopped Dishan's crazy behavior, and Yang Fan, who rushed over, punched Dishan's chest. After a few punches, the old guy's overnight meal was knocked out. At this time, Yao Lao used his powerful soul to corrode Dishan's nerves so that the Beast King no longer had any crazy thoughts. Quick, don't damage his body. Yang Fan understood and punched Dishan's head. The eightfold dark energy acted and instantly crushed Dishan's brainstem nerves. The hot and humid breath kept coming out of Dishan's mouth, but at this time he no longer had the strength to open his eyes. Master, is it Dishan's body? Yang Fan had a guess in his heart from just now. Yao Lao just said, before he dealt with Dishan, that he must not destroy Dishan's body. Yao Lao did not have necrophilia. There was definitely a reason why he could say this at such a critical moment. You guessed right. Maybe one day we can really use Dishan's body. One of the conditions for shaping the body is a Daozang level body. Although Dishan's strength is not yet at the Daozang level, the body of a soul beast is stronger than that of a human being. To put it another way, this is already the strongest body he can find on the Douluo Continent. Maybe he can find a better one in the future, but if he misses this opportunity, he will never get it again. Master, don't worry. When there is a chance, I will definitely find you a better one. Yao Lao smiled. Regardless of whether there will be such an opportunity in the future, Yang Fan's promise has already touched the old man's heart. Half an hour later, Dishan's breath completely disappeared, and a soul ring with 8 strange patterns appeared. The soul ring is not the ordinary red of 100,000 years, but a dazzling black gold. It exudes a bright luster. Just one look at it, and Yang Fan knows the difference of this soul ring. It is a top-level beast soul ring of 800,000 years. Although it is not as good as the great shark, that is nearly a million years old, he thinks the quality of this soul ring must be better than that of the great shark. Be careful. This soul ring is not as simple as you look. Yang Fan nodded. Even if Yao Lao didn't die, he should have thought of it. Dishan was first tricked by them, and then surrounded and beaten by their master and apprentice. At the last moment, he wanted to self-destruct, but he succeeded. After all, he is also a beast king. Rather than being beaten to death by them, it is better to say that he died in a cowardly way. In this situation, he could not imagine how great the resentment in Emperor Shan's soul ring was. Master, I have strange fire. When he absorbed the soul bone attached to the dark gold fear claw bear yesterday, he found that the calcination of strange fire can effectively kill the soul resentment generated by the soul beast after death. Master believes in you. As Yang Fan's strength grew, Yao Lao found that he had less and less things to teach Yang Fan. Especially in the cultivation level, Yang Fan has already become a master, and he can rely more on himself in the future. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground and used a special gesture to pull the soul ring to the top of his head. In an instant, an extremely huge amount of energy poured in from the top of his head, and the soul ring continued to shrink under his traction, and finally landed on the outermost circle of his soul ring configuration. Time passed by minute. It took Yang Fan a whole month to absorb Emperor Shan's soul ring this time. When he woke up again, the ruins where he was sitting had grown more than a person's height of vegetation, and his body seemed to have merged with the entire soul beast forest. Yang Fan exhaled a foul breath. He could hear the crackling of bones just by shaking his body. He succeeded. After more than 10 years, since his martial soul awakened, he finally absorbed the last soul ring in his soul master career. His strength soared. It was even more perfect than the 98 level he had predicted before. 99 level peak Douluo. In fact, he was only one step away from becoming a god. What surprised him was that this 800,000 year soul ring only provided him with a soul skill, space guidance. Although this skill did not have a direct means of attack, it did make him feel extremely excited. Because only by fighting with Dishan could one understand how terrifying the ability to control space is. Not only that, the absorption of the soul ring had a direct impact on the Dao Qi group in his body, allowing his other cultivation system to directly transform into a 5-star Dao Huang. Comfortable. Yang Fan did not really experience the pleasure of standing at the top of Douluo until this moment. It was really too cool. Take it. You're lucky to get a torso soul bone. Some people say that torso soul bones are the biggest improvement for soul masters, while others say that head soul bones are the biggest improvement for soul masters. No matter what, the torso and head soul bones are of utmost importance to soul masters. The fact that he was able to obtain a torso soul bone from an 800,000-year-old soul beast was simply a favor from heaven. Master, you took the soul bone off. What about Dishan's body? Yao Lao smiled slightly, signaling Yang Fan not to be so nervous. Don't worry. I took the soul bone off using a special method. As long as your level is high enough, it will definitely not affect the use when I refine the body for me. The pressure instantly came to Yang Fan. Of course. This is also a kind of motivation for him. Master also found 2 good things on Dishan's body. Eggs. When Yang Fan saw the 2 balls in Yao Lao's hand, he instantly lost his composure. One ball is black and the other is white, and each is the size of an egg. Soul core? It can be said that there are very few records about soul cores in Douluo Continent, and only soul masters at the title Douluo level know about such a concept. This is a good thing. Although Yang Fan didn't know how much power these 2 soul cores could exert in Yao Lao's hands, He knew from Yao Lao's expression that this matter would not be so simple. Let's go back first. These two soul cores are now in Master's hands for a search. On the way back, Yang Fan kept thinking about the Haitian sect. He is now an extreme Douluo and has the ability to settle accounts with the Haitian sect. This matter is urgent for him. Haitian sect. Stop. Don't run. Grandson, if I don't break your dog legs today, I won't be named Tang. Tang San ran all the way in front, and the young people of Haitian sect chased him all the way behind. Don't say it. Although Tang San was beaten all day long in the Haitian sect during this year, he also developed a good skill under such high pressure. Purple Demon Eye, Ghost Shadow Tracking. A series of skills were released, adding a lot of skills. According to the past, the young people of Haitian sect would have caught up to this time, but today was different from the past. Tang San, this grandson, actually took advantage of the time when the library was being cleaned to steal things from it. Unbearable. The young people of the Haitian sect have been keeping an eye on Tang San for more than a year, but this kid rarely makes mistakes. Today he fell into their hands, and he would be sorry to his parents if he didn't beat this bastard to death. Tang San, who was running away, turned around in an instant, and the Haitian hammer in his hand actually swung out a residual shadow in his hand. Grandson, you actually have the nerve to use our Haitian sect's secret skills at this time. Although Tang San was shameless, this move still successfully blocked the pursuit of the young people of the Haitian sect. However, due to the difference in strength, the distance between the two sides will shorten again in the blink of an eye. Explode. The 4 soul rings on Tang San's body shattered at this moment, and he, who originally only had the strength of a soul sect, instantly reached the Soul King. At this moment, the young people chasing Tang San had a momentary mental trance. Kill him. He secretly learned the explosion ring of our Haitian sect. Today, I will kill this bastard, even if I chase him to the ends of the earth. Unbearable, unforgivable. The ring explosion is the greatest secret skill of the Haitian sect. Only the leader of the Haitian sect is qualified to learn it. Tang San stole the ring of the scumbag. This is not just a simple theft. Tang San's behavior undoubtedly angered the public. In the eyes of the Haitian sect, he is now a dead man. Chapter 186. Tang San jumped off the cliff again. Huff, huff, huff. Tang San was chased by the young men of the Haitian sect all the way and finally came to the cliff behind the sect. The cliff was 10,000 feet high. You bastard. You keep running. If we don't kill you today, we will all be sorry for the Haitian sect's century-old foundation. Stealing the sect's secret skills. This is unprecedented in the history of the Haitian sect. If the sect master is protecting this little bastard this time, they will be the first to disagree. At this time, Tang Zio, who received the news, stepped into the air and landed right in front of the tribe members. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Sect master. Tang San, this little bastard, stole our Haitian sect's explosive ring and Haitian Jew. What do you say? The tribe members could not hide their dissatisfaction in their tone. When they wanted to keep Tang San in the Haitian sect, they all strongly opposed it. As a result, Tang Zio forced Tang San to stay in the sect as the sect master. What happened? Tang San, this little bastard, actually learned the secret skills of their sect. Unforgivable. Anyone who steals a sect's unique skills will be dealt with according to the sect's rules. Tang Zio's words were like a death sentence for Tang San. This time, Tang Zio didn't intend to protect Tang San. If it weren't for Tang Heo, he would have wanted to kill this little beast with his own hands. Since the founding of the Haitian sect, there have been several generations of sect masters, and only under his hands has such a morally corrupt thing happened. He is now almost too embarrassed to continue to be the sect master of the Haitian sect. Uncle, don't call me uncle. Tang Zio's gloomy face turned into a substantial murderous aura, scaring the surrounding clansmen to retreat to avoid his edge. Tang San's face suddenly changed, but soon he was relieved, and said with a little bitterness, what is coming has finally come. He slowly raised his head. I know that stealing the sect's unique skills is an unforgivable crime, and is not tolerated by the sect's rules. But Tang San swears to heaven that he will never reveal any of the sect's unique skills that he has stolen to the outside world. These words came from the heart. Just like he came to this world with Tang sect's unique skills from another world. Even when his mentor Yu Xiaogang asked about the ghost shadow, he couldn't let him reveal a single word. I said this not because I hope to get the sect master's tolerance, but because I want to tell the elders that Tang San has never forgotten his roots. Not before, and not in the future. Tang San's emotions suddenly became calm at this moment. To him, all this is no longer important, whether it is violating the sect rules or stealing the sect's secret skills. In the end, he can't escape the fate of jumping off the cliff again. He looked at the abyss behind him, and his expression suddenly appeared in a trance for a moment. This place is really like the ghost sees sorrow. Goodbye. Tang San took a step back suddenly, and under the cover of the blue-silver light, he jumped into the abyss behind him. Familiar scenes instantly emerged in his mind. Wind, it would be great if he could appear in another world again. Douluo Continent is too unfriendly to him. The moment Tang San jumped off the cliff, everyone's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. No one would have thought that Tang San, this bastard, would jump so decisively. Where is he? Did he jump? Why did you let this kid jump? When the 5 elders of the sect rushed over, there was no trace of Tang San on the cliff. Such an ending would not satisfy any spirit master of the Haotian sect. The cliff of our Haotian sect is 10,000 feet high. Apart from flying spirit masters, only titled Douluo can land safely from here. Do you think Tang San can still survive? Tang Xiao did have a chance to stop Tang San from jumping off the cliff, but he finally chose to give Tang San a decent death. The elders were speechless. They certainly didn't think that Tang San could jump off the abyss and still survive. It's just that letting Tang San die peacefully like this is really too easy for him. He should be skinned alive. 7th Elder. You will be responsible for the matter of the library. The youngest of the elders bowed slightly. Don't worry, Sect Master. In the future, no one will steal secret skills from our Haotian sect. Other elders. Let's discuss what to do next. Haotian sect was once the #1 sect in Douluo Continent. Although it was closed, it did not mean that they had not made any progress. Now there are a total of 5 elders, including him, who are all titled Douluo standing at the top of the continent. What was the result? A kid who just got the 4th ring secretly learned the ring explosion and the 9 wonders of Haotian right under his nose. They were slapped in the face. No time to lose. Tang San's secret learning incident can be said to be the biggest case, since the Haotian sect was closed. The bad influence seems to have changed the rules of the entire sect, not to mention the distant future. In the future, ordinary people will never be able to set foot in the sect's library, Wuhan City, in a secret room under the Pope's palace that no one knows about. Bibi Dong stood here in a purple dress, and her 8 spider legs behind her were swinging rhythmically. There was a phantom of a purple sickle in front of her magic. The shadow of the sickle was suspended in the air, filling the room with extreme evil. Are you ready? The sickle spoke. The voice was evil and hoarse, giving people a creepy feeling. However, this unpleasant hoarse voice made Bibi Dong extremely excited. Yes, Lord Rakshasa. I'm now going to accept the 7th test of the Rakshasa. The 6th test of the Rakshasa. If she can pass it smoothly, she can use the artifact Rakshasa Demon Scythe in the future, and can also temporarily borrow part of the Rakshasa power. Then even Xuantian Gong will not be her opponent in the Douluo Continent. In an instant, a stream of Rakshasa power was injected into Bibi Dong's mind, and her eyes turned blue-purple in an instant. Weird lines covered her face, making the originally nearly perfect face look extremely hideous. The evil aura continued to erode Bibi Dong's body and mind. On the other side, Xuantian Gong slowly opened his eyes from his practice. Bibi Dong, you finally took this path. As the guardian of the angel throne, he could feel that Bibi Dong was accepting the test of the Rakshasa. He had advised Bibi Dong before. The Rakshasa god position is the evil of the world, and if you are not careful, you may fall into eternal damnation. Of course, he didn't want Bibi Dong to accept the Rakshasa god test, because he was worried that the spirit hall would not return to the hands of the angel family, and he was even more worried that Bibi Dong would do something out of line. But now Bibi Dong still did it. Xiaoxu, how should you face this woman in the future? Xuantian Gong no longer knew whether Bibi Dong's acceptance of the Rakshasa god position was good or bad. He just hoped that this woman could still remember that there was a woman far away in the Xiandao Empire. Xiandao City. Hahaha. Good. 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 99 level extreme Douluo. We, the POUE clan, now also have a strong man who can stand at the peak level of Douluo Continent. After Tang Chen's death, there are only 2 known extreme Douluos in Douluo Continent, but now there is another one in their POUE clan. If Yang Wudi's promotion to Super Douluo has established the status of the POUE clan as a first-line sect, then now they can announce in a high-profile manner that the POUE clan is the first sect in Douluo Continent. Good boy. You really made us old guys proud. Yang Wudi was not the only one who was happy. Niu Gao and Beihe, the 2 clan leaders who watched him grow up, were also pleased. Not to mention the other 2 lawless elders of the POUE clan. Grandpa. It's time. Everyone's expression changed at this moment. Although Yang Fan did not say it clearly, everyone knew what he meant. Grandma. I don't know how many years I have waited for this day. This time we will get back the blood debt of these years in the Haoshan sect. If it is said that the one who hates the Haoshan sect the most on Douluo Continent is definitely not the Spirit Hall, it's them. If the Haoshan sect did not choose to abandon them at that time, even if the entire family died in the hands of the Spirit Hall in the end, there would be no complaints. But the Haoshan sect did not. At the last moment, the Haoshan sect chose to close a sect to protect itself, and therefore a tribute sect became the punching bag of the Spirit Hall. Speak. When are we going to kill these bastards? Everyone looked at Yang Fan. Obviously. Although the grandfathers present were all in high positions, the one who gave the final orders on this matter was the strongest Yang Fan. Tomorrow night. Delay would lead to changes. There was no need to delay this matter any longer. Okay. Let's make it clear first. Niu Gao, will be the first vanguard in this crusade against the Haoshan sect. Niu Gao's love for the Haoshan sect was stronger than anyone else present. His brother and son both died at the hands of the Spirit Hall after being driven out of the Haoshan sect. Let's prepare now. This time, only bring members of the clan who are capable of fighting, and this matter must be carried out in secret and cannot be told to others. They were all old foxes who had lived for decades, so they naturally understood the importance of tomorrow's matter. Once the news leaked, it would be 100 harms and no benefit to them. Xiao Fan, you will be responsible for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. If they went to the Haoshan sect to settle accounts, they might be stabbed in the ass by the Spirit Hall while their family was empty. The Spirit Hall might really do this. Well, okay. At this moment, the backbones who were preparing to crusade against the Haoshan sect had already begun to prepare intensively. Tomorrow night, the decades of grievances between them and the Haoshan sect will all come to an end. At that time, there will be no follow-up, whether it is life or death. Old Rhino, you shouldn't have been the most active one just now. Why are you like an eggplant hit by frost now? Are you scared? Niu Gao immediately became anxious when he heard it and said in public that whoever is afraid is a cuckold. I'm wondering whether I should tell the old gorilla about this. Since Titan and Yang Wudi broke up because of the matter of Tang Hao and his son a few years ago, the 4 clan leaders have never sat together to eat. Although Yang Wudi said very generously that he didn't take this matter to heart, Titan himself couldn't get over this hurdle. He has been too embarrassed to see Yang Wudi again for so many years. Especially in recent years, the rapid development of the Poi clan has made Titan even more embarrassed to visit. You don't know that old guy yet? If he wants to come, you don't have to call him. Besides, we haven't heard from Tang San for so many years. This kid might be hiding in the Haoshan sect. If Titan really participates in the operation tomorrow night and meets Tang San, what do you think Titan will do? Niu Gao was speechless for a moment. He actually knew that Titan would most likely not participate in the operation tomorrow night. No, I still have to inform him. Whether Titan goes or not is up to that old guy, but he has to do what brothers of many years should do now. At this time, Beihe stopped Niu Gao in time. Tell him before the action. The 2 looked at each other and understood what was meant. Kibaoliuli sect. To be honest, this is the first time Yang Fan came to the sect to visit Ningfengxi in person. A whole mountain Although the development of the Puyi clan is very good now, there is still a visible gap in financial resources with large sects like Kubeo. After all, it lacks decades of foundation. For the Puyi clan, this still requires a long time of accumulation and precipitation. Yang Fan. What are you doing here? As soon as he arrived, he met Ning Rangrong, the witch lady. Although Ning Rangrong has changed a little with her age, Yang Fan still can't get a good impression of her. Look at what you said. Of course I came to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to visit Sect Master Ning. Could it be to see you? Ning Rangrong sneered. Come with me. It can be seen that this witch lady has indeed changed a lot in the past, let alone taking him into the mountain gate. It is estimated that she would have planned a vicious plan to drive him down the mountain. Xiao Fan, rare guest. Ning Fengzi heard that it was him who came, and he came out of the meeting room early to greet him. The hospitality was fully utilized. Uncle Ning. I won't beat around the bush. Yang Fan immediately told Ning Fengzi about the attack on Haoshan sect. Ning Fengzi was not too surprised. Haoshan sect's abandonment of the four sects was not a decent thing in itself. In the past few years, the Poi clan has developed rapidly, and he knew that this day would come sooner or later. If it were him, he would make the same decision as the Puyi clan. Be careful. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Puyi clan are allies, they do not intend to participate in such personal grudges between sects. All they can do is pray that the Puyi clan can return safely. Don't worry about the matter of Xiandao City. I will go to play chess with Emperor Zuyi later. Ning Fengzi is a smart man. He knows that Yang Fan's purpose of this trip is definitely not to let him participate in this reckoning. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Yang Fan said. That's too formal. Don't forget that we have always been allies. We were, we are, and we will be. Ning Fengzi is a man with a big picture view. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is still one of the top 3 sects, the Puyi clan will definitely stand above the Seven Treasures in the future. Perhaps it won't take many years for their Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect to hold the fire of the Puyi clan. Chapter 187 A big shit on the head of Haoshan sect. There is a towering mountain in the Xiandao Empire. This is the home of the Haoshan sect. Although the Haoshan sect has closed its sect, it does not mean that the Douluo Continent has no idea of their whereabouts. In fact, the entire Douluo Continent knows that the Haoshan sect is on this mountain, but they have retreated to the mountain due to the steep terrain. At this time, the Puyi clan, Minimum Yi clan, and Yu Yi clan are already on full alert 10 kilometers away from the mountain. They are only waiting for the second half of the night to launch the final general attack on the Haoshan sect. They don't need to talk about the moral principles of the martial arts world to deal with the Haoshan sect, who are willing to cross the river and destroy the bridge. A sneak attack is the most suitable way to deal with them, and it can also reduce the casualties of their own soul masters. Grandpa, this Haoshan sect is good. Hidden in this mountain with a dangerous terrain. This is the first time that Yang Fan has come to the Haoshan sect. His evaluation is that it is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. If it is not for the strength of the Haoshan sect, that is more than 3 times that of the Haoshan sect, it would not be an easy task to attack it. HMPH, this is now. In the past, this mountain was only the place where the sect master and the elders held meetings. The place where we are standing now is the inner gate of the Haoshan sect, and the outer gate of the Haoshan sect is 10 kilometers away where our army is standing. Yang Wudi said these again without any nostalgia, but only endless resentment. When the Puyi clan was expelled from the Haoshan sect, he swore that, if he came back here one day, there would be only one possibility. That is to settle accounts. No wonder. Yang Fan had not seen the glory of the Haoshan sect in the past, but from the description of his grandfather Yang Wudi today, it was not difficult to hear what the first sect of Douluo Continent looked like back then. Grandpa, if we continue to fight like this, it will definitely not work. The terrain is too unfriendly to them. Although the Puyi clan has developed well in recent years, the improvement in the strength of the clan members is not as obvious as imagined. Overall, the reputation is greater than the strength. In this situation, foolishly rushing up may not be able to gain an advantage even in the case of a sneak attack. You want to? The grandfather and grandson smiled at each other. What does a titled Douluo do? It means being able to stand up and turn the tide in desperate situations. Okay, I'll go inform old Rhino and the others, and we, grandpa and grandson, will first take a big shit on the head of the Haotian sect. The night is coming. 3 o'clock in the morning is often the time when people sleep the most soundly. Even the soul masters who often practice day and night are in the worst state at this time. It was at this time that the 3 tribes began to act. I'm telling you, don't make a sound for me. After you go up the mountain, you have to hold your fart in your crotch. Niu Gao, as the vanguard commander of this operation, is in charge of the command of the 3 tribes at this time. Let's go. At this time, Yang Fan and Yang Wudi had already killed their way to the middle of the mountain quietly. All the sentries and secret sentries were quietly dealt with by the grandfather and grandson. Go further and you will reach the cable suspension bridge. We will have no problem going over, but the army behind us will make a sound and be discovered as soon as they get on the suspension bridge. The sneak attack seemed to have come to an abrupt end. He had thought of this before the action. For them, rushing to the middle of the mountain without bloodshed seemed to be the best result. What's going on? Have we reached the cable suspension bridge? The 3 clan leaders had come to this mountain for a meeting when they were in the Haotian sect. They knew the topography of this mountain very well. How about we, the minimum clan, go through first and buy time for you? The cable suspension bridge is not only a problem of dangerous terrain, but more importantly, this section of the road is the alarm of the Haotian sect. As long as there is a soul master standing on it, the sound of the special steel cable colliding can be heard in every corner of the Haotian sect in the silent night. There are only 2 possibilities to cross the cable suspension bridge silently. Either you are a flying soul master, or you are a powerful titled Douluo. Come on. How long can you, the minimum clan, hold out in the hands of the Haotian sect? The minimum clan can indeed fly, but their strength is not good. Even an 8-ring soul Douluo like Behi can't even deal with a soul saint of the Haotian sect. Then what do you think we should do? Just rush through. They have waited for more than 10 years for this day. Can they be stumped by a steel cable suspension bridge? I have a way. At this time, Yang Fan stood out from the crowd. Xiao Fan, you are not going to carry all of us over, are you? Although there are not many people coming this time, there are several hundred people from the 3 tribes combined. If they carry one by one, it will probably be dawn when they finish this job. Of course not. Yang Fan smiled and stood in front of the steel cable suspension bridge. The next second, he tore a black hole in the air in front of him. Everyone was surprised. Seeing this situation, they all retreated. Xiao Fan, what is this? No one present could call out the name of this black hole, and they were very surprised. This is the power of space, Yang Fan said with a smile. Space Force. Old goat, what is that? You ask me. Then who should I ask? You don't even know the Space Force. This Super Douluo must be fake. My grandson Yang Fan is real. The Space Gate taught everyone a lesson the moment it appeared. Everyone present was hearing it for the first time in their lives, not to mention seeing it. This is the Space Gate, which can send all of you to the other side of the cable suspension bridge. Yang Fan had no knowledge of the Space Force before, but since he mastered it, he found that he could do a lot of things. Let him know that this is the ability that a strong person should master. This black hole can send all of us to the other side. Everyone's face showed obvious surprise and doubt. Is it true? They have never heard of anyone having this ability on Douluo Continent. Will we not be able to get out after entering? Can it really send us to the other side? How can we get there? Everyone was panicked. In comparison, they felt that it would be safer to throw them over. Don't talk nonsense here. What are you standing here for? Do you think you are buying vegetables? Niu Gao scolded the clansmen who were muttering around him in a low voice, and was the first to stand in front of the space gate, and asked Yang Fan to send him to the other side. Let's go. Yang Fan pushed Niu Gao into the space gate. At this time, another space gate appeared silently on the opposite side of the cable suspension bridge, and Niu Gao staggered out of it. You got through? Oh my god. Yang Fan, this kid actually has such a wonderful ability. Niu Gao was also afraid. But as the first vanguard of this operation, he had to be the first to stand up and boost morale. It's over. It's really over. With Niu Gao's successful precedent, the others were not only no longer afraid, but even showed an eager mood. In less than 5 minutes, all the clansmen of the 3 tribes arrived at the other side quietly and smoothly. Yang Fan is a real talent. This is the first time I've seen this kind of spatial ability in Douluo Continent. Yeah. Although that old guy Tang Chen is also a peak Douluo at level 99, he doesn't have this ability. Okay, stop talking. Forget what we are here for this time. Everyone put away their ease just now and squatted on the ground, ready to fight. Grandpa and I will go in and make some noise first. You wait for my signal here. According to the plan, he and his grandfather Yang Wudi, with the strength of titled Douluo, will go in and make a big fuss first, and when the noise is almost done, Niu Gao will bring people in to give them a wake-up call. Okay, I'll wait for your good news here. After that, Yang Fan and Yang Wudi flew towards the interior of the Haotian sect with the strength of titled Douluo. A super Douluo and a peak Douluo are like dragons in the Haotian sect. In less than a cup of tea, they have already broken through the tight defense line of the Haotian sect. Who? A deep and loud voice suddenly appeared above the Haotian sect. The sound exploded like thunder in the silent night. Ever since Tang San stole the secret skills, the members of the Haotian sect had already become very alert, and Aurora directly called everyone up. Xiao Fan. It's Grandpa's fault. We were discovered by that bastard Tang Xiao. Yang Wudi was extremely ashamed. If it weren't for his small mistake, a large number of people in the Haotian sect would have fallen. Grandpa, what are you talking about? No matter what we do, we can't kill everyone quietly. This result is already quite good for us. At this time, Yang Fan's cloud-piercing arrow rose above the Haotian sect. In an instant, a colorful firework appeared in the sky. Yang Wudi, the 5 elders of the Haotian sect rushed over and recognized the 8-foot-long spears at a glance. Yang Wudi, after the rapid rise of your POUE clan in recent years, don't you know your own weight? You dare to provoke our Haotian Gong? Although the Haotian Gong has closed its sect, it has actually been paying attention to the situation on the Douluo Continent. Its purpose is to hope to stand on the Douluo Continent again one day. But because of the closed sect, they don't have a thorough understanding of many things on the Douluo Continent. Dare? Why shouldn't I dare? When you, the Haotian Gong, kicked us out, you should have thought that one day I would come back to kill you. Yang Wudi was suspended in the air. He had thought about this scene of being above the entire Haotian Gong more than once. Today it finally came true. Sect. Sect Master. All the sentries and secret sentries of our Haotian Gong are dead. A bolt from the blue. The faces of Sect Master Tang Xiao and the 5 elders were instantly gloomy and almost dripping with water. The various sentries and secret sentries of the Haotian Gong added up to at least 70 or 80 people, and they were killed without a sound. 3rd elder. Take your people to the mountain pass and take a look. Tang Xiao immediately gave the order. If they guessed correctly, the people of the POUE clan were about to attack. Yang Wudi, you bastard. We Haotian sect treated you well in the past, but you actually used such a shady trick on us. The 7th elder, who had just sneered at Yang Wudi, changed his face instantly when he heard that 70 or 80 clan members had died. Ha ha ha. Yang Wudi laughed wildly towards the sky. His unbridled emotions made him want to squeeze out tears. Treat me well. Treat me well means that you covet the medicine refining technology of my POUE clan and expel our 4 attribute sect at the most critical moment. Yang Wudi had seen shameless people, but he had never seen a shameless person. If it weren't for our Haotian sect, your Poi clan would have been worse than a 3rd-rate sect. I'll tell you, the Poi clan has been refining medicine for decades and no longer owes you anything. Now it's time for us to settle accounts. There's no point talking. There's no room for reconciliation at this point. Both sides know that a life and death battle is bound to unfold. I'll teach you how to be a man. The soul power of the 2nd elder of the Haotian sect surged, and he went straight to Yang Wudi with the Haotian sect in his hand. Yang Wudi smiled coldly. Isn't this what he wanted to see? Yang Wudi's 9 rings appeared. This moment instantly surprised Tang Xiao and the other 4 elders. The Haotian sect has indeed been paying attention to the development and changes of the situation in the Douluo Continent, but there are many things they don't understand. 9 rings. No one thought that Yang Wudi, who was not a soul Douluo when he left the Haitian sect, has now become a titled Douluo. It's not that their intelligence work is not in place. It's that they don't regard the 4 attribute sects as human beings at all. Second Elder. I'm still waiting for you to teach me how to behave. The second elder of Haitian sect was only level 94, while Yang Wudi was already a super strong man of level 96. The first clash between the two had already determined who was better. The first weapon spirit of Douluo Continent? Nothing more than that. Yang Wudi was not bragging. If the Poyi clan became the first sect of Douluo Continent after a few years of development, it would be shameless to say that the Po Soul Spear could become the first weapon spirit. I'll go help the second elder. The fifth elder of Haitian sect rushed out from the other side. A battle of life and death. Who the hell still talks about martial ethics and morality with you? History is written by the victors. I'll catch this little bastard first. The seventh elder understood the current situation very well. Pick the soft persimmon first. If Yang Fan was controlled first, then the old guy Yang Wudi would definitely be distracted during the battle and would not be able to exert his full strength. Be careful. This kid is not as simple as you think. In the news collected by Haitian sect in recent years about Douluo Continent, a name has appeared more than once. Yang Fan. The last time they received news about Yang Fan was that this kid had been promoted to Soul Douluo and had the strength comparable to that of a titled Douluo. It's not a big deal. The seventh elder is the weakest among the Haitian sect's strong men, but he is also the most blindly confident one. What big waves can a little brat make, even if he has been promoted to a titled Douluo? Chapter 188. Destroy Haitian sect. There is a reason why the seventh elder is arrogant. Because he himself is now a titled Douluo of level 91. After the clear sky hammer is enlarged from his hand, it is 7 or 8 meters long, and the handle of the hammer needs to be held to control it. The white hammer head plus the weight of the clear sky hammer itself seems to be able to smash a person into a meat paste within a second. At this time, Yang Fan suddenly moved. His hands suddenly opened, and a space gate quietly appeared under his control. The space gate appeared just right on the seventh elder's route. A strong fist wind instantly appeared from the space gate and hit the seventh elder's temple firmly. The temple. This position is one of the most deadly parts of humans. Although the seventh elder's strength has reached the title Douluo, he can't withstand Yang Fan's punch. Puff. The seventh elder's body instantly flew sideways uncontrollably, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth on the way. When he landed, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and there was no sign of life. The seventh elder's attention was all on Yang Fan in front of him. He never expected that a fist would appear beside him. Seventh elder. One punch killed him instantly. Not only the young people of Haitian sect were shocked, but also the sect master Tang San. This is a titled Douluo. How could he be killed instantly by Yang Fan's thunderous force? Titled Douluo. Tang San was surprised, especially when he saw the strange colored spirit rings on Yang Fan's body that kept pulsating. At this moment, he could only say that the seventh elder's sudden death did not seem to be unfair. Not to mention that he was already careless. Even if the seventh elder went all out, he was definitely not Yang Fan's opponent. Titled Douluo? Is he really a titled Douluo? I heard from the elders of the family that the soul-breaking spear soul master has a soul ring. This kid should be a soul Douluo. The sect master just said that he is a titled Douluo. The seventh elder was beaten to death by this kid. We want to avenge the seventh elder. Kill him. Revenge for us for the seventh elder. Kill him. This group of young people from the Haitian sect seemed to be showing the usual style of the sect. Thunder is loud, but raindrops are small. Everyone was shouting to kill Yang Fan, but at this time no one dared to take the initiative to come forward and give their heads. Everyone retreat. At this time, Tang San, as the sect master, stood up. Before the battle, he thought he had given Yang Fan a high enough evaluation, but when he saw the body of the seventh elder, he knew that he underestimated it. After all, the 96th level Tang San is a super Douluo. When he released his martial spirit, the momentum he exuded was completely different from that of the seventh elder. Please, Yang Fan didn't expect that things had come to this point. Tang San could still be so polite. This made Yang Fan feel inferior. Please. Tang Zhao took the initiative to find Yang Fan with a clear sky hammer in his hand. This battle was crucial. He was now the strongest person in the entire Clear Sky sect. If he couldn't even defeat Yang Fan, then the Clear Sky sect might really face the danger of extinction today. The Four Attribute sect was not like the Spirit Hall. Once this group of people had the upper hand, they would definitely not leave them any chance to survive. Explode. Tang Zhao used his Clear Sky special skill as soon as he came up. Explode the ring. This skill was not something that ordinary disciples of the Clear Sky sect could learn casually. This was also why the young people of the Clear Sky sect wanted to kill him immediately after Tang San secretly learned it. Space Force. Yang Fan's response was very simple. After truly mastering the Space Force, he realized that this was a magical skill that could surpass the Douluo Continent. No one could deal with it. At least until now, he had never seen a spirit master who could deal with this skill. In an instant, several black vortices appeared beside Tang Zhao, and each black vortex produced obvious energy fluctuations. Tang Zhao was panicked for a moment, especially when he saw the still warm body of the seventh elder. He did not dare to take the initiative to attack Yang Fan. Yang Fan's mouth corners slightly raised. Looking at Tang Zhao now, he knew what Di Shan saw in his eyes at that time. The power of space was activated. In the blink of an eye, he had already grasped the initiative on the scene. A level 96 Clear Sky Hammer Soul Master should be a powerful person who dominates a place anywhere, but in front of Yang Fan, he became helpless. Sect Master, I'll help you. At this time, two elders of the Clear Sky sect stood up. The two men were of average height, only about 5 feet tall. Their short legs were shaking rapidly in the air, and their speed was surprisingly fast. They had joined the battlefield in just a breath. 3 against 1. Let's not talk about whether they can win. After the two titled Douluo level elders of the Clear Sky sect joined the battlefield, they instantly shared most of the pressure for Tang Zhao. Be careful. This kid's skills are too weird. The two elders nodded solemnly. The two old guys just saw the fate of the seventh elder, and they felt pain in their hearts. On the other side, the second elder, the most powerful in the elder team, was fighting with Yang Wudi. Before this, he didn't take Yang Wudi seriously at all. When he was in the Haotian sect, he was an 86th level soul Douluo, and Yang Wudi was just a 78th level little soul saint. However, after a few rounds, the second elder of the Haotian sect was surprised to find that things were not as he thought. It was enough to surprise him that Yang Wudi could break the spell of the Poyi clan, but the most surprising thing was that his strength was higher than his in the past 10 years. At this time, a flash of cold light flashed, and the sharp soul-breaking spear instantly forced the second elder back hundreds of meters. Soul bone. The second elder was surprised. Not only because a soul bone appeared on Yang Wudi's body, but more importantly, he recognized this soul bone. This is the inherited soul bone of the Haotian sect. This soul bone was on his father's body, and later after his father died, it was awarded to Tang Hao, the bastard, by the old leader of the Haotian sect. At that time, the old leader raised Tang Hao's hand, and announced that this was the future of their Haotian sect. Yes. This is the inherited soul bone of the Haotian sect back then. Yang Wudi had been waiting for this day for too long. For him and the members of the Poyi clan, nothing could be more satisfying than defeating the Haotian sect with the soul bone of the Haotian sect. Tang Hao is dead. At this moment, the second elder of the Haotian sect didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. The good news was that Tang Hao, the bastard who harmed the entire sect, was dead, and the bad news was that the inherited soul bone of the Haotian sect was now in the hands of Yang Wudi. Old 4, Old 6. The inherited soul bone of our Haotian sect is now in the hands of Yang Wudi. The second elder roared to the sky. There was a little bit of joy in his anger. However, the other two elders, who were already in danger at this time, did not respond to him. Swish, the sharp soul-breaking spear pierced out like lightning, forcing the second elder to return to the battle again. Yang Wudi's fighting was simple and pure. Defense is a shot. Attack or one shot. No matter how the opponent changes, his attack will never change. It was such a simple attack that made the second elder of the Haotian sect embarrassed. the Haotian hammer, known as the first weapon spirit of Douluo Continent, began to retreat under the attack of the soul-breaking spear. After more than a dozen rounds, 2 blood holes appeared on his body. On the other side, the 5th elder who went to guard the mountain pass fled back with a dozen people. He couldn't stand it. He originally planned to take dozens of clansmen to guard the steel cable suspension bridge, but when he arrived, the people of the 3 clans had successfully passed the steel cable suspension bridge. He couldn't figure it out. The steel cable suspension bridge is the most important alarm for the entire Haotian sect. Logically speaking, so many people passing through the steel cable suspension bridge can make the entire mountain gate deafening, but they were allowed to pass silently? Old 5. Why are you back? The face of the 5th elder was full of indescribable words. The people of the 4 attribute sects became excited when they saw them, especially Yu Xiaogang and Beihe, the 2 bastards, who were even more excited. This momentum directly made the people of the 4 attribute sects seem to have a kind of comprehension skill. The overall strength increased by 20%. Although he was a titled Douluo, he could not resist the bombardment of hundreds of people by himself. 2nd elder. We can't stand it anymore. The situation is over. The sect master, elders, and their clansmen are now completely at a disadvantage. The Poe clan is obviously well prepared. 2nd elder. Retreat. Let our sect's direct disciples retreat to the back mountain, cross the steel cable suspension bridge, and cut it off. At this time, Yu Xiaogang led the people of the 3 clans and finally broke through the mountain gate of the Haotian sect. He raised his head and roared to the sky. You 2 old bastards are really a dog that can't change its eating shit. This time, without us, the outsiders, you actually want to sell out your collateral master? Yu Xiaogang hated himself for seeing the true face of the Haotian sect's old bastards too late. It's a pity that he had devoted himself to the development of the Haotian sect. Thinking about it now, it was really stupid. If they had discovered the true face of the Haotian sect earlier, the members of their Yu clan would not have ended up like this. Did you see it? You guys, the collateral disciples of the Haotian sect, are acting like dogs here, but when something goes wrong, you are used as cannon fodder. Is it worth it? Hahaha. Although the collateral disciples of the Haotian sect are now in a miserable state, Yu Xiaogang has no sympathy at this time. When the 4 attribute sect was kicked out, these collateral disciples screamed more happily than dogs. Now they deserve this fate. Arseholes. The 2nd and 5th elders were so angry that their teeth itched. The current situation of the Haotian sect has long been completely at a disadvantage, and after being yelled at by Yu Xiaogang, the collateral disciples have lost their fighting spirit. We, the Haotian sect, will advance and retreat together today. Tang San roared. The strong soul power mixed in his voice instantly gathered the scattered fighting spirit again. Tang San secretly cursed the 2nd and 5th elders for being confused. The current situation of Haotian sect is no longer a time to abandon some of the clan members to save the entire sect. Can't you see it? What the Poe clan, Minimum Yi clan, and Yu Yi clan want now is the extinction of their entire Haotian sect. Old Rhino. Don't waste your time talking to them here, just kill these bastards. The full-scale war between the sects was launched instantly. The Yu Yi clan pushed in the front, the Poe clan stabbed in the back, and the Minimum Yi clan used speed to harass in the air. The perfect coordination made the Soul Masters of Haotian sect completely unable to resist, and they fell into a situation of complete defeat in an instant. In the sky, Yang Fan still made Tang San and others completely unable to resist even with 1 against 3. It's time to end it. Yang Fan held the soul-breaking spear and launched an attack instantly. The gunfire spread all over the prairie. The flames ejected from the tip of the spear were like a 100-meter long dragon, and in the blink of an eye, Tang San and the other 2 were enveloped in it. Although this skill is a mysterious level skill, it is no weaker than any 9th level soul skill when released at this time. The super strength of the 19th level, the powerful burst of the mysterious skills, the tyranny of the strange fire. Even with the combined strength of Tang San and the other 2, they still couldn't take on Yang Fan's attack. Boom. The bodies of the 3 were burned by the strange fire in midair, and they turned into ashes before they slowly fell. Old 5. Let's retreat. The 2nd elder made a life-saving decision in an instant when he saw that the situation was hopeless. At the moment of life and death, he could no longer care about others. Yang Fan. These two old bastards ran away. You hurry up and catch up. Niu Gao roared. He was not only worried about the escape of the second and fifth elders of the Haotian sect, but also worried that Yang Wudi, who chased out, would be tricked by the two old guys. Family hatred is right in front of him. If the old guy, old goat, really gets angry, he may be in danger. Grandpa Niu, I'll leave this to you. The titled Douluo of the Haotian sect died or escaped. Now there is no threat to them anymore, and Niu Gao has become the strongest person in this place. Don't worry. With me here, these bastards from the Haotian sect can't cause any trouble. Yang Fan chased them all the way. It's true. Although the two elders of the Haotian sect are not very strong, their ability to escape is not low at all. Yang Fan chased them all the way to the cliff behind the Haotian sect and watched the second and fifth elders jump off the cliff. At this time, Yang Wudi also jumped down right after them. Yang Fan wanted to stop him, but before he could say the words, his grandfather's shadow disappeared. It's not for nothing that this old man Niu Gao asked him to chase him all the way. Who knows what his final outcome will be? So high. Only a titled Douluo level strongman dared to jump straight down from this abyss. If it were a soul Douluo, the final result would be shattered to pieces. Yang Fan spread his wings and fell rapidly at lightning speed and soon caught up with his grandfather. But he didn't see the two old guys, the second and fifth elders, which made Yang Fan suspicious. That shouldn't be the case. With his flying speed, it would only take seconds to catch up with the two old guys. Chapter 189 Tang San. Damn it. Yang Wudi was stunned. Because after he jumped down, he did not see the figures of the two old guys, the second elder and the fifth elder. Strange. Although he was not a spirit master of the agility attack system, it was not a problem for him to catch up with the second elder and the fifth elder with his strength of Super Douluo. Even fighting 1 against 2 was easy. Come out. I have seen you two old guys. Do you two old guys really think you can escape the pursuit like this? I tell you, you are dead today. Yang Wudi raised his hand with a gun and stabbed hundreds of shots in all directions around his body in the blink of an eye. Really escaped. Yang Wudi's whole person has become bad now. If the two old guys of Haotian sect really escaped, it would not be a matter of losing face, but he would not be able to explain to the tribesmen of the 3 tribes. The tribesmen thought he could do a great job, but he gave them a big shit. On the other side, Yang Fan did not chase all the way down, but turned the car halfway. At this time, he was suspended at the entrance of a cave on the steep mountain wall. The cave was not big. It looked like it was only about 50 square meters. With the help of sunlight, one could even see the bottom at a glance. The second elder and the fifth elder were now blocked in the cave with a look of despair. Okay, you two old guys are really something. Are you planning to live here? There was actually such a hidden place below the Haotian sect. Not only that, the most outrageous thing was that there were traces of bonfires and leftover food residues in the cave. Someone was doing immoral beastly things here. Think about it. The Haotian sect has been closed for more than 10 years. The young people in the sect who are full of blood and love can't help but have some fun in private. This hidden cave in the back mountain of the sect has been abandoned for many years, and very few people know about it. If they hadn't been forced into a desperate situation today, they might never have thought that there was such a place in their lives. Because of this, they were surprised when they saw these traces of human life. It can be seen that these traces of life will not exceed 10 days at most. Tang San. Fuck your mother. The second elder roared to the sky. If there is really a person in this world who has lived here before, then it can only be that little bastard Tang San who jumped off the cliff a few days ago. Jumping off the cliff is fake. This little bastard has actually planned to escape from the Haotian sect in this way. Tang San. Yang Fan had previously guessed that this grandson might be hiding in the Haotian sect, and now it seems that his guess at the time was very correct. But now it seems that this grandson should have escaped from the Haotian sect again. Old 5. Let's go together. The second elder knew that no matter what he said now, it was too late. Yang Fan chased them here and didn't plan to let them go again. The two old guys looked at each other. Their eyes were full of life and death, and they were unstoppable. The second elder and the fifth elder held the Haotian hammer on the left and right, and instantly expanded the cave in trance several times. The powerful impact also allowed them to rush out of the cave in a powerful way. The two cooperated with each other, and swung the Haotian hammer in their hands with great vigor. Yang Fan's whole body burst out with powerful soul power, and the impact made the two elders of Haotian sect dizzy. It was at this moment that the sharp tip of the soul-breaking spear cut the throats of the second and fifth elders. Blood gushed out, and their eyes were terrified. The two covered the wounds on their necks, and even in this situation, they could not stop the rapid loss of life breath of the two old guys. In a few breaths, the two could no longer support their bodies and slowly fell down. It was at this time that Yang Wudi, who had been searching for them from the bottom of the mountain in vain, rushed over. Old thief, die. The soul-breaking spear in Yang Wudi's hand was so powerful that it directly crushed the two falling people under a white shadow of the spear. Xiao Fan. Fortunately, you are here. Fortunately, Yang Fan followed him and chased after him. Otherwise, he might have been so eager to chase the enemy that he would have been escaped by these two old guys. Now it's good. The Haotian sect was completely wiped out by them. After he returned, he could also give a perfect explanation to the members of the three tribes. On the other side, hurry up. Clean up the battlefield. Take away everything that can be used and taken. Niu Gao, the commander of this operation, was carrying out the operation in an orderly manner. Hahaha, old goat. Look what I found. Soulbone. In this operation to settle accounts with the Haotian sect, they obtained 3 soul bones from Tang San. Niu Gao was ecstatic. He, the old Niu, had never fought such a rich battle. One for each person. The 3 clan leaders had nothing to say. No one could not fight without effort in this battle, and the distribution of 1 soul bone to each person made everyone happy. Niu Gao thought to himself at this time that it was fortunate that the old thing titan did not come, otherwise it would not be so easy to distribute 3 soul bones to 4 people. No matter who did not have it, it would not be suitable. Old Rhino, how is the situation here now? Niu Gao laughed. Everything has been settled. Retreat. The people of the 3 clans came quickly and left quickly. In just one night, the entire Haotian sect had been completely eliminated from the Douluo Continent. Walking down the mountain, the sun was rising. It was another beautiful and bright day. The Haotian sect was destroyed. This news spread quickly throughout the Douluo Continent in just one day. It instantly set off a huge uproar. Haotian sect. It was also the largest sect in the Douluo Continent, the largest sect with the best weapon spirit. Although the sect has been closed, it still has the foundation of the first sect. So when this news broke out, the Douluo Continent was shocked by more than the destruction of the Haotian sect, and was even more surprised by the rapid rise of the Poe clan. Of course. As for why the Poe clan suddenly attacked the Haotian sect, after being silent for more than 10 years, the reason behind this is actually known to all the powerful sects. In the final analysis, this matter is that the Haotian sect did something in kind. It's just that the Haotian sect is powerful, the 4 attribute sects are weak, and there is also the participation of the Wuhun Hall. So at that time, no sect was willing to stand up and speak for them. And the current result of the Haotian sect is also what many people deserve. Kibaoliuli sect. Feng Zhi. News came from the foot of the mountain that the Haotian sect was destroyed last night. Ning Fengzi stood up from his chair suddenly. It can be said that no sect knew more about the battle between the Poe clan and the Haotian sect than him. That's why he was so surprised. The Haotian sect was destroyed by the Poe clan overnight. Yes. Ning Fengzi was surprised by this incident. Although the Yu Yi clan and the Minimum Yi clan also participated in this incident, in fact, the role played by these 2 sects was very small. The real main force is the Poe clan. From this incident, the strength shown by the Poe clan is no weaker than any sect on the Douluo Continent. The always arrogant Shenzhen had to admit it. Haotian sect. Even if the 7 treasures glazed tile sect wanted to destroy the former number 1 sect on the Douluo Continent, it might not be able to do it. Not only that, even the current 7 treasures glazed tile sect might not be able to defeat the Haotian sect. In fact, the only 2 who are really strong may be Yang Wudi and Yang Fan. The foundation of the Poe clan is that there is no foundation. Although Ning Fengzi did not participate in this action, he could imagine the scene at that time. If it were not for Yang Fan, the kid, who opened the situation, it would be difficult for the current members of the Puyi clan to break through the gate of the Haoshan sect. Yes. Speaking of Yang Fan, we have to mention the battle with Tang Chen. At that time, he, Ning Fengzi, Du Gubo, and so many others were there, but only Yang Fan could stand out. It can be said that Yang Fan at that time already had the strength to fight against the extreme Douluo alone. They are now fortunate that the alliance relationship with the Puyi clan is not bad. Otherwise, the future of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is still unknown. Is it really that powerful? Ning Rangrang muttered softly after listening to the conversation between her father and Chenzin. To be honest, she and Yang Fan are of the same age. She is still struggling to become a Soul King, but Yang Fan can actually fight against the extreme Douluo. Rangrang, you have to work hard in the future. There are still many things to learn in the future. Whether it is Ning Fengzi, Chenzin or Gurong, the pampering of Ning Rangrang in the past 2 years is not as exaggerated as before. Rather than being stimulated by Yang Fan, it is better to say that Ning Fengzi has realized the seriousness of the matter. The future of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect all depends on Ning Rangrang, and Ning Rangrang's future is confused. Okay. I have been working very hard gradually. Ning Fengzi looked at his daughter and shook his head helplessly. Although Ning Rangrang has begun to change herself as she grows older in the past 2 years, it is obviously not up to Ning Fengzi's requirements. He is not talking about strength. Ning Rangrang's reaching the soul sect at this age is actually a fulfillment of her talent. But what he really worries about is his daughter's immature mind. If it were a girl from an ordinary family, there would be no problem at all, but Ning Rangrang is not. As the future heir of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Rangrang should be able to stand on her own now to be qualified. Fengzi, take your time. It is actually good to be able to see changes. Moreover, they still have several decades to slowly teach Ning Rangrang their own things. Spirit Hall. When the news of Haoshan sect came here, it instantly caused a stir. Although it was calm on the surface, there had been undercurrents in the dark. Although the Spirit Hall and the Puyi clan had not had a large-scale direct confrontation in the past few years, anyone with a discerning eye knew that the contradictions between the two sides had already reached an irreconcilable level. It was only a matter of time before a full-scale war broke out. Now they didn't want to hear any news about the Puyi clan becoming stronger. Elder Jew, do you have anything to say about this? After many twists and turns, Yu Guan became the most popular person around Bibidong again. The Puyi clan is not very active now. It's not the same as it used to be. Today's Puyi clan is no longer the third-rate small family that huddled in Yunluo City. They live in Xiandao City. Putting aside the title Douluo, at least 2,000 soul masters are needed. Given the tense relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Dao Empire, how could they tolerate such a powerful team of spirit masters entering the city? Moreover, the Heaven Dao City was the capital of the entire Heaven Dao Empire. HMPH, at worst, I'll flatten the entire Heaven Dao Empire. Instantly, Bibidong's body burst out with an unparalleled aura. This terrifying evil aura made Yu Guan, who was standing next to him, unable to resist. His eyes were surprised at some of Bibidong's recent changes. If Bibidong was a half-crazy woman before, then now she is close to being completely crazy. Yu Guan was worried that this woman would twist his head off because of her unstable mood. Okay, you go down. Yu Guan felt relieved. After walking out of the Pope's palace, he found that he was sweating profusely. Is she going to go to war with the Heaven Dao Empire now? Yu Guan's thoughts were now completely in a mess. Bibidong was completely unpredictable to him now. The broken clan. The clan members who had avenged their great hatred swept away the haze of the past. Refreshed. Everyone's face was filled with joy, and the whole family was like celebrating the new year. Despite this, the defense of the Puyi clan was not relaxed at all. The open sentries, hidden sentries, and mobile sentries, the layers of defense can be said to be fully deployed. There is no way. The Puyi clan's members are not limited to the Haoshan sect. They also need to be on guard against the poisonous hands of the Spirit Hall at all times. Excuse me, who are you looking for? At this time, the POUE clan's member on duty stopped a middle-aged man, looking him up and down. It is very certain that he does not know him. My name is Yu Xiaogang, and I'm here to see your clan leader Yang Wudi. Yu Xiaogang also heard about the destruction of the Haoshan sect. He panicked. He didn't care about the destruction of the Haoshan sect, and now he wanted to know what his beloved disciple Tang San looked like. Our clan leader is not here. Please come back another day. The member on duty did not lie. Yang Wudi is now also a famous figure in Douluo Continent, especially the popularity of the blood coagulation powder has made him famous. When a person becomes famous, he will naturally have more friends. Then I'll look for Yang Fan. No, who are you? The tribesman on duty was a little unhappy. He looked for the tribe leader, then for Yang Fan. His attitude was quite like he was going to call for punishment. What's the matter? Are you here to pick a fight with the Poi tribe? I've already said it before, my name is Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back. Yu Xiaogang. Who is Yu Xiaogang? Not very familiar. The two tribesmen on duty whispered beside him. I also have another name, Master. The tribesman on duty suddenly realized. This name is very familiar. The guy who wrote the 10 core theories of martial souls. This incident has been the biggest joke in the Soul Master circle for a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Take your theory and get out of here. Yu Xiaogang? What is this grandson doing here? He and Yu Xiaogang don't have any special intersections. If there is anything to say, it is that he has crippled Tang San twice. Yang Fan doesn't understand. When he came to the meeting hall, this group of ignorant clansmen had already invited Yu Xiaogang into the sect. This matter can't be blamed on the clansmen. In just a few years, the POUE clan has transformed from a third-rate small family in a border city to one of the few large sects in Douluo Continent. This big step change makes the POUE clan members unable to adapt. At the same time, because of this leap forward progress, the number of people who come to visit the POUE clan every day has increased sharply. Under such circumstances, it is inevitable that a few good and bad cattle and horses will come in. Where is Tang San? Where is Tang San now? Yang Fan instantly understood the purpose of this grandson's visit to the POUE clan. Tell me, is Tang San still alive? Yu Xiaogang kept staring at Yang Fan and asking, as if all this was justified. Who the hell are you? Why should I tell you? Tang San. Yu Xiaogang, this grandson, really takes himself too seriously. Yu Xiaogang was stunned on the spot, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. I don't care if you, the POUE clan, destroyed the Haoshan sect, but Tang San is innocent. His father, Tang Hao, announced his departure from the Haoshan sect more than 10 years ago. Strictly speaking, Tang San does not belong to the Haoshan sect. Yu Xiaogang didn't know if Tang San was still alive, so he could only pray in his heart. If he was still alive, he hoped that the POUE clan would release his beloved disciple. You said it's not true. Why are you so shameless? You don't care if our POUE clan destroyed the Haoshan sect, so can you control it? It's really ridiculous. How could there be such a blindly confident waste in Douluo Continent? But think about it, it's also a person who can define the knowledge copied, and the things he fantasized as the truth of Douluo Continent, and when no one understands him, he still thinks that the world is wrong. It is reasonable for such a person to have extremely blind self-confidence. Yu Xiaogang was so old that he was suffocated by being scolded. He didn't expect that Yang Fan would be so difficult to communicate with. He was so proud. He thought he was a strong man and began to treat others as less than human beings. Although Yu Xiaogang was frustrated, he finally calmed down for the sake of his beloved disciple Tang San and to regain the hope of proving his 10 core theories. At this time, he took out a martial arts secret book from his arms. This is the theory of the 10 competitive strengths of the martial soul core that I have spent my entire life researching. As long as you tell me where Tang San is now, I'm willing to give this theory to the POUE clan. Yang Fan snatched the 10 competitive strengths of the martial soul core. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang yelled in his heart that it was not good. The Poe clan had no martial arts ethics. Yang Fan actually wanted to snatch the 10 competitive strengths of the martial soul core. Just when Yu Xiaogang was thinking about how to snatch his life's work from Yang Fan. Yang Fan actually threw the 10 competitive strengths of the martial soul core in his face. Take your secret book and get out. He even wanted to exchange shit for gold. It's really funny. He really didn't know where Yu Xiaogang got his confidence from, and actually regarded this so-called theory as the truth. Damn it. This is. Yu Xiaogang was about to argue that his theory was not a piece of crap, but he immediately shut up when he saw Yang Fan's raised palm. He even took several steps back under the intimidation of Yang Fan. You will regret it. Tang San's father Tang Heo will never let you go. In Yu Xiaogang's eyes, that was a man who dared to beat even the Pope to death. He was an invincible god of war. Tang Heo? Are you talking about him? At this time, Yang Fan took out a soul bone from the storage soul guide. At that time, a total of 6 soul bones exploded from Tang Heo's body. His grandfather Yang Wudi had absorbed one before, so he left one behind. And this one happened to be in his hand. Oh, I forgot. A clown like you can't possibly know how many soul bones Tang Heo has. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's hope was completely extinguished. His last hope was Tang Heo, but he didn't expect Tang Heo to die in Yang Fan's hands. Tang San had asked him to find out about Tang Heo, but he didn't expect that he would learn about Tang Heo's ending from Yang Fan. Yu Xiaogang was stunned. He was dazed at the door of the Poe clan, as if his soul had been taken away. Brothers, get this guy out of here. After Yu Xiaogang was carried away, Yang Fan began to think about it. No, it's not right. Did Yu Xiaogang join the spirit hall again? This grandson wanted to show his strength by showing his weakness, and take the opportunity to present the top 10 competitiveness of the spirit core to the Poe clan, and then let the spirit masters of the Poe clan start to practice according to this conclusion. In this way, the Poe clan will be ruined within 10 years. On the other hand, Yu Xiaogang returned to Lanba Academy in a daze. Xiaogang, where have you been? Flanders and Liu Erlang were very anxious. They thought that Yu Xiaogang had committed suicide because he couldn't think straight after learning that the Haitian sect was destroyed. You went to the Poe clan. Flanders didn't see it, but he could infer it from the direction Yu Xiaogang came from and his understanding of his good brother. Yeah, I went to ask about Zio-san's situation. Flanders hurriedly asked, how is the situation? Yu Xiaogang smiled bitterly and shook his head after hearing this question. They didn't say, but I think it may be a bad situation. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang started laughing wildly towards the sky, and the whole person entered a state of madness in an instant. Crazy, crazy? Flanders was suddenly shocked. Tang San had actually faded out of their sight after the Soul Master Elite competition. If it weren't for Yu Xiaogang's constant thinking about proving his theory of the top 10 competitive strengths of the martial soul core, Tang San would have disappeared from their lives like Mahanjan. Even so, in fact, Tang San has had less and less interactions with them. If he really died at this time, there would be no need to feel such a big excitement. Arseholes. How did those bastards of the Poe clan torture Xiaogang like this? I'm going to settle accounts with them now. Liu Erlang is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He has a bad temper that will explode at the slightest provocation. Come on. The Poe clan is no longer what it used to be. What's the point of you going there now? Flanders stopped Liu Erlang, who was about to explode in time. From a rational point of view, Flanders did not think that Yu Xiaogang's madness was caused by the Poe clan. If the Poe clan really attacked Yu Xiaogang, his good brother would probably have died 800 times. Damn it. Then what do you think we should do now? Flanders said that he had no other choice. It was not that Yu Xiaogang went to the Poe clan, but that he should not have gone there himself. This guy's not smooth at all. Every day he looks like someone owes him 8 million. If he went there, he might be able to get some useful information from the Poe clan. Flender. Is my theory of the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits rubbish? Is my strength as a great spirit master rubbish? Are many of my theories wrong? Flender understood Yu Xiaogang must have mentioned his 10 core theories in front of the Pou clan again, but the final result was that he was severely humiliated by them. He said why Yu Xiaogang suddenly went crazy for no reason, and the cause has been found. Xiaogang, don't think too much for now, go back and have a good rest. Maybe Tang San will appear in front of you again in a few days. Flender wanted to refute Yu Xiaogang's question, but he found that Yu Xiaogang's words were impeccable. In fact, he always thought that Yu Xiaogang's theory had some problems, but as long as he said even a word, Yu Xiaogang would refute it at length and prove that he was right. Over time, he also developed an attitude of, as long as you are happy. Indeed, as long as you are happy. Yu Xiaogang's experiences when he was young were too unfriendly to him. After Flanders sent Yu Xiaogang into the room, he thought that the matter was over. But he didn't expect that the irritable Liu Erlang would finally get completely irritable. That night, Liu Erlang took the initiative to sneak into the Pou clan to settle accounts with Yang Wudi. However, she still overestimated her strength. Before she landed, she was discovered by the Minimum Yi clan, and the clansmen of the other two clans surrounded Liu Erlang. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Liu Erlang was very angry now. Seeing that this group of clansmen were not going to give in, she released her martial spirit instantly, but before she could show her power, she was suppressed by Du Gubo who happened to be nearby. Du Gubo was not a person who liked to kill, but he was definitely not a kind person. He could have killed this kind of person who broke into the sect without permission, but this time he didn't. At this time, the other people of the Pou clan heard the noise and hurried over. Seeing that the situation had been easily controlled by Du Gubo, they also let go of their worries at this time. This is the first time and the last time. We don't want to make enemies with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Go away. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has never become Liu Erlang's identity, and Liu Erlang has never admitted that he is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. But the father-daughter relationship between Liu Erlang and Yuluo Mian is an indisputable fact. If Liu Erlang really died, would the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family really sit back and do nothing? Although the Pou clan is not afraid of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, it is obviously not good to make too many enemies at this time. Of course, Du Gubo also has his own selfish motives for doing this. His precious granddaughter and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex kid are very close. If the Pou clan really makes enemies with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, he will be very embarrassed in the middle. Old lady seniors, please show mercy and don't do it. At this time, Flanders appeared in time. After landing from the sky, his first action was to greet him with a smile and bow deeply. The desire to survive is full. Seniors, I'm the Dean of Flanders Blue Tyrant Academy. Our Vice Dean drank a little and accidentally entered the nobles today. Please forgive me. I will come to apologize another day. I hope you can tolerate this matter today. Flanders' sincerity is full. If the Pou clan still does not intend to let them go at this time, then they can only accept their fate. At this time, everyone's eyes are focused on Yang Wudi, as the patriarch of the Pou clan, the commander with the highest power here. Let's go. If you want to be friends, please go through the main gate in the future. If not, I will not be polite next time you come. Yang Wudi did not intend to make things difficult for these two people. Of course, he did this completely to give Du Gubo face. If they really become enemies with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, then they may not only gain an enemy, but also lose a friend. Thank you, seniors. Liu Erlang did not want to leave at first, but was taken away by Flanders with tough means. What are you doing? The Pou clan is no longer what it used to be. Can you count how many titled Douluo they have? We almost died just now, do you know? Flanders was sweating profusely. Yang Wudi asked them to leave just now, not because he was sincere, or because he had a lot of face, but because he saw the face of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Otherwise, they might have died now. I'm not afraid. Liu Erlang was not afraid of anything when she got angry. She just wanted to settle accounts with the Pou clan. I'm afraid. Is it okay if I'm afraid of dying? I still want to live a few more years. Is it okay? Flanders' defense was broken instantly. Really? Just now, their life and death depended on a single thought. He really doubted whether there was something wrong with the genes of the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Liu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang, each of them seemed to do things without thinking. Boss F. I'm sorry. Liu Erlong suddenly realized that she was wrong. Yes, it doesn't matter that she is not afraid of death, but because of her recklessness, she almost killed Flanders. Don't worry, I will never go to the Poe clan again. Flanders waved his hand to signal Liu Erlong not to say anything more. This matter is not about the Poe clan at all. The Poe clan did not do anything to Yu Xiaogang at all. If they were really serious, Yu Xiaogang, a great spirit master, would still be able to come back alive. Go back. Flanders now hopes that Yu Xiaogang will not have any more crazy things after returning. Don't dream of proving the theory anymore. It's unrealistic. As for Tang San, the Poe clan wants to annihilate the Haotian sect, and almost no one can stop it except the Spirit Hall. How can he influence it? Chapter 191 The Road to Becoming a God. Damn it. Still not working? Ever since destroying the Haotian sect, Yang Fan has been hiding in the family to do one thing. Becoming a god. This is his first pursuit, after becoming a level 99 ultimate Douluo. In fact, I didn't feel much about becoming a god before. But since his strength reached the level 99 ultimate Douluo, the idea of becoming a god has become particularly strong in his mind. For himself and for Yao Lao. Judging from the current conditions for shaping Yao Lao's body, whether it is refining the 7th grade bone melting blood pill, or refining the body of a Daozong level strongman for the second time, the basic conditions of a god level strongman are acquired. But it took him 2 months to truly discover the difficulty of becoming a god. This kind of difficulty is inability to do it, and there is no way to find. It's like there is a vast ocean in front of you. It seems that the road ahead is bright, but there is not only no direction under your feet, but also no way to move forward. It's numb. He now has reason to suspect that the Douluo god realm has not only cut off the conditions for soul beasts to become gods, but perhaps the path for soul masters to become gods has also been monopolized by these guys. The only condition for becoming a god may be the various god positions scattered on the Douluo continent. Azure god, Sea god. These gods control the entire Douluo plane. Even if there are excellent soul masters who have the conditions to become gods, they can only choose their god positions. In this way, no one will be above them. Of course. These are just Yang Fan's random fantasies. Maybe the god realm is not as dark as he imagined. But it is true that he can't find the direction to become a god. Cultivation is not a matter of one day or one night. Some people have an epiphany in one day, and some people have not made any progress in 10 years. Don't rush. Yao Lao can only do this because he has never become a god, and he doesn't know what the so-called god realm of Douluo looks like. Master, do you think, if we refine the Azure sword into the sword pill you mentioned, can I get the final breakthrough? Yao Lao's face suddenly changed. Do you still know that you have made that sword into a divine weapon? Do you think you can really refine this sword into a pill with your own strength? Yang Fan was silent, because what Yao Lao said now makes sense. Even if his strength is that of a level 99 extreme Douluo, even if he has a set of trump cards that can kill Dishan. But after all, he was in the Douluo plane. Without the ability to compete with gods, he would never be able to refine the Shura sword into a pill. Even if he had the strength of a god, it was not necessarily the case. After all, the Shura sword was superior to a divine weapon in a sense. Keep calm. With your current strength, you can live at least 200 or 300 years on the Douluo continent. The master's soul is so stable that even he is afraid of it. There is no problem accompanying you for another 100 years. So we still have plenty of time. These words really comforted him. If he really became a god, he would be reluctant to leave the Douluo continent. After all, his friends and clansmen were here. Yang Fan. Is Yang Fan here? I heard that you are now a member of the Broken One clan. Yang Fan's mouth slightly grinned. The voice came before the person. He knew it was his classmate Huo Wu at the Blazing Academy as soon as he heard the voice. Yes, Huo Washan was also following him. Speaking of which, although he and the Huo brothers and sisters were not far away, they had met very little in the past few years. If you count carefully, you can see them less than twice a year on average. They are all mature. Since the end of the Soul Master Elite competition, the Huo brothers and sisters have stayed in Blazing Academy to help their father. He is also going further and further on the road of pursuing strength. Everyone has his own things to do. It is really rare to see a street slacker like Ning Rang who is always slacking off. Here, Yang Fan just opened the door and saw the Huo brothers and sisters flying around like flies. Soul King? Yes. He has seen the general level of the two from the soul power fluctuations of the Huo brothers and sisters. Are you laughing at us again? It's really sad to say. In the past, they still regarded Yang Fan as a benchmark and role model, as a driving force for progress on the road of cultivation. Now it seems that Yang Fan's achievements have made them look up to him. If they still regard Yang Fan as a benchmark, then they may be hit to death. What do you want from me? He didn't dwell on the topic of level. It is a bit too shameless to show off one's strength in front of his old teammates. You are ungrateful, aren't you? If we don't have anything to do, can't we come to play with you? Huo Wu looked really angry, but Yang Fan didn't choose to believe it. Since we won the championship, Chihuo Academy has become the #1 academy in the Xiandao division. I don't know how many people are trying to get into Chihuo Academy every day. You two guys can still come to play with me? The three of them laughed. Because what Yang Fan said was the truth. The current Chihuo Academy is no longer the same as it used to be. It is no longer the situation where the 5 major elemental academies competed against each other. Chihuo Academy is the only one in power. The support of the Xiandao Empire has also expanded the scale of Chihuo Academy by more than 5 times. The current Chihuo Academy is not only recruiting fire attribute soul masters, but also recruiting soul masters from the Douluo Continent. This is also the purpose of the Xiandao Empire's support for Chihuo Academy. First, it is to train talents for the Xiandao Empire in an all-round way, and second, it is to compete with the Wuhan Hall for the backbone of future soul masters. The Blazing Academy is what it is today thanks to you. Thinking back to when Blazing Academy won the championship, Yang Fan single-handedly killed his way through the entire Douluo. It was that competition that made the Blazing Academy's gold content soar. So, why did you two come to me? Yang Fan asked. Of course, we are here to recruit students. You guys are not at home all day. You must not know that the Poi clan has already reached an agreement with Blazing Academy. The children of the 3 clans will be sent to Blazing Academy for training in the future. School will start in the next few days, and the dean's father sent us here to pick up the children. Blazing Academy, which others may not be able to get in, even if they try their best, has become a door-to-door service here. This is a good thing. The current teaching quality of Blazing Academy may not have improved much, but the simulated training environment is great. Even though he is not often at home, he has heard that the Xiandao Empire has spent a huge amount of money to repair a variety of simulated training environments for Blazing Academy. There is one more thing. At this time, Huo Wu's face suddenly changed. After observing that there was no one around, she took out a book from the storage soul guide. The book was very simple and ancient. It looked older than his grandfather and Yao Lao combined. What is it? Yang Fan took it curiously, but did not open it immediately. My great-grandfather heard that you have become a limit Douluo, so he asked me to pass this book to you. As for what is written in it, I don't know. Okay, we are leaving. Huo Wu had just walked out for a few steps and then stopped again. After struggling for a few seconds, she turned around and walked forward to hug Yang Fan. Without saying a word, after turning around again, Huo Wu walked decisively. What is it? Do you need to wait until you become a limit Douluo before you can give it to me? It can't be. It can't be some kind of exclusive secret book for controlling fire. Unboxing. Unboxing. Yang Fan couldn't wait to open the first page of the book. There appeared a name that made his eyes light up. Poseidon? Isn't this the name of the sea god who has become a god? Yang Fan continued to read on. Sure enough, the book recorded the story of the sea god Poseidon's experience of becoming a god. 10,000 years ago, the sea was born in a turbulent time, and many tribes and races were constantly at war. At this time, Poseidon, holding a trident, appeared out of nowhere. With his powerful talent, he quickly became famous on the sea. At that time, Poseidon, as a sea soul master, was not satisfied with the chaos of demons on the sea. He decided to change this situation, so he began to travel the sea. After thousands of years, he finally conquered all the tribes on the sea. Under his leadership, the 100,000-year-old soul beast, the great white shark, was willing to be a mount. At that time, Poseidon decided to break through the last level of 100 levels, to become a god after level 99. He gathered the power of faith of all the people in the sea to condense the position of the sea god. From cultivation to becoming a god, the whole process took a total of 1001 years, creating an immortal myth on the sea. I finished reading it. Yang Fan had to admire old master Huo at this time. Although the strength of this old man is not at the peak, his experience is really second to none in Douluo Continent. There are actually books about Poseidon's becoming a god. He knew about Poseidon's becoming a god, but he only knew a general idea, and the book that old master Huo gave him was too detailed. It was as if Poseidon wrote it himself. Why is this old man Huo still studying how to become a god? That shouldn't be the case. If it's said that old man Huo is studying how to become a titled Douluo, it's understandable. Becoming a god, although he felt a little disrespectful to old man Huo, he still had to say that this old man had no chance. Not him. It should be that the Huo family has had such a person in the long history of 10,000 years, or he is a good friend of the Huo family's predecessors. In short, this book should be passed down by the ancestors of the Huo family. Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, then the Huo family is still in decline now? But this power of faith is quite interesting. Yao Lao didn't know anything about becoming a god, but this book Poseidon's Becoming a God aroused his interest. Master, do you have an idea? Yang Fan felt that Yao Lao had opened up his mind with his rich experience. I don't have any good ideas for the time being. Then tell me 2 bad ideas. Yao Lao's face suddenly changed, and his mouth, which was about to express his opinion, closed again. Master, I was wrong. After a moment, Yao Lao expressed his own views on the experience of Poseidon's becoming a god. From the experience of Poseidon, the strong man, it is not difficult to see that becoming a god at level 100 is definitely not a simple thing. After reading it, Yang Fan already had a deep understanding. 1001 years, which normal soul master can live to this age. Even if they can live to this age, how many people have such a persistent spirit? He became a god with the help of the power of faith in the sea. This seems to be an illusory thing, but in fact it is the last power that helps him break through the barrier, or it can be said to break the rules. This kind of faith power cannot be obtained by practicing, which is why the end point of the soul master is level 99. Yang Fan seemed to understand. He raised his head and looked at Yao Lao. So, if I want to become a god, I should use elixirs? Yao Lao smiled. You understand correctly, but what you need is not elixir but strange fire. That is to say, when I cultivate to the point where the spirit master and fighting master system in this world is saturated, I can find a strange fire to break through myself. It's not that easy. You forgot that in this book, the sea god is a condensed god. If the experience of Poseidon's becoming a god in this book is true, then the road to becoming a god is definitely not as easy as it is imagined now. Yang Fan suddenly had a direction now. First, cultivate yourself to the point where it cannot be saturated anymore, and then find a strange fire that can make you a god. Let's do it. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, and after summoning his martial spirit, he began to practice in a meditative manner. After reaching the 99th level, he found that his cultivation speed seemed to have stagnated, and he could not feel any changes every day. But if it is measured in months, it seems that some changes can be seen. The next morning, brother Yang Fan, Master Ning is here. He said that you were asked to go to the meeting room for a meeting. Bei Chengxiang came in a hurry. From her expression, it can be seen that she was very anxious. Master Ning, did you say anything? Bei Chengxiang shook her head. How could she know this? Everyone in the 3 tribes treated her as a mascot. Although she was only 2 years younger than Yang Fan, everyone just treated her as a child. You'd better go quickly. I think they all look very anxious. Bei Chengxiang said. They? Yang Fan heard from Bei Chengxiang. that it was not only Ning Fengxi and Shenzhen who came to the Puyi tribe early this morning. Yes. Poison Douluo, Prince Zuxing and the Crown Prince Zuking are all here. Oh my goodness. Yang Fan knew it must be a big deal without having to guess. Kan Ringsu. He had always known that this woman was an undercover agent, and the reason why he had not taken action was because it was not the right time. More importantly, if used properly, this sharp knife of the spirit hall could also pierce their hearts. But the fact that this woman followed along showed that things were not simple. Could it be that this matter has already involved the spirit hall? There is no time to lose. Yang Fan came to the reception room of the Puyi clan almost immediately. At this time, it was not just the people Bei Chengxiang mentioned who were sitting here. The generals of the Xiandao Empire, the Angry Dean, the head of the Feng family. It can be said that all the people who were close to the Xiandi Empire and had strength gathered here. He even saw an acquaintance from the Xingluo Empire. Chapter 192 Babidang still takes action. ZHU Zuking? Yang Fan did not expect to see ZHU Zuking again in such a scene. To be honest, the two had not seen each other for several years. He had heard that ZHU Zuking had returned to the Xingluo ZHU family, but he did not pay much attention to the details because of his cultivation. That's why he wondered why he saw ZHU Zuking here. Let's make a long story short. We came here entirely because of the Wuhan Hall. This time, almost all the prominent figures in the Xiandao Empire gathered in the Puyi clan. The reason for this is that the Puyi clan's strength has risen. The Xiandao Empire needs the help of the Puyi clan. Of course. This is what the Puyi clan will do. Now everyone sitting here has a common enemy, the Wuhan Hall. At this time, Ning Fengxi stood up. This is the envoy of the Xingluo Empire. Let her speak for everyone now. ZHU Zuking stepped forward, first glanced at Yang Fan, and then bowed slightly to the strong men present. My name is ZHU Zuking, from the ZHU family of Xingluo. Just 5 days ago, 300 spirit masters of the spirit hall attacked 3,000 guards on our border. The entire border was completely torn apart by the spirit hall for 2 days. Although the spirit hall has not yet launched a full attack on our Xingluo Empire, it should not be difficult for the seniors present to see that this is already a signal of attack. The spirit hall has started a war. Yang Fan was suddenly shocked. Logically speaking, the spirit hall should not have started a war before the establishment of the spirit empire. Could it be that Bibi Dong is crazy? But no matter what, the spirit hall has now ignited the fuse of war, and this battle is inevitable. Senior ZHU Zuking continued to talk about the specific situation currently known to the Xingluo Empire. She came to the Xiandao Empire this time for only one purpose. Request for support. The Xingluo Empire can be said to have no successor since Davis died. Domestic turmoil. The nobles fought and devoured each other. It has been riddled with holes in just a few years. Everyone, please say what you think. Everyone was silent. No one wants to be the first to do something like this. Xiao Fan, do you have anything to say? His expression suddenly changed. If he hadn't seen the kind eyes of the crowd, he would have thought that they were setting a trap for him. Me. I'll listen to the seniors. From his own perspective, it's really hard to refuse to help the Xingluo ZHU family. It's not that he has a good relationship with ZHU Zuking. After all, the first big customer of their Puyi clan was the Xingluo ZHU family. The first pot of gold was earned from the Xingluo ZHU family. More importantly, their enemy this time is the Spirit Hall. Even if there is no such thing, the Puyi clan will take action sooner or later. However, he can't be perverted for everyone now. This time, the Spirit Hall's activities on the border of the Xingluo Empire actually indicate that they are going to launch a war against the entire Douluo Continent. Today it's the Xingluo Empire, and tomorrow it may be the Xiandao Empire. I think everyone should know the truth, that the lips and teeth are cold. This meeting is a big deal, but the content is actually pitifully small. To be honest, there are actually two things. First, the Spirit Hall has begun to try to start a war at the border of the Xingluo Empire, and there are signs of an all-out war. Second, if the Spirit Hall really goes to war with the Xingluo Empire, will they support it? The meeting did not come to a conclusion, but the situation in Douluo Continent has completely changed because of this incident. Fighting is inevitable. The POUE clan's fighting arena. It's spectacular. It deserves to be the #1 sect in Douluo Continent today. ZHU Xiaogang stood in front of the fighting arena and couldn't help but sigh at the development of the POUE clan in recent years. Looking back at the ZHU family, not only has it not made any progress in decades, but now it has shown signs of decline with the turmoil in the Xingluo Empire. The cruel competition mechanism that was once proud of has now become the most critical knife to bury the family. In comparison, isn't the POUE clan, a sect with a human touch, better? The #1 sect? What the hell is going on in Douluo Continent now? Is this the #1 sect? Isn't it? Two titled Douluo in one family, and your mysterious master. Although Yang Fan has not paid attention to ZHU Xiaogang in the past few years, ZHU Xiaogang has always been paying attention to Yang Fan. There is no way to not pay attention. Who let the rumors about Yang Fan spread in Douluo Continent after a while? Although she has been practicing hard and experienced in human hardships in the past few years and finally became a Soul King, compared with Yang Fan's achievements, it is really not worth mentioning. Tell me about you. Have you become the head of the ZHU family? This meeting can be seen that ZHU Xiaogang can already stand on her own. Remarkable. She has become the envoy sent by the Xingluo Empire this time. I wonder if Sect Master Ning will think of his daughter hiding in the bed and crying secretly after seeing a girl of the same age with such a mind. Head of the family? ZHU Xiaogang suddenly sneered and then shook her head bitterly. It's not that easy. Although I have no other competitors in the family head position now, how could he pass on the position of family head to me so readily? It can be heard that the relationship between ZHU Xiaogang and her father does not seem to be as harmonious as imagined. This is indeed the case. ZHU Xiaogang was not the first choice for the family head from the beginning. Even after ZHU Zuan's death, she became the only competitor. The ice is not frozen in a day. How could the father-daughter relationship that has long been like ice melt easily? This time, she can become the envoy of the Xingluo Empire, which is also the first major thing she has taken over in the family. What do you say? Will the Xuantian Empire help us this time? This question really stumped Yang Fan. The Xuantian Empire does not want the Spirit Hall to occupy the Douluo Continent, but it also does not want the Xingluo Empire to revive. But as far as the current situation is concerned, the Spirit Hall is the common enemy of the two empires. I can go. Yang Fan didn't care about others. The so-called enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is the best time to win over all forces. Sending charcoal in the snow is always better than icing on the cake. Thank you. ZHU Xiaogang has always been a cold woman, but at this moment, she was clearly moved. When are you going to go back? Tomorrow. ZHU Xiaogang had only one feeling when she came to the Xuantian Empire this time. The country is strong. Although the military strength of the Xingluo Empire has always been stronger than that of the Xuantian Empire, since Davis' death, the strong military strength has become a weapon for internal power struggles. Sharpen the sharpest knife and stab the people around you. Nowadays, the strength of the Soul Masters is far less than that of the Xuantian Empire, and even the proud military strength is crumbling. After a month of fighting on the border of the Xingluo Empire, the Wuhun Hall finally showed its fangs. In the name of self-defense, the Wuhun Hall announced the establishment of the Wuhun Empire. Since then, the third empire on the Douluo Continent has been established. Everyone says that the establishment of the Wuhun Empire has made the Douluo Continent present a three-legged situation. Yang Fan doesn't think so. The Xingluo Empire can only be regarded as half-dead now, at best a broken leg. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the big tripod of the Douluo Continent has been seriously tilted. However, although the Wuhan Empire was established, Bibi Dong did not launch a full-scale war against the Xingluo Empire. This surprised Yang Fan a little. But thinking about it carefully, it can be understood. In recent years, the Xuantian Empire has distributed Soul Master benefits, and the huge investment in the Soul Master Academy has still robbed a lot of Soul Master power. Although there are many titled Douluo in the Wuhan Empire, the Soul Master power is not as large as imagined before. The empire has just been established, and they still have many political tasks to sort out. However, the month-long tug-of-war of the Wuhan Empire has caused the entire Xingluo Empire to fall into panic. Several times, they thought that the Wuhan Empire would launch a full-scale war against them. In this tense situation, they asked the Xiandao Empire for help more than once. The Xiandao Empire is also very righteous. Support. As long as the Wuhan Empire and the Xingluo Empire go to war, they will definitely send troops. On the other hand, Yang Fan took a time to quietly disappear from Xiandao City and came to Xingluo City. With his current strength, it only takes a few hours to fly from Xiandao City to Xingluo City. Under your leadership, the Xingluo ZHU family has undergone significant changes. Well, ZHU Zhuking's position in the Xingluo ZHU family is not as bad as imagined. He still has the right to speak, but he is only second to the head of the family and the two elders. It is not like what he said before. Your buddy is connected with you, and you use your brain with your buddy. I didn't expect you to come. Really? She believed in the promise between Yang Fan, but she didn't expect Yang Fan to come so decisively. Actually, I didn't come to the Xingluo ZHU family on purpose this time. I was mainly looking for some medicinal materials. Now his strength is strong. Dao Qi can fly to almost any corner of Douluo Continent. Because of this, he now has enough time to help Yao Lao collect various medicinal materials. What medicine? Can I help? Yang Fan smiled. He was waiting for this sentence from ZHU Zhuking. It has been a few years since the Poe clan moved away from the Xingluo Empire. It was really shocking to come back again. The entire Xingluo Empire has become a mess. At present, the only family he could rely on and establish a relationship with was the ZHU family of Xingluo. The evergreen spirit vine. ZHU Zhuking took a look at the name of the medicinal material. It was num. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the gap between people was really huge. She had never seen the medicinal materials mentioned above, let alone heard of them. It's normal that you haven't seen them, because I don't know if there are such medicinal materials on the Douluo Continent. But I can tell you about the effects of the evergreen spirit vine. If you can see it in the future, please contact me. The evergreen spirit vine has only one effect: growing bones. The evergreen spirit vine is one of the most important medicinal materials for refining the growing bone and melting blood pill. Growing bones? ZHU Zhuking looked at Yang Fan in confusion. Sorry, she still doesn't quite understand the effect of this medicinal material. It's just bone setting. For example, if I have comminuted fractures all over my body, taking this medicinal material will allow me to recover in the shortest time. A smile suddenly appeared on ZHU Zhuking's cold face. This analogy is good, but she couldn't think of anyone who could beat Yang Fan to the point of comminuted fractures. Suddenly, his smile disappeared in an instant, as if he had thought of something extremely important. I've encountered the situation you described. No, not me. I've heard of the situation you described of comminuted fractures all over the body and then recovering quickly. As soon as ZHU Zhuking finished speaking, the air around her suddenly became distorted. Yao Lao appeared. This old man who lived in his body rarely appeared. Almost 90% of the time, he was hiding in his body and sleeping. The few times he appeared were when he was in danger. When ZHU Zhuking saw Yao Lao appear, she bowed slightly to show her respect. Girl. How long did it take that person with comminuted fractures all over his body to recover? Yao Lao's tone was serious and trembling. The moment he appeared, it was clear that things were not that simple. Well, ZHU Zhuking said after careful consideration, within a month. She didn't know the details of the incident, but she could be sure within a month. Master? At this time, Yang Fan stared at Yao Lao, and the moment Yao Lao nodded, he knew they had found him. Girl. Do you know who this person with broken bones is, and where can we find him? Yao Lao's heartbeat has begun to speed up. It doesn't matter whether the medicinal material that ZHU Zhuking said is the evergreen spirit vine. What matters is that this effect can replace the evergreen spirit vine. The premise is that there are enough of them. ZHU Zhuking's face suddenly changed, and after a moment, she said awkwardly, "It's the Star Luo Emperor." Yang Fan almost spit out his food. Shit, the Star Luo Emperor actually had such a glorious period. Who was it? Which warrior actually beat the Star Luo Emperor to pieces? Logically speaking, if this experience really happened, it should become a good story in Douluo Continent. It's not what you think. In fact, the Star Luo Emperor had not ascended the throne at that time. When he was still the Star Luo Prince, he entered the Colosseum privately and was beaten by a soul beast. At that time, the Star Luo Empire blocked the news, so the scandal was not exposed. She also heard her father talk about it by chance. The idea became clear instantly. That is to say, they only need to ask the Emperor of Xingluo where he bought the medicine for treating comminuted fractures. But this matter is not easy to handle. Although the Xingluo Empire is no longer what it used to be, the Emperor is still the ruler of a country. Wouldn't it be bad to directly expose someone's scars? Chapter 193. The two poles are reversed. Everyone comes to lick our master and disciple. Let's go. Let's go find the Emperor of Xingluo now. Yang Fan frowned slightly. Isn't this a bad idea? The Emperor of Xingluo is the ruler of a country after all. Bringing up the sad past of a national leader and reminiscing about it. Yang Fan didn't want to help Yao Lao find the medicinal material Wan Nian King Ling Teng for refining Shengu Rang Sudan. The main thing is that they can think of a more tactful way. What's wrong with that? The Xingluo Empire is now in tatters. Our master and I can go directly into the Xingluo royal family and ask him for it. It makes sense. After listening to Yao Lao's teachings, he suddenly realized the Xingluo Empire is now in danger. Maybe the surname Day in the Xingluo Empire today may become the old one next door tomorrow. In this case, calling him Your Majesty is also a face-saving thing. That how should the Xingluo royal family go? Although Yang Fan was born in the Xingluo Empire, his household registration is actually in the Xiandao Empire. In addition, she has always lived in a small border town like Yunluo City, and this is her second time in Xingluo City. I'll take you with me. This is not good. ZHU Zuking has already told them about the past of the Xingluo Emperor. If ZHU Zuking leads the way at this time, wouldn't it be like selling him out? Nothing wrong. Although Yang Fan's main purpose of coming to the Xingluo Empire this time is to find the evergreen spirit vine, he also made it clear that he can help the Xingluo ZHU family. For this reason, she can't avoid this matter today. Let's go. ZHU Zuking's cold face rarely showed a little smile, but this smile looks very bitter. It's all because of what Yang Fan and Yao Lao said just now that stimulated her. Yes. Now everyone no longer takes the Xingluo Empire seriously, and she herself knows that it won't be long before the Xingluo Empire may change dynasties. Xingluo Palace. The guards here are more strict than Yang Fan imagined, even more than 3 times the level of the Xiandao Empire. This situation makes it much more difficult for everyone to see the Xingluo Emperor. Of course, it is relatively easy for a family like the ZHU family, which has been married to the Xingluo royal family for generations, to meet the Xingluo Emperor. Internal and external troubles. The guards in Xingluo City have been retracted by the Xingluo Emperor to the vicinity of the palace. In this case, if the enemy is at the gates of the city, then this Xingluo City is equivalent to letting the enemy into the city, as if no one is there. But there is no way. The current situation of the Xingluo Empire, if the Xingluo Emperor does not retract all the royal guards to the palace, then the Xingluo Emperor may not live to see the day when the Wuhan Hall is at the gates of the city. Soon, under the leadership of ZHU Zuking, Yang Fan met the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s, but ZHU Zuking told him on the way that the Xingluo Emperor was already 70 years old. Even so, the face of the Xingluo Emperor was younger than that of the Xiandao Emperor. Although the current Xingluo Emperor looked full of spring and majesty when sitting on the dragon throne, how could the state of his inner strength be deceived by Yang Fan and Yao Lao, who had powerful soul power? You two. What do you want to do in my Xingluo Empire? The Xingluo Emperor was very happy to see the people from the Xiandao Empire. This means that the Xiandao Empire has not forgotten them until now. The most desperate thing is not the contradiction, dispute, or transaction. The most desperate thing is to be forgotten. Your Majesty, our visit this time is a very confidential matter. Please, Your Majesty, can you dismiss the left and right? The Xingluo Emperor's nerves suddenly became tense. Dismiss the left and right. In this Xingluo Empire, there are internal and external troubles. Dismissing the left and right when the sole master of another country appears, he has to be on guard. Although he is also a soul master, he is only an 89 level soul Douluo. However, Yang Fan's name is also well known to the Xingluo Emperor. The Xingluo Emperor glanced at Zhu Xiuqing next to him. After seeing the affirmative nod, he decided to take a gamble. If these two people intend to kill him, then no matter how many troops the Xingluo Empire has, it will be useless. Or retreat. The Xingluo Emperor showed the majesty of the master of a country at this time. After everyone had left, the Xingluo Emperor slowly said, "You two, you should be able to tell me now, right?" The Xingluo Emperor was just gambling. He was gambling on a turnaround for the Xingluo Empire. "Your Majesty, I heard that you suffered a comminuted fracture in your early years, but you were able to get out of bed and walk like a normal person within a month." The Xingluo Emperor's face suddenly changed. This was the past he least wanted to mention. He thought that everyone who knew about this matter was dead. Unexpectedly, it was brought up again when the Xingluo Empire was in the most difficult time. Haha, who did you hear this fictitious thing from? Even if Yang Fan and Yao Lao didn't say it, he had already guessed it. The Zhu family. It must have been said by the Zhu family. But the Xingluo Emperor would never admit this matter. If he was beaten to a comminuted fracture when he was slaying a dragon, he would definitely be extremely proud to say it. But it wasn't. He was pushed by a 5,000-year-old wild boar at that time. This was his deepest pain as the Xingluo Emperor. "Your Majesty, let's get straight to the point this time. I need the herbs you used to treat my comminuted fractures. If you still have them, maybe we can reach a deal that will please both parties." Deal. When these two words rang out in the palace, the Xingluo Emperor's heart trembled. He had never experienced the strength of Yang Fan and Yao Lao, but the news he had heard before was a good proof. A deal with two superpowers. What do you want? The Xingluo Empire was now at a dead end, and it didn't want to let go of even a humble straw. "We've already said it. I need the herbs you used to treat my comminuted fractures." Yang Fan now knew from the Xingluo Emperor's expression that what Zhu Xiuqing said was true. What about the Xingluo Empire? What can our Xingluo Empire get? This was the first time that the Xingluo Emperor made a deal with someone so directly. There was no other way. The country's internal and external troubles did not allow him to be euphemistic anymore. A pill. At this time, Yao Lao took out a yellow pill from his ring. It is not difficult to tell from the quality of the pill that it is of the 5th grade. This quality of pills has far surpassed the effect of a 50,000-year-old bone on the Douluo Continent. Pills? The Star Luo Emperor looked over with a puzzled look. "I heard that your Majesty is now an 89-level Soul Douluo. I think you are only a hair's breadth away from being a titled Douluo now. The effect of this pill is very simple. It can allow your Majesty to successfully advance to the titled Douluo. In fact, no one has ever told Yao Lao about the level of the Star Luo Emperor. Even Zhu Xiuqing herself could not know such a secret. This is strength." Yao Lao used his powerful soul to spy on the current strength of the Star Luo Emperor. Title Douluo? The Star Luo Emperor's voice trembled noticeably. Title Douluo. This is the height that people on the Douluo Continent dream of. This includes him. As early as 10 years ago, he had already cultivated to the 89th level, but since then his strength has never improved. In the past 10 years, he has been busy with state affairs, but his desire to be promoted to a title Douluo has never stopped. The Star Luo Emperor was very excited when he saw this pill. He knew that the Pou clan's current medicine refining technology was very strong, and under such circumstances, the two would not talk to him. However, the Crossing Luo Emperor still shook his head helplessly after being excited. "You two. The Crossing Luo Empire does have the kind of medicinal materials you want, but I don't want your pill. If you can promise to help the Crossing Luo royal family resist foreign invasions in the future, I'm willing to teach you all the medicinal materials you need and try my best to meet all your requirements." The Crossing Luo Emperor was not a fool. Becoming a titled Douluo is tempting, but in this environment of internal and external troubles, he alone as a titled Douluo can no longer turn the tide. But this time it was Yang Fan's turn to laugh. "Your Majesty, we Pou clan do not participate in politics. This is true in the Shandao Empire and in the Crossing Luo Empire. Although the Pou clan has been very close to the Shandao Empire recently, it is because of the Wuhan Hall. His grandfather also made it clear in front of Emperor Zuyi that the Puyi clan would never participate in anything other than the Wuhan Hall. The crossing Luo Emperor's calculations were too loud. Now the enemies of the Xingluo Empire are not only the Spirit Hall, but the biggest threat to them is the surrounding princes and nobles and other small border countries that were oppressed before. If this matter is agreed, they will have too many enemies to deal with. Of course, if the enemy is the Spirit Hall, they may help, but they may not be able to take care of it at that time. So this cannot be a promise of a deal. The Xingluo Emperor's face was very embarrassed. Although he has always wanted to be promoted to a titled Douluo, under the current circumstances, letting him become a titled Douluo will not change the fate of the Xingluo Empire at all. Your Majesty, this pill is our greatest sincerity. The attitudes of Yang Fan and Yao Lao were very clear. Pills are fine, but letting them stay and be dogs is absolutely not okay. Faced with the current situation, the Xingluo Emperor decisively agreed, after hesitating for less than 3 minutes. There is no way. Although the promotion to a titled Douluo cannot solve the external threats of the Xingluo Empire, if he really becomes a titled Douluo, it is enough to quell the internal worries. Your Majesty, please accept it. Although Yao Lao was fierce before he came, he gave the Star Luo Emperor enough respect in the palace. After all, he was the emperor. Everyone traded in a friendly manner and then went their separate ways. You two, come to the palace again at this time tomorrow, and I will give you the prepared medicinal materials. It can be seen that the Star Luo Emperor still does not trust their elixirs. It is understandable. If all the soul masters on the Douluo Continent were told that there is an elixir that can instantly improve their strength, especially from a soul Douluo to a titled Douluo, no one would believe it. Your Majesty, I need 5 of those medicinal materials. The Star Luo Emperor was slightly stunned and then immediately agreed. Goodbye. Yang Fan and Yao Lao were not worried that the Star Luo Emperor would play tricks. If that was really the case, the elixir that was given away today would be spit out by the Star Luo Emperor outside the Star Luo Palace. That elixir, just as Yang Fan thought just now. No one on the Douluo Continent would believe that an elixir could have such great power. It was only a few minutes before the answer was revealed on Zhu Xuking's puzzled face. Yes, that pill can indeed allow a level 89 soul Douluo to become a titled Douluo overnight. Zhu Xuking suddenly fell silent. She was envious. She envied Yang Fan for having such a good teacher. If she could have met a teacher like Yao Lao when her martial soul was awakened, not to mention that she had already achieved Yao Lao's achievements, perhaps she would have become a soul saint and a soul Douluo by now. Xingluo City, Zhu family. Yang Fan sent Zhu Xuking back to thank her for her help. Although Zhu Xuking has a good status in the Zhu family now, the more so, the more dangerous it is. However, Yang Fan did not expect that he, who was not going to enter the Zhu family again, would actually meet the Zhu family master, who greeted him with a smile at the door. Brother Yang, I didn't expect that we would meet again now. The Zhu family master took 2 steps at a time and walked over to greet him, as if he had met an old friend for many years. In total, Yang Fan had met the Zhu family master 3 times. The first time they met, he and his grandfather Yang Wudi took the initiative to visit. That time, the grandfather and grandson were flattering. The second time they met was after the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition. At that time, the Zhu family's head looked very unhappy because of Davis' death. This time, the attitude has been reversed due to strength. I have heard that you and Xuking are good friends who can talk about anything. Since you are friends, then our Zhu family will naturally treat you as a guest of honor. Yang Fan looked at Zhu Xuking next to him with a puzzled look. Talk about anything? Has a relationship reached this point? Zhu Xuking shrugged repeatedly to show that she was wronged. She had never mentioned Yang Fan and the Xingluo Zhu family, and she didn't even know how these people knew that the two of them knew each other. Please, it was hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Yang Fan was invited into the reception room by the Zhu family's head. Wow. The Zhu family generously brought out the royal tribute tea. Since the ZHU family's master is so hospitable to us, why don't we stay here for one night so that we can save the money for staying in a hotel outside? Master, are we really short of this little money? The ZHU family has no ill intentions. Wouldn't it be more convenient for us to stay here and let the ZHU family girl take us to the palace tomorrow? The master and the disciple kept communicating in their hearts. They didn't listen to a word of what the ZHU family's master said. You don't need to listen to know. The ZHU family's master's warm hospitality at this time has no other purpose except to curry favor. Chapter 194 Yang Fan's Gift. Xingluo Palace. Damn. Yang Fan saw a riot just after he arrived outside the palace the next day. Blood flowed like a river. Great soul masters, and soul masters mixed together and formed an offensive. No tricks, no routines. Palace coup. These people are from the nearby Wuyu Kingdom. The Emperor of Wuyu Kingdom used to be Prince Crossing Yang of our Xingluo Empire. ZHU's Yu King recognized the origins of these people at a glance. There are many people and they are coming in a fierce manner. There are no less than 5 soul Douluo level masters. So many people entered Xingluo City quietly and suddenly launched a palace coup today. It can be seen that it has been planned for a long time. Prince, you still have a prince in your Xingluo Empire? It's really surprising. You know, the cruel competition in the Xingluo Empire is destined to only have one prince survive. Even if there are 1 or 2 disabled people who survive by chance, they will find a way to kill them after the new king ascends the throne. It is precisely because of this cruel competition that the Xingluo Empire is proud of that they are in such a situation now. This is an exception. Prince Xingayang chose to flee to Wuyu Kingdom because he could not compete in his early years, but for some reason he took control of the imperial power of Wuyu Kingdom in a coup. Got it. Emperor Xingluo beat Prince Xingayang out of the country, and now his defeated general has come back to take revenge. So it is still necessary to cut the grass and root it out under such cruel competition. Where should Emperor Xingluo be now? Yang Fan has no intention of caring about the national affairs of the Xingluo Empire at all. He just wants to know if Emperor Xingluo is still alive now. Come with me. ZHU's Yu King looked at the chaotic palace now and then found a bloody path through the corpses. ZHU's Yu King had never been to the palace before she was 15 years old, but in the past 2 years, she has become the last hope of the ZHU family and has come to the Xingluo Palace more and more frequently. Soon, under the leadership of ZHU's Yu King, they came to the place where Emperor Xingluo held court. At this time, the royal guards outside the palace had already fought with the soul masters of Wuyu Empire. The Emperor of Xingluo Empire has been besieged by 4 soul masters of soul Douluo level. Sure. Although the Emperor of Xingluo is fighting against 4, he is not at all inferior with the strength of White Tiger Martial Soul. Think about it. After all, the Emperor of Xingluo ascended the throne by stepping on the corpses of many good brothers. After so many years of dealing with state affairs, it is possible that only his fighting blood has been worn away. His strength should still be online. Stinky boy, stop looking. If the Emperor of Xingluo dies, we don't know where to find our evergreen spirit vine. Yao Lao's reminder sounded at this time. It's really not a joke. No one knows whether the Emperor of Xingluo is the only one in Douluo Continent who knows where the evergreen spirit vine is. If the Emperor of Xingluo dies in front of them at this time, I don't know if there is a chance to get the evergreen spirit vine again. Okay. Yang Fan flashed and flew directly into the air. Retreat. The powerful soul power quickly spread outward with himself as the center. Under his precise control, the brains of the soul masters of Wuyu Empire were all subjected to a strong mental shock. Sure, in just a moment, all the soul masters of Wuyu Empire lost all their fighting power. Among them were the 4 soul masters who besieged the Emperor crossing Luo. So strong ZHU's Yu King was stunned. Is this the strength of a titled Douluo? No. She absolutely believed that no titled Douluo on Douluo Continent could create such a shocking scene. The enemy and us are clearly distinguished. How strong a strength is needed to achieve such perfect control? Too strong. So strong that all the strong men ZHU's Yu King has seen can't match him. This may be the strength of the first sect in Douluo Continent. Retreat. 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 Yang Fan's appearance can be said to have broken the balance of the crossing Luo Empire in the blink of an eye. Such a powerful soul master made any soul master of Wu Empire unable to look directly at him. They retreated tentatively and fled after confirming that Yang Fan had no intention of leaving them behind. Done. Yang Fan did not kill anyone present. He has principles. He once said that he would not participate in the politics of any country if it weren't for the fact that Emperor Xingluo hadn't fulfilled his promise of the evergreen spirit vine. He would not have taken action today, even if he was beaten to death. At this time, Emperor Xingluo suddenly came over. He gave up the dignity that an emperor should have, walked to Yang Fan and bowed deeply. Thank you. Thank you for saving our Xingluo Empire. How can I thank you? Emperor Xingluo was sincere, not only because of Yang Fan's action today. More importantly, the pill that improved his strength was given to him yesterday. If it weren't for the effect of that pill, he might have been beaten to death when Wu Kingdom attacked the palace last night. I just don't want your majesty to be a person who breaks his promise. If you really want to thank me, just give me the herbs I need. What kind of thanks and honors did Emperor Xingluo give? Sorry, he can't accept it. After today, he is still him, and Xingluo Empire and Wu Kingdom are still them. Okay, please wait a moment. Emperor Xingluo revealed a smile. From birth to now, Emperor Xingluo never thought that one day he would become so embarrassed. It was so embarrassing that as an emperor, he had just crawled out of the pile of dead bodies and was being asked to pay debts. Half an hour later, the Xingluo palace was temporarily restored to its original appearance under the cleaning of the guards. Although the Xingluo emperor had just experienced a war, his complexion looked much better than yesterday. This complexion was not a change in his mood, but aura and strength. Yang Fan and Yao Lao smiled at each other. How could the current changes of the Xingluo Emperor deceive them now? Congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming a titled Douluo. Yang Fan stared at the Xingluo Emperor. Already a title. Should he fulfill his promise yesterday? Shame. Although I have become a titled Douluo now, I haven't had time to absorb spirit rings yet. The Xingluo Emperor was not in a good mood when he was congratulated at this time. The situation was also seen by others. He, the so-called titled Douluo, had almost had his head taken before he had time to obtain spirit rings. It's not that he didn't want to go, but because he didn't have the opportunity. After what happened today, he felt that he might not have the chance to obtain his 9th soul ring in this life. The Xingluo Empire was in trouble both internally and externally. If he left the palace at this time, he might face two possibilities. First, he would be hunted down when he went out. Second, when he came back, the Xingluo palace had changed hands. Either case would be like asking for his life. Being promoted to a titled Douluo, but not having the chance to obtain his 9th soul ring was the most painful thing in his heart. Your Majesty, can we get the evergreen spirit vine that we want? Yang Fan didn't have the chance to listen to the Xingluo Emperor's gossip here. All he wanted was the medicinal herbs. Give them to him and leave. The medicinal herbs you mentioned are ready, but the name of this medicinal herb is not evergreen spirit vine. Its name is King Mu Immortal Vine. Yang Fan didn't care what the name of this medicinal herb was now. It's okay as long as it works. If it doesn't work, he won't agree today. At this time, 2 palace servants lined up and held 2 jade plates covered with red cloth. After opening it, there were 8 vines with strange shapes like tree roots. The vines were all green. Each one was only about the thickness of a thumb. He could not see the special features of this medicinal material from the vines, and he could not even smell any special smell. Yao Lao said that this is called restraint. Many top-grade medicinal materials are not good looking, and sometimes you can't even feel their value when you hold them in your hands. This is why Yao Lao said that there is an infinite room for improvement in refining medicine. Because you never know when you will combine 2 or more medicinal materials to produce a top-grade elixir. Master? No problem. After Yang Fan received Yao Lao's instructions in his heart, he put the evergreen spirit vine into the storage soul guide. Done. The Xingluo Emperor is still very righteous. They only asked for 5, but he prepared 8 for them. But think about it, the Xingluo Empire has become so miserable now, and there is no use for the Xingluo Empire to keep this top-grade medicinal material. Maybe after today, these herbs will be replaced by a new dynasty. Just like today. Brother Yang, please wait a moment. We have many other herbs here. Can we trade you another one of those pills that can improve your strength? The Star Luo Emperor also understood. It seems unlikely that Yang Fan can help the Star Luo Empire with his manpower. He now only hopes to get another pill from Yang Fan that he took yesterday. The Star Luo Empire now has a Soul Douluo who has reached level 89. If the Star Luo Empire has another title Douluo at this time, perhaps the Star Luo Empire can be revived. Your Majesty, we are still missing a dragon blood Ganoderma. This is a special herb that replenishes Qi in blood. Its quality is equivalent to that of the 9th grade ginseng king. The only herb missing for refining the bone melting blood pill is this one called dragon blood Ganoderma. It's strange. Dragon blood Ganoderma should be the most easily replaceable herb on the Douluo Continent, but it is this herb that made the entire Puyi clan search for a whole year without any results. Dragon blood Ganoderma? Ganoderma? The Xingluo Emperor thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out whether there was such a medicinal material in the Xingluo Empire's treasury. He sent someone to check immediately, but the result was disappointing. The Xingluo Emperor was extremely disappointed. He laughed. The Xingluo Empire used to suppress the Xiandao Empire, but now there is not even a Ganoderma in the treasury? Ridiculous. It's too ridiculous. Your Majesty, I happen to have another pill of this kind that can improve strength. But the function of this pill is to improve the Soul Douluo by 1 level, and it can't make the Soul Master reach the title Douluo. Just treat it as a deposit for our transaction this time. If there is the whereabouts of Dragon Blood Ganoderma in the future, I hope your Majesty can contact me in time. Yang Fan gave him one he had refined before in advance. But this was not his intention, but Yao Lao instructed him to do so. He understood. Yao Lao did this in the hope that the Xingluo Empire could continue to survive. The power of a country is always stronger than their blind search. Of course, it is still unknown whether the Xingluo Empire has the ability and the mind to help them find it after this incident. But it is good to have some dreams, just in case they can come true. Good. Thank you. Thank you. The Xingluo Emperor was already moved to tears. Let's not talk about whether this pill can turn the tide in the future. Just saying that this kindness is enough to move him for a long time. Outside the palace. Master, these herbs should be enough, right? Yao Lao nodded with a smile. At present, there are only 2 problems in refining the bone melting blood pill. First, how to use the shriveled bone spirit fruit. He has been working hard to solve this problem and has already thought of 2 methods. What he needs to do now is to try them one by one. The second is a missing dragon blood Ganoderma. If it is gathered, he will be one step closer to reshaping his body. Thank you. I've been out for a few days. I plan to go back. The Douluo Continent is now in turmoil. One day may change the status quo of this Douluo Continent. He dare not leave the Puyi clan for too long. Moreover, with his current strength, he no longer needs to go out for training. What he needs to do is to upgrade himself from the 99th level extreme Douluo to a demigod. Goodbye. ZHU Zhu King obviously did not expect Yang Fan to leave so suddenly. She looked at Yang Fan's back and shouted, Yang Fan, what's the matter? Yang Fan turned around and asked, I wish you can find the dragon blood Ganoderma you want as soon as possible. ZHU Zhu King's face was full of hesitation, as if she had a lot to say, but didn't know how to express it. It was indeed the case. Last night, her father and the 2 elders put pressure on her, wanting her to use her connections to trade a pill from Yang Fan to give to the Emperor of Xingluo. How could she say this? She really didn't know how to express it. Forget it. After returning, she will say that she has forgotten about this matter. Her current status in the ZHU family will not make them say anything, even if she fails to accomplish this matter. At this time, ZHU Zhu King suddenly found that there was something extra in her pocket. She reached out and took it out. She blushed. It was the elixir Yang Fan gave to the Emperor of Xingluo to upgrade him to the title Douluo. Yang Fan and Yao Lao must have heard it when the family put pressure on her last night. Thank you, Yang Fan. Fortunately, it was given to her in this way, otherwise she would not know how to face Yang Fan's generous gift. Chapter 195 Kan Ringsu stops pretending. The Broken Clan. Yang Fan looked at the green liquid in the pool in front of him. Master, what on earth is this? His scalp was beginning to numb. Foundation building spiritual liquid. Yao Lao replied with a smile. What? Foundation building spiritual liquid? What do I need this for? 3 months had passed since he returned from Xingluo City. During this period, his strength had not improved at all. It seemed that he had reached the pinnacle of this world since he was promoted to the 99th level of extreme Douluo. But he knew that this was not the case. At present, it seems that Douluo Continent can completely rely on their own strength to cultivate to the level of demigod, or even to the level of 100 god. So during this period, Yao Lao said that he would prepare a big one for him. Why? Do you look down on the foundation building spiritual liquid? Yang Fan shook his head. That was not the case. In any case, he opened his path as a soul master because of the foundation building spiritual liquid. If it were not for the foundation building spiritual liquid, perhaps he would not have his innate full soul power, let alone his current achievements. It's just that this thing doesn't seem to be of much use to me. The foundation building spiritual liquid was the medicine he used before his martial soul awakened. This is equivalent to the same principle as that of infant formula after he becomes an adult. Enhanced version. The foundation building spirit liquid in this pool can solidify the level that has soared in the past 10 years. Yao Lao felt that Yang Fan was still too weak. This kid who had been boasting about drugs for more than 10 years seemed to have no room for improvement. After settling down for a while, he might be able to break through himself and have an epiphany. I see. Yang Fan was just about to jump into the pool to enjoy this generous gift, but before he could take a step, Yao Lao slapped him back. Silly boy. Are you going to jump in like this? Yang Fan was confused. What does that mean? Could it be that there is poison in this pool in front of him? He sniffed and didn't realize that this pool in front of him was as dangerous as he imagined. Do you think you can just jump in like this and climb out early tomorrow morning? Tell you. This time you are going to do a retreat. Do you understand? Yang Fan suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Retreat means that he will stay in this place for a long time in the future. Isolated from the world. What's wrong? Can't stand the loneliness? Is there a girl you like that you can't see every day and you feel uncomfortable? Yao Lao started to joke in a nonsensical way again. However, Yang Fan was not in a good mood at this time. Master, you know me. At this time, Yao Lao came over and patted Yang Fan on the shoulder. Don't worry. You are in seclusion, not me. Don't you worry about the Pou clan having an old man like me to look after you. Yao Lao's words made Yang Fan's heart suddenly let go. Yes. Yao Lao is already a demigod. What else is he worried about? Master. Then how long will it take for me to practice in seclusion this time? Yang Fan asked. This time he was not in a state of loneliness, nor was he worried about the situation of the Pou clan. He just wanted to know and prepare himself. Otherwise, it would be very tiring to be in seclusion all the time. It is like never knowing the deadline, not knowing whether there will be imprisonment tomorrow. There is no hope. At least half a year. Yao Lao made this inference, based on Yang Fan's strength and situation. After half a year, we will see the situation. If he does not achieve his expectations, then this closed door period may continue for another half a year, 2 years or even 3 years. Okay. Half a year is not long or short for him. Master, my grandfather needs you to take care of him. Although his grandfather Yang Wudi is now Super Douluo, he realized that Super Douluo is not good enough after his strength broke through to level 99. Jump. I will tell your grandfather about your closed door period. Yao Lao now allowed Yang Fan to jump down. Yang Fan took a deep breath. With a splash, Yang Fan's whole body dived into the pool full of foundation building spirit liquid. As soon as Yang Fan jumped into the pool, he noticed several particularly expensive medicinal materials in the liquid. Oh my god. Yao Lao was really not kidding. This foundation building spirit liquid is not just an enhanced version, it is clearly a king level. So much foundation building spirit liquid will cost at least tens of millions of gold soul coins. This must be what Yao Lao said to his grandfather in private. Otherwise where would this old man get so much money? Yang Fan concentrated his mind and used his soul power to continuously absorb the foundation building spirit liquid in the pool. Don't be too greedy. This pool of foundation building spirit liquid is enough for you for half a year. Soak in it for a day, then climb out and practice for another 3 days. Yao Lao's reminder was very important. Otherwise, he didn't know how to take the medicine in such a large pool, and he might even die in it without wanting to come out. After all, it's tens of millions. Although the Puyi clan is now on the right track, the blood coagulation powder it refines can be sold to every corner of Douluo Continent, and even the sole masters of the Wuhun Hall are trading blood coagulation powder privately. But tens of millions of gold soul coins are currently equivalent to a quarter of the Puyi clan's worth. This kid, Yao Lao, looked at Yang Fan, who had already entered the state of practice, and couldn't help but smile. Then he used his soul power to leave a layer of barrier in the artificial cave behind the Puyi clan. In this way, even if the ground outside collapses, it will not affect Yang Fan's practice in the slightest. Spring goes and autumn comes. The long river of history of Douluo Continent flows silently for several months. During these months, Yang Fan's closed door cultivation has continued, but a palace coup occurred in the Xiandao royal family. Qian Ringsu finally tore off Zuking's disguise on this night. She rushed into the palace with 2 titled Douluos and a group of soul masters from the spirit hall to kill Emperor Zuyi and successfully ascend the throne. As long as she sits on the dragon throne of the Xiandao Empire, it is equivalent to mastering the entire country. At that time, the Puyi clan, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, will all die. The Huo family and the Feng family will only have the fate of being buried with them. However, just before Qian Ringsu rushed into the palace, Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin and Yang Wudi rushed over. Retreat. Qian Ringsu realized in an instant that the current situation was very unfavorable to her. Even if she could kill Emperor Zuyi, how could she successfully ascend the throne in the face of Ning Fengzi? At that time, everyone would know that she, Qian Ringsu, was an imposter. Want to leave? Then ask the soul-breaking spear in my hand whether it agrees or not. Yang Wudi does not participate in politics, but the spirit hall is an exception. After finally having the opportunity to overthrow the spirit hall in Xiandao City, how could he, the soul-breaking spear soul master, choose to give up easily? HMPH. At this time, Qian Ringsu had already released her 6-winged angel spirit, although it only has 7 rings. But the momentum she exudes is not weaker than anyone else present. Go. Qian Ringsu gave an order. The thorny porpoise and snake spear Douluo on the left and right sides found Chen Xin and Yang Wudi respectively. They knew their current mission very well. Even if they had to leave their lives here, they had to protect Qian Ringsu and retreat safely. At this time, Ning Fengzi released his spirit. 9 layers of 9 treasures. The only regret is that he does not have 9 spirit rings. 9 treasures glazed tower. Qian Ringsu was suddenly shocked. She knew the legend of the 9 treasures glazed tower, but she did not expect it to be realized in Ning Fengzi. Not good. Qian Ringsu knew that if she didn't make a decision quickly, she might have to stay here. Surprising? Ning Fengzi smiled faintly. Qian Ringsu had lied to him for so long, and he could be considered to have won back a city. In fact, since he ate the Kilo tulip, he had never released his martial spirit in front of outsiders, because he knew that there would always be such an unexpected day. Miss, you go first. We cover you. Porpoise Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo knew that they had no way to leave the palace. Even if they turned around and ran away now, it would be impossible. In this case, it would be better to die decently and die passionately. Qian Ringsu flapped her golden wings and flew back quickly, without even saying goodbye to the 2 elders. The master ran away. Do you 2 dog slaves still want to stay and continue to work hard? After that, Yang Wudi went straight to Snake Spear Douluo. Both of them were playing with long weapons, and a series of swords and shadows appeared when they met. Stab. Yang Wudi was much stronger than Snake Spear Douluo, and he found the right moment to shoot through Snake Spear Douluo's chest. On the other hand, the spirit in Snake Spear Douluo's hand was still half an inch away from Yang Wudi's chest. The truth that an inch longer is an inch stronger was fully demonstrated at this moment. On the other side, the level 96 sword Douluo also cleanly and neatly solved the thorny porpoise Douluo with the assistance of Ning Fengzi. Thorny porpoise Douluo was most restrained by spirit masters like poison Douluo, but he didn't even have room to struggle in front of the 7 killing swords. Don't let Kan Ringsu run away. Yang Wudi knew Kan Ringsu's role in him and her value to the spirit hall. She was Kan Daoliu's granddaughter, the future head of the spirit hall. Where is she? She was there just now, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. She ran away. How could she run away? Yang Wudi was very upset. Kan Ringsu was an extremely important chess piece. Patriarch Yang, did you know that Zuking was impersonated by someone else? Ning Fengzi had already guessed it, because when he went to find Yang Wudi, he didn't see any surprise on the face of the patriarch of the Poe clan. Yes, he knew the true identity of Zuking a long time ago. It was Yang Fan who told him. At that time, the Poe clan was not yet stable, and if they rashly attacked Kan Ringsu, it might bring the Poe clan to an irreparable end. But he actually had people keeping an eye on Kan Ringsu, but he didn't expect that the spirit hall would still take advantage of him. Patriarch Yang, don't be upset. The situation in Douluo Continent is already extremely tense. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Kan Ringsu to have only 2 ordinary titled Douluos around her. Even if we are fully prepared, it may be difficult to keep her. Ning Feng's words had a very good comforting effect, so that Yang Wudi's heart was no longer as uncomfortable as before. Sect Master, Emperor Zhu Yi is poisoned, and now I'm asking you to go over. Poisoned. This sentence instantly changed Ning Feng's face. If Emperor Zhu Yi died at this time, what could Zhu Yin do with his dead face? To put it bluntly, he didn't even know which piece of shit was hotter when he ate it. Patriarch Yang, let's go over and take a look at the situation right now. Ning Fengzi knew very well who was the leader now. Among the people who were close to the Xiandao Empire, only Yang Wudi and Du Gubo were good at using poison and detoxification. Now that Du Gubo was gone, Yang Wudi was the only one he could rely on. Soon, several people saw the poisoned Emperor Zhu Yi. He was still alive. The situation was not as bad as they imagined, but it was definitely not good. At this time, Emperor Zhu Yi was even unable to say a word because of the poison. His old eyes were frantically sending a signal to Ning Fengzi. Save me, save me. Patriarch Yang, please take the trouble. Ning Fengzi knew that Yang Wudi did not like to involve the Poe clan in politics and did not want to be anyone's tool again. But the situation is urgent now. He believed that Yang Wudi could tell what the current situation meant after the death of Emperor Zhu Yi. It might be the next crossing Luo Empire. Let me take a look. Yang Wudi's face became serious after he just glanced at Emperor Zhu Yi's eyelids. He called Ning Fengzi out. Very serious. Emperor Zhu Yi may not die immediately, but he definitely won't live for more than a month. Ning Fengzi frowned. Don't you, the master of alchemy, have any solution? Yang Wudi suddenly laughed. He laughed so hard that he was embarrassed. If he was called an alchemy master 20 years ago, he would have accepted it humbly. But now, what kind of alchemy master is he? I have no solution. Maybe that one is okay. Ning Fengzi instantly understood who Yang Wudi was referring to. Yao Lao, the top alchemist on the Douluo Continent today, and a unique existence. If Yao Lao said that Emperor Zhu Yi could not be cured, then it meant a death sentence. But Yao Lao has been practicing in seclusion with Yang Fan. At this moment, Ning Fengzi suddenly bowed 90 degrees. Please, clan leader Yang, please take the trouble. At this time, the only person who could talk to Yao Lao and ask the old man to come out of the mountain was Yang Wudi. Okay, I'll try. Yang Wudi pretended to be embarrassed. In fact, it was easy for him to see Yao Lao, but he couldn't give others such an illusion. Otherwise, the people who wanted to see Yao Lao every day would probably line up from the Poe clan to the outside of the city. Thank you for your trouble. The life of Emperor Zhu Yi now depended entirely on Yao Lao. Chapter 196 Yao Lao takes action. Poe clan. What? You mean that Emperor Zhu Yi was poisoned by a very strange poison? Yang Wudi nodded slightly. Yes. Emperor Zhu Yi was poisoned by a poison that has never been seen in Douluo Continent before. I doubt it this was prepared by Yang Wuxiang for the spirit hall when he was alive. He did not say this when he was in the Xiandao Palace. Although Yang Wuxiang had joined the Spirit Hall, he was a member of the Poe clan before that. If other people knew that this was the poison prepared by Yang Wuxiang, the people of the Xiandao royal family would definitely think that Yang Wudi had the antidote. But no. Yang Wuxiang's talent and ability in refining poisons is actually better than his, and preparing an antidote is not a matter of one day or one night. Even many people who are about to develop poisons cannot prepare an antidote. But he knows. If other people knew that Emperor Zhu Yi died from the poison prepared by Yang Wuxiang, this group of people would only think that the Poe clan did not want to save Emperor Zhu Yi. Master Yao, we still need your help in this matter. Yang Wudi stood up and bowed slightly. If it was before, it would be really hard to open this topic, but in recent years, the relationship between the two has gradually improved because of Yang Fan. Tell me about the poisoning of Emperor Zhu Yi. Chronic poison, now all over the body. Black blood vessels can be seen spreading towards the heart. If it spreads to the heart, it means that Emperor Zhu Yi's life will end. It doesn't matter if Emperor Zhu Yi dies. The key is to pass the throne to the hands of the waste Zhu Beng. Although the Poe clan has completely turned over now, its family's blood coagulation powder business still needs the prosperity of the Xiandao Empire to rely on. Besides, the Wuhan Hall is now established as the Wuhan Empire. If you want to fight head-on, you will inevitably rely on the military strength of the Xiandi Empire. If Zhu Beng becomes the emperor, then he is really going to be avalanche. How long do you think Emperor Zhu Yi can live now? Yang Wudi thought for a moment. It's no problem for him to live for another half a month. Then let the people of Xiandao Palace hang their emperor for another half a month. After half a month, I will go to the palace with you to check what's going on. Yao Lao was not panicked at all. Saving people depends on strength. If you have strength, it will be a matter of minutes. If you don't have strength, it will be useless, even if you kneel down in front of Emperor Zhu Yi. Okay, I have asked the two young men of the minimum family to stay there. If there is any problem with Emperor Zhu Yi, they will come back to inform me. Kibaoli sect. Uncle Jan. Do you think Yao Lao will take action this time? Ning Fengzi would never ask such a question without an answer before. But he is really confused now. Zuking, who has always been supported by Kibaoli sect, turned out to be a traitor. He is even a student. It is obviously not a good thing to let Zhu Beng, who has been suppressed, ascend the throne at this time. Although the current situation of Douluo Continent will still make Xiandao Empire look down on them. But what about the future? Ning Rangrang inherited the position of the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and Zhu Beng ascended the throne of the Heaven Dao Empire. When he thought about the future situation, his stomach began to churn inexplicably. Uncomfortable. It is said that the Xingluo Empire is now in internal and external troubles, and the future of his Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is no different. Yeah, I think so. Although the Poe clan has clearly stated that they will not participate in politics, Yang Wudi should be very clear that if Zhu Beng succeeds to become the emperor now, it will not benefit them at all. Although Qin Rinxu did not succeed in seizing the throne of the Heaven Dao Empire, it must be what they want to see if Zhu Beng, that waste, succeeds. We can understand this problem, and I believe Yang Wudi himself is also very clear. Ning Fengzi nodded slightly. Chen Xin's words made him feel more at ease. If Yao Lao can let Emperor Zhu Yi live another 20 years, he can use these 20 years to revitalize the relationship between the next generation and the Heaven Dao Empire. As for the development of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect itself, it will fall on his daughter Ning Rangrang. Feng Zhi. Actually, we don't need to worry so much. If Yang Wudi can't convince Yao Lao, then we too can go and ask him to come out of the mountain. Hasn't Yao Lao been looking for some medicinal materials? At worst, we can use this as a condition to exchange with him. Are we afraid that we can't move him if we exchange our sincerity? Ning Fengzi smiled helplessly. In his opinion, helping Yao Lao find medicine is much more difficult than saving Emperor Zhu Yi. You know, Yao Lao and Yang Fan have traveled all over the Douluo Continent, and they haven't found any medicinal materials in more than 10 years. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has spies all over the Douluo Continent, it is not an easy task to find rare medicinal materials in a short time. Half a month later, Xiandao Palace. Ning Fengzi, Chen Xin, Du Gubo, Yang Wudi and the famous palace nobles of the Xiandao Empire are all there. However, at this time, everyone's eyes are focused on Yao Lao, who is suspended in the air of the palace. None of these people who can make the ground tremble with a stomp of their feet in any place in Douluo Continent spoke first. Everyone is waiting for Yao Lao to show his magical power. It has been half a month. All the famous doctors that Xiandao Empire can find have been tried. The detoxification experts that can be found also shook their heads after they came. In a word, they have no other way. If there is no turnaround today, then Xiandao Empire will really stage the drama of the old king passing away and the new king ascending the throne. Even Zhu Beng, who was standing next to Emperor Zhu Yi crying, had prepared his dragon robe in advance. As long as his father passed away, he would immediately ascend the throne as the new king. Come, let me see what's going on. At this time, everyone made way for Yao Lao to lead to Emperor Zhu Yi's dragon bed. Still no one dared to speak. As soon as Yao Lao made a move, he immediately showed the difference between him and ordinary healing spirit masters. Soul power released. The soul power like a needle tip instantly pierced into Emperor Zhu Yi's body, only to see Emperor Zhu Yi lying on the bed hum slightly and then passed away in the next second. Dead. Everyone looked at Yao Lao in surprise. This is not a joke. Emperor Zhu Yi was cured and died in bed, which are two completely different meanings. That is why no one dared to act rashly in front of Yao Lao, who was at the demigod level. If it was an ordinary healing spirit master, he might have been dragged out long ago. However, before everyone could confirm whether Emperor Zhu Yi was still alive, Yao Lao, who was standing 10 meters away, raised his hand and slapped him. The strong palm force instantly acted on Emperor Zhu Yi's chest, and then a mouthful of black blood spurted out of Emperor Zhu Yi's mouth. Okay, next, just take this pill. Yao Lao threw the pill to a palace servant, regardless of the position of the palace servant and whether he could catch it. Let's go. Yao Lao thought it was a big problem. The result is just like this. Chapter 197. Demigod emerges. Just as Yao Lao had just left Emperor Zhu Yi's palace, Zhu Beng followed him out. Zhu Beng is now completely different from the past. Qian Rinxu had fallen. The position of the crown prince naturally fell on his head. Even though Emperor Zhu Yi was very reluctant, Zhu Beng was his last choice. Who would come if Zhu Beng didn't take the throne? It can't be said that it would end up in a mess like the crossing Luo Empire. Emperor Zhu Yi understood this, and the important officials of the Xiandao Empire were even more clear in their hearts. So when Qian Rinxu escaped back to the Wuhan Empire, many ministers who had been won over by Qian Rinxu began to turn back, and even took the initiative to find Zhu Beng to apologize. They just hoped that after Emperor Zhu Yi passed away, the new emperor would give them a way out. Even during the time when Emperor Zhu Yi was ill, many people in the palace were ready for the new king to ascend the throne. Among them was Zhu Beng himself. Old Yao Lao. Zhu Beng caught up with him and bowed 90 degrees. He doesn't have the airs of a prince at all. So it's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What's the matter? Yao Lao laughed. It was because he was in a good mood today, otherwise he would have flown away the moment Zhu Beng came out. How could he give the new crown prince a chance to speak? Yao Lao. Thank you very much for saving my father. Please accept Zhu Beng's greetings. The current crown prince. He knelt down in front of Yao Lao with a plop. The old man can't stand it. Your Royal Highness, please get up quickly. Yao Lao's face was still smiling, but his inner view of Zhu Beng had changed. After experiencing various twists and turns, Yao Lao now has a pair of discerning eyes. Little guy, you are not sincere. Yao Lao can feel the deep hypocrisy from Zhu Beng's heartbeat. It's understandable. After all, he is going to be the emperor in the future. Yao Lao is very kind. Zhu Beng has no way to repay. Zhu Beng now has another question to ask. How long can Zhu Beng still be filial to his father? Yao Lao laughed. Your Highness, don't worry. Emperor Zhu Yi is blessed by heaven. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. If he eats the old man now, he can live another 30 to 50 years. Zhu Beng was stunned. 30 to 50 years. Wouldn't he become an old man by then? Not to mention 30 to 50 years. He couldn't wait even 10 years now. Medicine Zubeng stood there and looked around, but there was no trace of Yao Lao. The breeze blew, and he was stunned in the wind, looking very messy. 30 to 50 years, is this definitely not a joke? It should be a joke, right? It must be a joke. Why is Yao Lao so happy today? It's because he knew that Yang Fan had reached the day of coming out of retreat, so he had the leisure to stay and chat with Zubeng. Smelly boy. We haven't talked for half a year. You must have missed me so much. The voice came before the person arrived. Yao Lao had just stepped into the Poyi clan, and he had already noticed that the barrier of the back mountain was broken. You know, that was a barrier set up by a demigod level expert like Yao Lao. For an ordinary soul master, it would be good if he didn't get hurt by the backlash, let alone break it. Master, I'm out of retreat. Although he and Yao Lao hadn't seen Yao Lao in the past 6 months, Yang Fan knew that Yao Lao was by his side every day. He would observe his cultivation every day. Not bad, not bad. The cultivation in the past 6 months has not been in vain. You are now 9-star Daohuang. 9-star Daohuang. Currently, there is only 1 step away from the peak of Daohuang. This means that Yang Fan is now a demigod level expert. He is a completely arrogant existence on the Douluo Continent. This is all thanks to Master. If it weren't for the enhanced version of the foundation building spirit liquid refined by Yao Lao, he might not have found a way to break through now. It's because you have a high level of comprehension. Yao Lao looked at Yang Fan with a look of approval. Master, where's my grandfather? It shouldn't be. His retreat is a big deal, and coming out of retreat is like his glorious return to his hometown for his grandfather. Why is he missing? Why? Don't you trust your master? Are you worried that an old man like me can't protect your grandfather? Yang Fan shook his head. Not really. In fact, it was only after he reached the demigod level that he really understood how powerful Yao Lao was. That was not something that any soul master in Douluo Continent could easily touch. Unless it was a god level master. Your grandfather went to the Xiandao Palace. At that moment, Yao Lao roughly recounted what happened during his 6 months of seclusion. Qian Ringsu ran away. Yang Fan sighed inwardly. What a pity. If that woman could be kept, it would definitely be a good deterrent for the spirit hall. It's a pity that he was not there at the time. Your grandfather can't be blamed for this. The situation in Douluo Continent is tense now. The spirit hall has placed more than just the 2 titled Dauluos, Snake Spear and Thornfish, next to Qian Ringsu. I went to the palace to see what happened later. Under the circumstances, it should be the peak Douluo Qian Daoliu, the level 99 Douluo you mentioned, who rescued Qian Ringsu. Yang Fan raised his head and asked, what about Emperor Zui? How long can he live? 2.5 years. Everyone has a life. Although Yao Lao said that he had successfully revived the person, he was not a god. He could not help others stay young forever, and he had no obligation to do so. Tell me about you. How effective have you been in seclusion in the past 6 months? Yang Fan laughed. I shouldn't be able to hide this from Master. The improvement of strength is only part of it. What really made him gain was the enlightenment in cultivation. Perhaps he now understands the state of mind of Heiboding when he created his own godhood. Not bad. After you come out, take a breath of fresh air. Master has prepared a gift for you. Gift? Yang Fan's eyes lit up immediately. Could it be a powerful fighting skill? Or a 7th grade elixir? Whatever it is, Yang Fan is now looking forward to it. Wuhan City. Today's Wuhan City is no longer what it used to be. Now it is not just a city, but also the capital of a country. With the establishment of the Wuhan Empire, all the kingdoms and principalities around Wuhan City were conquered by them. Although the current territory of the Wuhan Empire cannot be compared with the 2 empires of Xiandao and Xingluo, it has expanded several times compared with before. There are more than 10 cities of all sizes. At this time, a woman with long golden hair was sitting in the worship hall. This woman was very unfamiliar to the entire Wuhan Hall, and even the worshippers of the worship hall had only seen her before she was 10 years old. Qian Ringsu, the next heir of the angel family. At the same time, she was also the only candidate for the next pope by the worship hall. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.